10:30 a.m. For his special session with all of us. With this, may I please call upon the dais, the dignitaries for the opening session today. Mr. Bijay Sahu, the Chair for FICCI Skills Committee and Group President Strategic HR, Chairman's Office at Reliance Industries Limited. May we have a round of applause, please? Ms. Madhu, the Co-Chair for FICCI Skills Committee and Group CHRO for Vedanta Resources. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Sushil Baveja, the Co-Chair for FICCI Skills Committee and Group CHRO Jindal Stainless Limited. Welcome, sir. Mr. Manab Majumdar, the Senior Advisor for FICCI. Welcome, sir. And Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, the Director and Head for Education and Skills at FICCI. May I now request Manab sir to please give his remarks for the session today. So we'll begin the session with Mr. Bijay Sahu's address first. A very warm welcome, sir. We look forward to your address, please.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, respected co-panelists, delegates, friends from the media, and members of the FICCI team, Dr. Pankaj, Deepti, and others. It gives me immense pleasure and deep sense of responsibility to welcome you all to the 16th edition of the FICCI Global Skills Summit. I am truly honored to inaugurate this landmark gathering of visionaries, policymakers, industry leaders, academic institutions, and young minds. Many startup companies are here, united by a common mission to empower India's workforce and energize our economy. So this time, the 16th FICCI Global Skills Summit, the focus is empowering youth and energizing economy. We are a very young country, very large country, 1.4 billion people. Once our Prime Minister said if every Indian takes a step ahead, then India goes 1.4 billion steps ahead. And the foundation of taking the steps ahead, the energy comes from the skills. And with the skills, increases productivity. And with productivity, our nation goes forward. As a nation today, you must have seen newspaper, like we have today many challenges in terms of restrictive tariff, etc. So the whole industry, whether it is a large company or a startup or an exporter or government policymakers, they are contemplating what exactly should be the strategy and how to navigate through these uncertainties. So we here have a responsibility in terms of supporting the nation, in terms of building a skills ecosystem where what can be made in India, many times it can also be consumed in India. So we are the most largest country in terms of population, and our people are coming up in terms of their economic consumption enhancements. So with this, our country itself, of course, export would help us a lot more, but there is a very large world where we can still export if we continue to make the endeavors, train our people better. So this time, with these all uncertainties, we thought we'll discuss the skills. For the skills, the most important is infrastructure. The government is creating infrastructure, the industries are creating infrastructure, many companies with their CSR money also creating infrastructure. So collectively, a large infrastructure ecosystem is getting built. The foundation of skills comes from our ITIs, and they have been a proven supply side of the talent for the industry. Government is relooking at its curriculum. Our FICCI team with one FRSN they will be presenting to you, have been looking at how the ITI, in terms of their infrastructure, in terms of their course curriculum, their faculty, quality of the faculty, the delivery system, how it can be improved so that they lay the foundation of skills in our country. So they will be covering in details that part when we come there. The second part is like the international partnership and global mobility pathways. India, in terms of the remittance income, is the largest in the world. So we get over 120, $125 billion remittance into our country. So our strength are our people and skilled people. Our people are skilled in engineering, in technologies, in many skills. Now even the people with service skills, they are working all over the world with shortage of working population in North Europe, Japan, and many other countries of the world. Our people are going and working in every field. So our skills ecosystem has substantially supported for the people to get trained here and work everywhere else in the world and send the remittance money. So facilitating that international mobility and creating the ecosystem, my colleague Madhu and others will be kind of debating, discussing on that. So that will be a good session for us. The most important is now every single person in our country, every single company, they're all aligned in terms of the industry is getting aligned for the workforce transformation through industry-led skilling. The government is coming up with many skills, making it easier for the industry to invest in the talent and skills, which helps the industry itself. But because of the workmanship and the product quality, then the industry gets the benefit whether inside the country or outside the country, the product in terms of the value of the product. So that skills helps in that. It also substantially helps the export. Igniting entrepreneurship. Of late you will see in last 10, 20 years, 10, 15 years, the biggest employers have been the startups, whether it is in the e-commerce space or newcomers, technologies, many other, all kinds of startups, even in the space science and space technologies, you find many other startups are coming up. This has been the age of AI, machine learning, computer vision, and India has not been lagging behind. It has been investing both from government side and our industries and also the academia. They're all aligned. So you will see this startup ecosystem creates a lot of jobs, a lot of employment opportunities, a lot of economic in terms of productivity for the country and keep pace with the rest of the world. So we have a session on entrepreneurship and the startups. So there are many experts who will be talking about it. So reimagining TVET, which is the vocational education, technical and vocational education and training ecosystem. So how the skills become relevant for our requirement, for the demand side. So they will be emphasizing on that. More importantly, the future of skills. How we should look at the new technologies coming up. Our academic institutions, our course curriculum, each of us individuals or our students, how they are actually understanding which technology needs what kind of skills, now with AI many jobs will be redundant, newer jobs will come. So how should we prepare ourselves for the newer jobs? So KPMG has been a partner in terms of looking at the emerging skills. So they will also participate here and present. So this year essentially we as a team at FICCI with my co-chair colleagues and other expert group, from FICCI and outside FICCI. So we have put together this theme, empowering youth, energizing economy, building future ready workforce. So all of us should participate, contribute, and this is not actually just a yet another summit. It is actually today we have a commitment to our nation that we will build a skills ecosystem. We will create so high quality products and high quality skilled people out of this country who can go work in our country, outside the country, who will make products which will sell inside the country, outside the country, regardless of some hiccups, some difficulties we come across in terms of tariff, etc. This happens in the history of the world. It has happened. We'll overcome this as a nation. And we from this team commit ourselves to contribute to the nation as much as possible in this difficult situation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bijay sir. May I now call upon Ms. Madhu Srivastava, the co-chair for FICCI Skills Committee and Group CHRO Vedanta Resources, for her address, please.
Thank you, Deepti. Once again, a very good morning to all our esteemed participants and guests here. And many thanks to Mr. Sahu for your opening session. And I think you've covered beautifully everything. So just a few things to add from my side. And in fact, I would just build on the theme. And this is 16th FICCI Global Skills Summit 2025. We are meeting here for 2 days. But the entire year, this team of people who are sitting in this conference room and even beyond, I think we worked tirelessly, be it academia, be it government, be it industry, or even the youth, I would say. I mean, this is just a culmination where all of us are coming together for 2 days, brainstorming, putting our ideas together. And at the end of every session, I mean, there are a lot of panel discussions, panel sessions which are planned. At the end of every session, we are also giving back inputs and suggestions to the government, which can be implemented and we can take as the agenda for the coming year. So I think a lot of good work has been done. And I'm very fortunate to be the co-chair for second consecutive year, and I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. And I would say I'm learning in the process. A lot of good work has been done by Dr. Rajesh, by Dipti, entire FICCI team, and of course, each one of you sitting here. Just one thing I want to touch upon, which is very close to my heart, and I really love the theme for this year, which is empowering youth, energizing economy, building future-ready workforce. It is all about youth. And as I was driving down from Gurgaon to Delhi, which took me 2 hours today, thanks to the terrible traffic, I was just thinking this is the best time to be in India for the youth of our country. Best time, where the government is making so much of effort, so much of funding is going into this entire aspect of skill development, upskilling our people, making our youth employable. This is the best time. So it is completely in the hands of our youth. It is completely in the hands of our students. And I would just say, in fact, I was remembering this dialogue from a Shah Rukh Khan movie where he said, अगर किसी चीज़ को सच्चे दिल से चाहते हैं तो पूरी कायनात साथ लग जाती है. So in this case, if the youth really wants to build their career, they really want to make a great future for themselves, and Mr. Sahu spoke about not just in India, but even internationally. There is global mobility. We'll be talking about it in post-lunch in a session. But, if you want to make a name for yourself, make India the skill capital of India, which is our PM's vision and dream to make India the skills capital of the world, actually. So this is the best time. And I think the government, the industry, the academia, everybody is putting an effort. I would not say we are 100% there, but the effort is there. We are in the right direction. Every day, there is a right step which is put forward, I would say. And in fact, I represent the industry, so I would say a lot needs to be done by the industry. I mean, when it comes to, for example, even we saw the PM internship program as well. A lot of us have been part of that program. But, we have to be ready. We have to partner with academia rather than saying, no, these students they don't have the right skill. They are not employable. But what are we doing? Going out of our way, partnering with the academia and getting our institutes ready, our ITIs ready. So I think that is extremely important. And a lot of effort already partnering with the government, which is already happening. So I would say a lot of curated topics have been put together in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. A lot of discussions will happen, and we really encourage each one of you to participate, ask questions, share your thoughts, because at the end of the day, each panel is going to actually carry specific action items, specific inputs, which will be given to FICCI and which will be given to the operating body here to plan the agenda for the coming year. But I'm personally looking forward to the next 2 days and wishing everybody the very best. And thank you so much, Dipti.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Mr. Sushil Baveja, the co-chair for FICCI Skills Committee and Group CHRO for Jindal Stainless Limited.
Yeah, good morning. It's always a pleasure to be on this particular platform of FICCI. The kind of work that the entire FICCI forum has been doing I think it's something of a great impact, and doing this summit consecutively for 15 years is, I'm sure, it's a big step that the forum has taken. And it's always an honor, to be associated with this summit. I mean, this is my, first term here as a co-chair of this particular committee. And I've seen that, and I've been part of a couple of meetings, and I've seen that, the kind of contributions that are coming out from the various members, the kind of, initiatives that people are talking about, it clearly demonstrates the fact that, the passion is running very high. And it is not just the government, but it's also the industry which is, completely committed to developing youth and, taking the economy towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. Now, this theme of this year, which is around empowering youth, energizing economy, building a future-ready workforce, is very timely and vital. These are not just aspirations. I would say they are the necessities of a country like India, where 65% of the population is under the age of 35. And our youth is not just the promise of tomorrow, but they are also the drivers of today's progress as we speak. And the decisions that we make today about skilling and employment will determine the strength of our economy and society for good decades to come. But when we talk about empowering youth, the first and the foremost step is about accessibility. It's about access to relevant, high quality training, real world exposure, and the evolving industry aligned skills. And India's economy momentum, the development momentum, can be sustained only if we invest in the people who will build and lead our industries. We must shift from a mindset from reactive training to proactive capability building here. We need to think beyond the what of employment and address how through an inclusive ecosystem we can actually build this future tomorrow. And as I was saying, this entire journey of transformation, while it has been kick-started by the government in a very passionate manner, and we've seen the government come up with many initiatives towards building a promising future. But the private sector also has to act as a catalyst. And the good news is that we are seeing private sector actively coming forward and taking initiatives in several ways. Like, we've seen, like in the 2024-25 budget of the government, there was this scheme around ITI upgradation, which is a 60,000 crore kind of a project announced by the government, where 30,000 crore comes in from the center, 20,000 crore comes in from the state, and 10,000 crore is coming from the industry as well. And we've seen already many such industries, including, Reliance and the Adani Group and Vedanta and so many other corporates have come forward to, contribute to this particular cause of upgradation of the ITI, not only just in terms of the infrastructure, but also, in terms of the larger curriculum. And even here at Jindal Stainless, where I work, where I lead the HR here, we've also kind of set up a Stainless Academy, which serves as a hub for education, training, upskilling, and research and collaboration. We've partnered with quite a few engineering colleges. There are a lot of partnerships with polytechnics and ITIs, and we are committed to making an impact out here. Until date, 1,900 plus students have been impacted, and some of the students have been recruited by Jindal Stainless itself. We've signed, MOU with the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya at Vadodara, MIT World Peace University, and there are several such tie-ups which are in the pipeline, including some MOUs that we signed with the governments of Haryana and Odisha. So there is a lot of work that is happening, and ultimately, when we talk about building an ecosystem which has skill at the forefront. Is that a false alarm? Okay. Yeah. Unless that's a signal to the speaker as well. So, okay. So, ultimately at the end of the day, it has to be a collaborative effort which actually impacts the larger ecosystem in the country. But beyond employment, we have to make sure that we also build an ecosystem which nurtures entrepreneurship. Today's youth are not only job seekers, they are also problem solvers, innovators, and founders. we must fuel this entrepreneurial spirit with seed support, with mentorship, and access to the markets. And these steps are extremely important. Ultimately, skilling is about dignity, about independence, and national development. It's about preparing a generation that doesn't just adapt to the future but actively shapes it. We are at a crucial juncture. If we empower youth today, we won't just energize our economy, we will unlock India's true potential on the global stage as well. So let the summit, not just be a platform for dialogue, but also a call for action. Let us, walk away from here not only with ideas, but with firm commitment, with a shared determination to work across sectors, geographies, and generations to build an India that is ready for the future. Thank you once again, and I look forward to meaningful collaborations and continued conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Manab Majumdar, the Senior Advisor for FICCI, for his address, please.
Thank you, Dipti. Good morning to the distinguished panelists, my co-panelists, as well as the very esteemed audience. We have heard the office bearers of FICCI Skill Committee, and I am absolutely conscious that I have got very little to add to that after listening to their expertise and the wealth of knowledge. I will just make 2 points besides welcoming you all on behalf of FICCI. As very well articulated by my preceding speakers, skills today are not just instruments of employment, but these are enablers. These are enablers of economic strength, social inclusion, global competitiveness. Now, it is again obvious, and I don't have to labor this point in front of this august gathering, that the opportunities are virtually unlimited. But we need to recognize and understand, appreciate one critical point. So is the urgency to equip millions and billions of our youth and workforce with the necessary capabilities for a rapidly evolving world of work and transformation. To elaborate, for India, just to take one example, the World Bank estimates indicate that 75 to 80 million youth will need to be reskilled just in next 5 to 6 years. And why that necessary? As you would understand, it is essential, it's critical to keep up with the profound transformation, profound change, deep transformation which all of us are witnessing throughout the world, throughout the segments and across various sectors, subsectors of work. So, with such a well curated session plans over the next 2 days, I'm confident this platform, this summit will foster dialogue, collaboration, and innovation across industry, government, civil society, and all stakeholders. We need to keep in mind that this is not just a conversation about jobs alone. It's about building capabilities that empower individuals, transform communities, and strengthen our nation's rightful place in the global economy. With these words, I would like to welcome you all once again. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. We would request for one group picture before we close the opening session. Thank you, esteemed speakers, for setting the context for the 16th FICCI's Global Skills Summit today. A huge round of applause, please. While we change over, just announcing that we're going to start with our session, which is on the infrastructure and skill education, the cornerstone of ongoing reforms. Setting the context of what the session is going to discuss about is that as a part of these ongoing efforts, multiple efforts, especially the ITI upgradation scheme launched by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, we are looking at a session where we see that discussions are made around how significant investments are being made in infrastructure development, not just physical but also digital, in ITI campuses, vocational training and skilling institutions. We've been working on creating smart classrooms, well-equipped labs, digital skilling infrastructures, but the time today is to discuss and deliberate the following questions. The first is, how does ITI upgradation scheme align with India's national development goals like Make in India, Atmanirbhar, and many, many others? How can we address the systematic issues? How can states and local governments be empowered to support implementation while maintaining national standards? And also, what kind of industry and academia partnerships are essential, not just for curriculum alignment, but also for hands-on training and placements? We are looking that the panel is able to address some of these questions along with their wisdom and deep insights for the sector. For the panel, we have with us the moderator of the session, Mr. K. Ramakrishnan. Very warm welcome, sir. Please welcome him on the dais. He's the former chair for FICCI Skills Committee and the chief executive for Skill Development Mission, Larsen & Toubro Limited. We have with us Dr. Bijay Sahu, Honorable Vice Chancellor for Scope Global Skills University. Welcome, sir. Mr. Satish Mohapatra, the Executive Vice President HR for Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Very warm welcome, sir. Mr. Divyanshu, who's the Deputy Director for Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Very grateful to you, sir, for taking time for us today. Ms. Charu Malhotra, the co-founder and managing director for Primus Partners. Welcome, ma'am. So the traffic that we've been talking about, Hemant is stuck there. As and when he comes, we'll have him on stage. So with this, may I request moderator K. Rama, sir, to please start the panel session. Yes, yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be here at the 16th Global Skills Summit organized by FICCI. The theme, as mentioned by the earlier speakers, is a very apt one, something that is the mood of the nation, something that is required by the nation. Deepti has already given you a brief overview of what we are going to discuss over the next 75 minutes. And I will just give a further context and further clarity on the current scenario with respect to the infrastructure investment that are being done in the skilling ecosystem with a specific reference to the ITIs in the country. And here I would like to share some experiences that I've had working with the ITI ecosystem over the last 4 years. So we in L&T had set up a skill trainers academy way back in 2021 in Mumbai, and the only objective of that academy was to train trainers working in the skilling ecosystem. We had initially thought that we will train trainers involved in the short-term skilling programs that was under the auspices of the Ministry of Skill Development and NSDC, but then COVID came and those training centers were not working, and so we didn't get much of a response. We then turned our attention to the ITIs and we got a good response. We have so far trained approximately 3,500 plus trainers from various trades across ITIs in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Goa, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu. So I just want to share some thoughts with respect to the systemic factors that are affecting the ITIs today before I invite the other panel member to share their thoughts. Number one, we find that these ITIs, there is an issue of governance, and there I would like to just share a thought, and you will all agree that an institution is what it is because by the leader that leads the institution. So the principle of an ITI is a very key factor in the the way that ITI is run. So I think the first area that needs to be focused is that we need to really have highly motivated, highly capable principals who look upon the institution as something that is going to create nation builders. The second systemic issue that is affecting many of the ITIs, I must also clarify here that we have seen really very good principals in many ITIs who are role models, and I think we need to have a program by which they are felicitated, they are shown as role models, and their success is shared across the ITI ecosystem. Coming to infrastructure, in the course of our interaction with so many trainers across ITIs, we have heard from them that the equipment that is there in the ITIs is outdated in some of them. Again, I'd like to qualify this not across, but some of them, maybe large number of them, they are outdated. There is no maintenance being carried out because sometimes the funds are constrained, and so a machine that may be otherwise working is not working because it has not been maintained properly. So that is the second systemic issue. And the third systemic issue is that we do not have really good quality trainers. And at some places, even the number of trainers that an ITI needs is not sufficient. There are vacant positions which needs to be filled. I was very surprised recently to meet one very good principal, very dynamic. He was in charge of 5 ITIs because they could not possibly get principals for all the ITIs. He was very good, but then the fact is a principal handling 5 ITIs, in a week he could spend at most 1 day in each ITI. So that is again an issue that we need to look at. And I think overall, if we look at, there are 15,000 plus ITIs in the country, about 11,000 are private sector owned, about 5,000 are government owned. I mean, we may need to even rationalize the number of ITIs because we find that there could be one ITI too many sometimes, that there is an overlap of courses in a small area, there are more ITIs. So this, some of the systemic issues that we need to address. But I think to summarize, we need to accept the fact that this is the ecosystem that is really going to provide the blue-collared workforce that is really going to contribute to our aim of becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And here, as my previous speakers rightly said, the onus is not just on the ITA or the government or the institutions that are run by the private sector. It is also up to the industry to acknowledge and accept that the student coming from the ITA is not going to be fully job ready. There is an element of responsibility for the industry also to take them in, induct them, do an on-the-job training, because you take it from any institution, be it ITI, be it diploma, be it degree, no student comes out fully ready to be industry. So the industry also has the responsibility to ensure that they are properly onboarded, trained, and made job ready for their specific job roles. With this, I would like to request each of my esteemed panel members, and this panel is well represented by industry, by the ministry, by academia. So it's a good combination, and I'm sure we'll provide enough food for thought over the next 65 minutes. So let me start with, we'll start from the left side. So Divyanshu, what I would request you to share a few thoughts on this theme of infrastructure in skilled education, the cornerstone of ongoing reforms. And you are at the right place. You are in the Ministry of Skill Development, which is also the line ministry for FICCI's Skill and Education Group. So over to you. So I would request each speaker to talk in about 3 minutes, and then we'll have the questions which Dipti mentioned. I'll pose it to each one of you. So you will get a further 7 minutes that time. So within that time, you can communicate whatever you want to. And then we'll have a summarizing and question answer session. Okay, is that okay? Over to you, Divya.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, fellow panelists, audience, esteemed dignitaries in the hall. Uh, I'm honored to be part of this discussion on infrastructure, infrastructure for skilling. So the idea of Viksit Bharat and Make in India hinges upon a robust skilling ecosystem. And this has been put into motion by the budget announcement, which was earlier mentioned, that 24-25 budget announcement, which announced for upgradation of 1,000 ITIs in hub and spoke arrangement. And it was supplemented by another announcement in 25-26, which said that National Center for Excellence with global partnership to be set up with focus on training of trainers, skill certification framework, global mobility. And also we have done assessment study in MSD in 2020, which said that 85% of the supervisory roles are being held by the ITI pass outs or diploma holders. So this reinforces the fact that while the skill ecosystem is very important for the Viksit Bharat vision, ITIs hold the core responsibility for taking forward this vision. There have been schemes in the past, and possibly there will be schemes in the future. But we believe that this is the most decisive point in terms of the schemes that has been announced, because the kind of scope this schemes present in terms of the investment, 60,000 crore has to come for the upgradation of ITIs, and then we have a lot of impetus on training of trainers, as was mentioned, which is one of the course development. So so the idea is that the future of work should start with workshop of the ITIs, and we look forward to further discussions on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Divyanshu. I would now request Charu Malhotra to share her thoughts.
Thank you, Ram. As part of my opening remarks, I think Divyanshu and Ram, you've already covered some issues. I don't want to talk about the issues to begin with, but one thing I want to say, at the outset, is that we need to reposition our ITIs. They need rebranding. Because if we are looking at a TVET space, and ITIs is a very central, as Divyanshu mentioned, a centric, ITI-centric, skilling vision that we have for TVET. As of now, I may be generalizing, but of course, partners like L&T, Maruti, Tatas, everybody has come in and they're doing a great job to upgrade it. Now, I'm talking about the 1,000 the ITIs that will come up. Revisioning of those in terms of its positioning, not just by the brick and mortar, but by creating institutional infrastructure not limited to its facilities, physical facilities, but even its equipment, its digital future-facing provisioning, because form follows function. So if we are going to modernize ITIs, it has to begin with what is the vision for its curriculum, what future-facing trades, etc. And then looking at even capacity utilization. Because if we look at our ITIs, again generalizing on an average, we have around 30-40% capacities, its seating, not fully utilized. I'm sorry if the numbers are a bit here or there, but you get the picture. So capacity utilization, Ram mentioned positioning of trainers, and L&T does run the Trainer Skill Academy. So not just the quantum, but also the timeliness and the quality of it. And my last question here, I'll give way to Satish after this, is what is our vision about hiring? What is our commitment to hiring from the ITIs? So one, of course, is we'll skill and we'll skill more, and that creates a bigger dilemma, because the more we skill, the more unemployed youth we are creating. So if we have unemployable youth now, with the number of skillings we'll have unemployed youth. So what's our vision for placements there? Can we look at, again, posing this to the ministry, posing it to the industry, academia, and the whole house here? That needs to to be thought of, actually. And the other part is, if we upgrade it, if we improve the skilling, then let's not look at ITIs as a last resort employment recruitment pool, because currently several industry is hiring from ITI, but they are put on third party payrolls. As a result, those employments are actually then terminated within 90% of those are terminated within 1 year of the employment. So this is my opening pitch, and of course, when we move further into the discussion, we'll discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Charu, for those valuable comments. Over to Satish.
Thank you, Ram. Yeah. Hi. So, good morning, everyone, once again. And we've heard from Ram, we've heard from Dibyanshu and Charu. To start with, I would like to go back to the topic we have on the table, which is infrastructure in skill development, and how that is supposed to be the cornerstone of ongoing reform. So, which means we are saying we are talking about the role of infrastructure in skill development, and skill development is a much larger topic. ITIs or polytechnics are one channel, one important channel, grassroots level, fundamental, but one channel. We need to look beyond the obvious, as Charu also mentioned. So I would like to go back to this is an esteemed audience. We agree that if the last 2 decades, data was the new oil, in the next 2 decades, skill is going to be the new currency. Yeah, and if that is the truth, then we need to look at skills as a topic holistically, and not just addressing one layer which either the government focuses or the corporate focuses. It has to be a joint approach. And to me, and I represent my organization here, which is Maruti Suzuki, and we know that we are India's #1 car maker. So, and automobile segment relies heavily on human skills still, even though we manufacture 20 lakh cars in a year, and we want to do 40 lakhs in next 5 years. But 70% of those cars are outsourced, and they are outsourced to some 400, 500 suppliers that we have. So the ecosystem itself employs more than 4-5 lakhs people today across India, across the companies. And if we look at skill in that lens, it cannot be only the skill infrastructure also has to be 2 parts. I'll speak about more in detail when the time comes. One is physical, brick and mortar, where you can count the ITIs to polytechnics to engineering colleges, to the digital, where Charu also touched upon it. Because in the age of AI and Industry 4.0, even the people in the shop floor are working with AR, VR gear. Even if the engineers are being trained on Industry 4.0, machines talking to machines, machines manufacturing machines. So we need, my agenda today will be to speak about what at Maruti Suzuki we are trying to do on the skill front, not only at the ITI level, but also internally for the employees of tomorrow and for the generations of tomorrow, because that is how it should be. It cannot be a one-track approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish, for advocating a holistic approach to this issue. Very well said. Now I request Dr. Bijay Singh, who's from the academia, to share his thoughts.
Thank you, Ram. Good morning, everyone, once again. I'm proud to be here in 16th FICCI Global Skills Summit. I'll start with academia perspective and put some data before you to start my talk. As per World Economic Forum report, which is recently published, the 170 million new jobs will be created. That is a positive sign. But 92 million jobs will be displaced, means that will be obsolete. So that is a big opportunity, and that is a big challenge for our ecosystem, skill ecosystem also, that we have to upgrade our infrastructure in a big way, and the new technological inputs should be given to these areas. Second point is, means again one report is there from PMF IAS report, that is 59% of our existing skill force is to be re-skilled. So that is also one big challenge. We have to address this. And also one report for PMF IAS, that is 70% of the existing skill force is not good as per world skill ranking is concerned.
So my point is that we have to upgrade the infrastructure in the light of new technological interventions, which is keep on going, like AI, ML, green jobs, fintech jobs. So these areas we have to think about, and our ITI ecosystem should be given these kind of programs also to run, because right now these programs are being run by engineering colleges or higher institutions. But if we give these kind of inputs to our ITIs also, then it will boost our industries also, so that they will get a good manpower after these courses to be conducted. Industry partnerships are essential, so it is very much required to have integration with the industries, so that they can give input to ITIs and they will provide a better skill force to them. So in my next point, when I get some time, I'll stretch upon the curriculum alignment, hands-on training and placements, and other points which is to be discussed later in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bijay Singh. So we will now go back to the panel, and we may change the order just for variety. And I'll start with Charuji. So my question to you, Charu, is that how does the ITI upgradation scheme align with India's national development goals like Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and Viksit Bharat in 2047? A rider to this, if possible, as I said, there's a 7-minute time frame, and while you share your response to this, if you can add 1 or 2 points that you think are very important from a future implementation, it will be nice.
Thank you, Ram. I'll keep the advisory in mind and try and do it before 7 minutes as well. Okay. So Atmanirbhar Bharat, Viksit Bharat, Make in India, and each one of them actually, when we talk, let's look at this collectively as well. While each one of them has goals and vision which are very, very niche to what they want to do. So Viksit Bharat looks at, and of course Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, they look at a self-reliant, Atmanirbhar, Make in India economy, backed economy. So we're looking at economic progress. It imagines infrastructure development, the topic of this particular conversation as well. It looks at digital and technological advancements. It looks at social inclusion and therefore empowerment. And therefore it also looks at sustainability and green. I think Vijay mentioned green. So it also looks at a green-backed economy, right? And more, we are also looking at a very creator-led economy today, okay, to make it even more inclusive. So bringing all these themes together, what is the vision? So if we, from various headlines, if we collate various messaging, if we have to extrapolate some quantifiable targets set out, especially which are very relevant, as you said, Ram, for this particular discussion, it means at least 400 million people to be reskilled and upskilled. Not talking about unemployed people only, people who are in jobs, but reskilling and upskilling, right? 400 million. That's a large number. It also imagines that we would create around 8 million jobs year on year. Now again, that's a very large number, and again, very relevant for this conversation. But if we look at ITIs today, I'm just taking a step back from Viksit Bharat. The current job roles are actually aligned and mapped to NSQF levels, entry levels too, but mostly around the 3 and 4 level, if I'm not mistaken, right? So you may want to check me, but basically around that. The new job roles that have come up with the help of NASSCOM, etc., and the ministry, we also have job roles around level 5, 6, 7 in AI, in precision manufacturing, in telecom, in electronics and IT space as well. But largely it's 3 and 4. Now, if we have to meet that vision of Viksit Bharat, we need to do much more than that. Make in India. We are looking at Make in India. We are looking at manufacturing. And if 25% of our GDP is to come from manufacturing, we also need 100 million jobs to be created there in manufacturing. So I'm just trying to put several of these number targets that we read every day in reports, schemes, programs, and announcements. So these are large targets to meet. What does it mean for our trades at ITS specifically? It means, and we've discussed, I think everybody in their talk has mentioned, we are looking at emerging tech, the frontline technologies. We're looking at AI. We are also looking at automation. We're looking at precision manufacturing. We are looking at green skills. And we're also looking at inclusion, 50% of our population that are women and girls, to bring them mainstream. Now, I don't know the numbers, but there was a Shashi Bala study which I read just before this last week, and it said that around people surveyed, 12% were women. Now, I didn't get the numbers how many girls are enrolled in ITIs, but regardless of the number of girls enrolled, or let's say the study said 5% girls opt for engineering trades. And there is a very interesting, so that you're sitting, which Primus is also a part of, Navya program, where WCD and MSD collectively have come together to skill adolescent girls, out of school adolescent girls, since we were on the topic of inclusion and women. So if we look at lot of these, what does it mean? Where are we going? So let's start, let's say with, we ask for specific numbers. What could be our further vision? One, of course, upgrade the job roles. Second, bring more girls in. Third, look at these advanced trades. Now, what are some of these which have very, and the numbers seem to confound also. So let's look at AI and advanced AI and digital, etc. Around 67 to 70% employers reported that they struggle to fill these vacancies. We talk about a non-availability of jobs, but in AI, advanced AI and the emerging tech, there are such a large number of vacancies which they can't fill. Around 60% of employers generally complain that there are difficult to fill vacancies. So the jobs are there. We need to skill for those, and we need to skill locally as well. So, if we have to do this, then at least 70 million people we need to skill. And I'm not just talking about IT, I'm talking about the entire TVET system in AI, cloud, cybersecurity. We're talking about green skills. Up till 2028, around 8 million jobs have been projected. But if we look at our supply, around 1% of our workforce has only green skill certification. So I think this is a great opportunity. We should start looking at this gap with excitement, because it gives us an area to work towards. So the new ITIs that we're looking at, the curriculum revamping, green skills, I think we need to, for example, whether it's EVs, whether it's all your renewables, and the space is there, the employers are there. The other, of course, is your electronics and smart manufacturing. The PLI scheme requires people in robotics, CNC technicians, right? But currently, what's the supply here? It's around only 5% of our workforce that has been formally been trained across the TVET system for these roles. So when we speak of dual apprenticeships, and maybe we can make a note of it here, we have industry sitting here. This is a time of digital connectivity with cross-border, virtual, apprenticeship, the NAP scheme, everything is there. So can we look at quickly plugging this gap with dual apprenticeships? Again, something to think and plan for the authorities that are planning the 1,000 upgrade over here. The other is in healthcare. Again, that's another area for Viksit Bharat that we need to. Population is aging, not just here in India, but even internationally. We have such a large role to play in international placements as well, especially in places like the GC countries. So again, healthcare workers, only 2% of NSQF certifications for these skills have been given out. So can we actually set very interesting targets for ourselves? For example, at least 1 million over the next 5 years, and also retaining, because we find in healthcare, the workers also, there is attrition, there is migration, there is dropout, everything. They suddenly go invisible. So can we have these, kind of targets which we set for ourselves? And here again, if we look at a country like, am I overshooting my time?
No.
Okay. So like South Korea, 60% of its workforce goes under vocational skilling programs. Of course, it's a smaller country. We are large, disparate. many countries within one country. I mean, I shouldn't say that actually. Many cultures within one country. Various. If we look at our pyramid, bottom of the pyramid is actually, we need to mainstream that particular, that group. So if can we even have a currently only 4 to 5% of our workforce goes through formal vocational education. Can we set ourselves larger targets? I had asked my team, before this, just generally, because they work across various ministries and projects. So I asked them, what do you think should be a good target, for skilling, especially with these 1,000 ITIs coming up and 15,000 ITIs already happening, and industry playing such a, play a role, play a role in this. They said 20 lakhs, to be skilled. And I said, isn't that such a short target to take on oneself? These 1,000 ITIs may be just 1,000 ITIs, but they're part of a larger system. So I think of course, we also need to set our sights higher. We need to plan for curriculum better. We need to look at, all these emerging tech, and we need to actually go and recognize where the jobs are. And that brings me actually to probably one or two last points, sir, in terms of visibility of those who get skilled. So currently, we have a labor employment, employment exchange. But those who undergo this skilling program, and especially through ITIs, what is the visibility for the recruiter system of these? Can we have a national skills grid? Can the SITH portal be, expanded if possible, or some arrangements can be made for visibility of hiring from this ITI pool? And so that's my last point. Thank you.
Thank you, Charuji. One clarification I wanted to just give you is that the scheme that has been talked about by the government is not to set up 1,000 new ITIs. It is upgrading 1,000 selected from among the existing ITIs.
Yes, sorry, I amend my thing. I upgrade, yeah.
Yeah. And just to add, a positive tone to it, and that will be music to your ears, Charuji, is that, in our experience when we did training of these trainers, it's ongoing 3,000 trainers, we were very pleasantly surprised to see from some of the ITIs, the welder batch had out of 25 women trainers. Second thing, L&T is setting up a skill training institute in the constituency of our Honorable President, and that is in the construction trade, and it is going to be dedicated, it will be almost 100% for women who will be skilled in that area. So these are green shoots. Hope it grows further. The next question will be to Divyanshu. He comes from the Ministry of Skill Development. That's where the buck stops sometimes. So how can states and local governments be empowered? How can states and local governments be empowered to support implementation while maintaining the national standards that set up by your ministry?
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, to your question, the current enrollment in female in ITI stands around 14.5%. So it's a little higher than what you said. Then also, sir, to your question regarding empowering the states. So we should understand that empowerment is often less about legal authority and more about mindset. Having said that, we also want to set up, we want to start that future of work starts in the workshop of the ITIs, which I concluded my opening remarks with. So having also said that, we should understand that where the current ITI system lies. So the ITIs are under the administrative control of the state government. So that means that interest of the state governments also defines what is the current status. So I'll support this by giving 3 data facts. So first is regarding assessment which we internally did about the budget allocations provided by the state governments for the operational cost towards these ITIs. So typically this ranges from 30 lakh per ITI to around 3.5 crores per ITI across the state. Now putting this into more emphasis, saying that, and study also suggests that for an ITI to perform on a required level, the average per trainee cost provided to the ITI should be around 1.5 lakh per trainee per year. So we have three figures here: 0.3 lakh to 3.5 crores per ITI allotment by the state governments, and then we have a figure of 1.5 lakh per trainee per year. So we have around 3,000 ITIs in the country, giving an enrollment of approximately 8.5 to 9 lakhs. So that's roughly about 300 ITIs, trainees per ITI. So if we divide it, what the state is doing, what the state budget is providing, so the minimum performance comes around 10,000 per trainee per year. So that is approximately even less than 10% of what is actually estimated to be for delivery at the standard level. Even the best performing state stands at 3.5 crores. So that is also just slightly above 1 lakh mark. So therein, so this operational cost excluded schemes implemented by the state government and scholarships they provided. It includes the salary towards component towards the salary and the electricity bill, water bills, etc. The second data point I would like to put before the audience is that the Directorate General of Training issues grading of the ITIs. So this is a data-driven grading methodology taking into account 8 distinct parameters. So the performance of state governments also in this parameter varies from say 5 to 8.5. So that's out of 10. It's out of 10. So that also shows the wide disparity among the performance of the ITIs across the state. And then third is the implementation of past schemes. So we have seen that number of schemes have been implemented across states to support the upgradation of these ITIs. So we started, it goes back to 2007 where a PPP scheme was announced wherein 1396 ITIs were to be selected and interest-free loan of 2.5 crore was given. And therein we first primarily saw the institute management committee being formed, the role of industry being brought in more vibrantly for the upgradation of these institutes. And then subsequently we had VTIP scheme where it was pressed that center of excellences would be formed in these institutions. And then we had Strive, and from time to time we have also implemented very region specific scheme, like we had schemes for creation of new ITIs in left wing extremism affected districts. So 48 ITIs were to be constructed. We were able to construct 46, and we are presently 20,000 trainees have been enrolled in these ITIs. So looking at the performance of the states also in regard to the various scheme implemented, we see that there's a lot of variation. Some states are able to utilize the funds immediately and then the upgradation happens. So we should also, while we are going forward with this new scheme with a outlay that we have never seen, probably 10 times the previous biggest scheme in the ministry which has seen, and probably it goes to almost 5 times of what expenditure ministry has incurred since its inception in 2016. Then so the question was regarding empowering the states. So states are already empowered. ITIs are under their administrative control. So it depends upon the interest of the state government, that how they prioritize the skill development in their schemes. We have examples of some states which are doing extremely well, and some states which are not hardly able to meet the operational expenditure of the ITIs. Then also, so it can be the autonomy. The states can be empowered by bringing industry partners. So this is what we are proposing in the new ITI upgradation scheme, is that we are saying that there would be 3 pillars for upgradation under the new ITI scheme. Pillar one is the infrastructure, which means that the scheme would provide need-based investment for development of soft and hard infrastructure, and then there are 2 remaining pillars regarding the deregulation and governance. So therein we are putting more trust to the industries, as they are the needer of the skilled manpower, and they should be better able to govern the implementation of such scheme. although we have seen in past through IMCs, but industry comes to us complaining that although the institute management committees were formed, but we were not empowered enough to have a kind of say in the day-to-day governance. That was also the emphasis that the budget announcement explicitly mentioned that 10,000 crore has to come from the industry, so that it formalizes the investment of industry to us. Because in piecemeal investment have been happening. किसी industry ने कुछ equipment दे दिया, so that kind of investment. But to structure the investment and to structure the interest of the ITIs toward upgradation, this scheme has been announced. So, as part of the scheme, just for the understanding of the audience, is that what we are proposing, we like just to digress a little from what was the question. Yep. We are proposing that a special purpose vehicle would be constituted for implementation of the scheme. So there would be an anchor industry partner which we are planning to onboard through expression of interest and request for proposal. And these expression of interest and request for proposals would be floated by the respective state and UT government, and industry in response would be required to prepare a strategic investment plan. So this strategic investment plan would be a kind of vision document towards the upgradation of these ITIs which are proposed to be upgraded in hub and spoke cluster. The state governments are then required to delegate autonomies to these special purpose vehicles. This has a little more legal significance in the terms that earlier we were the IMCs which were proposed were of society structure. So legally they are weaker than a Section 8 company. So we are proposing a shareholder agreement to be signed between the anchor industry partner, the state government and central government, with a shareholding of 51, the majority shareholding of the 51% with the industry partner, although their contribution is ranging somewhere around 17%. So the majority shareholding is to give them operational autonomy also. So this is the broad structure, and they would be required to prepare an annual operational plan based on the strategic investment plan, and then they will implement the scheme. There was also another point to your question, that while we are giving the anchor industry partner, the special purpose vehicle, certain autonomy for the implementation of the scheme, we should also keep in mind that a certain level of skill competence has to be ensured across the country. Like a welder trained in Punjab or a welder trained in Odisha, they should have at least a familiar level of skill competence. For that we are proposing that, for example, in the course of a ITI, a 1-year course consists of 1200 hours, and then in addition we have 240 hours as optional subject and 150 hours as project work or on the job training. So as part of the scheme, we are proposing that why not modularize these 1200 hours into 5 modules of 240 hours. So now we have 5 modules of 240 hours, another module of 240 hours as optional, and then 150 hours as on the job training. So we are, as part of the scheme, we are proposing that the 2 modules of 240 hours, they have to be like a core module. The industry would not be allowed to touch upon this to ensure that there is some minimum level of similarity across the trainings that are happening across the country. But the remaining 3 modules of 240 hours and total 870 hour module can be, we can give the flexibility to industry to change and align it as per their requirements, and they can run these courses in their hub and spoke model. So the empowerment has to happen through the special purpose vehicle, and I would like to conclude by that we cannot build Viksit Bharat by the skills we have, by yesterday's skills. We need to prepare ITIs for as a workforce for talent factories for tomorrow, and collectively we have to come forward, the state government and the industry and the central government, for the implementation of this scheme. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Divyanshu. That was a very eloquent, very articulate rendition of what the government is planning. And I think the way you articulated it, it shows the seriousness of intent of the government. And I'm sure with the cooperation of the private sector, this whole program will be a success. Thanks a lot. Now I will request Dr. Bijay from Scope University to let us know what kind of industry partnerships are essential for curriculum enhancement, hands-on training and placement.
Thank you, Ram. So, ITIs and skill ecosystem needs to forge strong partnership with industry to ensure their curriculum is to be aligned with industry needs, provide hands-on training, and facilitate successful placement for the graduates. So, in terms of curriculum alignment, ITIs and skill ecosystem should partner with sector skill councils and industry associations and industry per se. It is a non-negotiable thing now because without industries, the skilling ecosystem will not work properly because ultimately the end users will be the industry for these skill forces. Second point is to have industry experts in their boards or in their advisory or in their academic council so that the proper inputs can be received from the industry. As Sir said, regarding the 10,000 crore investment from the industries is to be made in the coming scheme. In my view, the center of excellence can be created against that kind of money in the ITIs and skill ecosystem. Work integrated learning programs should be started in the ITIs with the help of industries. Research and innovations are missing at present in ITIs, as far as I know. So it is to be started in these ITIs and skill institutions. Last point in curriculum alignment is to flexibility is to be given for amendment and upgradation of curriculum in ITIs courses as and when required, because without that it will be very difficult, because if you upgrade it in 2 years or 3 years time, it will be very late. So as it is required, we can change, and flexibility can be given to these curriculum. Regarding hands-on training, the industry should provide internship and apprenticeship opportunities to these candidates, because without internship and apprenticeships, the students will not know how industries work. Because in academic institution, we are providing only academics, theory and practical portions, but to know the environment which the industry works, it is required to have internship and apprenticeships. The curriculum should be started on the basis of on-the-job trainings, because without on-the-job trainings, it is also very difficult. Industry-sponsored projects and labs are required in this. Guest lectures and workshops to be conducted by industry officials, industry personnel, so that they know how industry works. Simulation and virtual labs are to be created in the institutions for hands-on training. Regarding placements, these placement drives and recruitment processes should be done by the industries in various clusters, because at present the industries are in clusters, because earlier it was like all the industries are in the same cluster, but at present there are separate clusters for textiles, there are plastic industries clusters and like that. So the placement drives can be done in that area depending upon the clusters. Mentorship programs is important, because if industries gives mentorship to these students, definitely they will get a good students, a good manpower from these institutions. There is one important point right now which is very much in demand, that is global certifications required. As far as higher education is concerned, there are a lot of global certifications are being done by global giants, but in ITIs it is not there. So if the trades which are taught in ITIs, if the global certification process can be initiated, which will help our skill force to go abroad and work in various countries. So global certifications is to be done, and the levels should be defined in India. Trade-wise, ITI graduate database should be made. That Charu also mentioned about that it should be there, because I don't know whether the database of these trained manpower are there or not, because around 15,000 ITIs are there in the country, and around 2.25 lakh students there from the industries. What kind of trained manpower is available, or what is grades calibration is there or not. So I think there is a requirement of having a database which can be provided to these industries, so that the hiring process will be easy, and what kind of training or upskilling is required that also can be done properly. So that is also important. And one foremost thing is alumni network should be made of these students, because in higher education there is a process of having alumni associations, but in ITIs I don't know whether it is there or not, because one more thing is important. One more thing I would like to point out is that ITIs are treated as a low esteemed courses, but if it is elevated, definitely it will help the student as well as the mindset of the student as well as the industries, because if you do ITI, then it is a lower esteemed course, and if you are doing an engineering, polytechnic, or you are studying in a higher education institution, then it is a higher treated course. So it is also important to create that kind of, or to elevate these courses. My suggestion would be in this to elevate this STEAM elevation is that if you can start these courses in engineering colleges or polytechnic colleges or even IITs and NITs, that will help to raise the bar of these candidates. So I think these are some points which if we can implement in our skill ecosystem, it definitely boost our skill ecosystem, and we'll get a good skilled manpower which is required at present. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. Very insightful observations. I just wanted to check with Divyanshu. A few 2-3 years back, when we were actively involved with NSDC, there was a mention about a skill database portal being created, and I remember there was one company called Better Places, which used to have this sort of a database, and there was a thought process to have a like an employment exchange type of database. I don't know what has happened to that, because that will take care of what points have been raised by Vijay and Charu also, that is there a repository where the employer can see where the skilled manpower is available, and where the trainee can know where the employment is available. So this is a thought for you to be maybe a little later.
No, we have a JobX portal on SID portal wherein
but I don't think it's very effective or used.
No, I would say it is effective.
Okay, okay. So there is the answer, Dr. Vijay. Okay, now I come to Satish. Satish comes from Maruti Suzuki, and I just want to mention here that while many organizations would be doing this in terms of having taken the responsibility of running an ITI, I have gone and seen an ITI in Anand in Gujarat, which is managed by Maruti, and I think that is an ITI that is a role model. I think they have already walked the talk. So I would like to compliment the organization, and over to Satish. And the question for you, Satish, is what mechanisms are needed to ensure that upgraded skilling institutes remain responsive to changing industry needs in the long term? What innovations can be introduced to prepare these skilling institutions for the future of work, including AI, green jobs, and Industry 4.0? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ram, and thanks for making the pitch easier for me by referring to the Anand ITI. We do have 22 more like that. But I'll talk about that in a little bit detail. But before I start, since the topic, I'd like to take a step back on the skill topic now. Charu has spoken about the economic, macroeconomic, and societal angle of skill. Dibyanshu gave us a data-driven perspective of what the government is doing, and they're definitely doing a lot more than they used to do before. And then Dr. Singh spoke about the industry academia connect and the need for that. So then I would like to take a step back and talk about what does skill mean in the context of corporates, not just about my organization Maruti Suzuki, but in general. Then I'll come back to what we are doing, and I'll also touch upon the topic that is our core of our discussion, which is the grassroots level skill development partnerships. So basically, for the corporates all over the world, and not so different in India, there are 3 statistics that are important, and I call that 50, 60, 70 rule. So the number one is 50% of today's jobs will be automated. So we like it or not. Okay, 50% of today's jobs will be automated. When a time of powerful technological change comes, nothing can stop it. So it happened when horse carriages gave way to cars, and it will happen when today's technology is also changing. So second is that, but will it create chaos? Will it create, initially yes, but it will actually become better, because 60%, and it's a credible research, 60% of today, the 60% of the jobs that the millennials will do in their career, they have not even started yet. See, who knew 10, 15 years back that there will be a app-driven cab service and thousands of youth will get employment through that. Yeah. So 60% of the future jobs that our children are going to do have not even started yet. And to be ready for that future, the 70, 50, 60, 70, 70% or actually 71% of employees and current employees like all of us here will have to learn one new skill every year just to survive. Yeah. And this is not just for the, we are talking about, yes, focusing on the entry level, grassroots level ITIs, polytechnics, but then it is more so relevant for people like with gray hairs like us. Yeah. So now when it comes to organizations context on how to deal with this topic, then there is, organizations always think in terms of pyramid, right? So I'll also talk in that context. So there is the bottom of the pyramid, which is where we spoke about the ITIs, polytechnics, the basic technical vocational education. Then there is the middle of the pyramid where the more or less skilled and business workforce is there, and then the top of the pyramid. So I'll start with the bottom of the pyramid first, because that's the core of our discussion. Yeah. Otherwise, Ram will say you are hijacking the topic.
No.
So sorry, on a lighter note.
No problem.
So basically, at Maruti Suzuki, we have also realized that to meet the growing demand of workforce at manufacturing organization like us, and as I told you, today we manufacturing 2 million cars or 20 lakh cars in a year, and our target is by 2030-31 to take it to 4 million, which means whatever we did in last 42 years, we have to do it in the next 5 years. And that calls for massive expansion in production, and that calls for, even though we automate the new factories, but it can't be run only with robots, right? Human beings are needed. And that's why we are also tying up with lot of ITIs, and we have an approach to that. I mean, when I say lot, it's really not lot in the context of a government where they are upgrading 1,000 in a year. So today we have a tie-up with 50 plus. Out of this 22, we have already installed, we have already adopted, and then out of 7 of them, we have actually installed advanced labs, which one of them Ram was talking about in Anand. And then we have more 5 or 7 plans to add this financial year. So it will become almost 50% of them. And the only key that we looked at is we should be able to have management control of the ITI on a day-to-day basis. Otherwise, all the investment that happens that has a chance of rotting. Yeah. So one of course then the topic of curriculum comes in. And while we feel that the curriculum is not updated, and as the Bensu said, it's more to do with, again, the state governments who are handling the topic. Some are thinking already ahead of the curve, some are still lagging behind. So we found that it's not very easy to change the curriculum. Yeah, because they have their own compulsion. But we said we will add on top. We'll add layers on top. And that's what we have done by adding layers on top to those ITIs and installing upgraded machines with air, VR gears, and something which we call as dojos. We are a Japanese company. Dojo means a replication of a actual workplace in a short place. But we are now making them virtual dojos also. So with a VR gear, they can actually, earlier they were seeing through a small miniature example of how a car is painted. Now they can wear a VR gear and actually feel it doing actually in an actual live workplace. So that's the change that is happening through deploying technology in these places. We also have, beyond this, we also have a massive network of service centers, like car service centers. So the technicians of that, we also have tied up with 31 ITIs, where the people who service your car when it goes to the service center are actually trained by us. And for all these, both these two, the added layer of the curriculum that we have added, how do we train? I mean, we can't just leave it to the teachers in the ITIs because they are not exposed to this topic. So we are actually using our retired employees to train the trainers, and then and that model is really working fine. Actually, it becomes a win-win for everyone. Yeah. And in fact, one example I'd like to add in here and not far away from where we are sitting in Manesar, we have a polytechnic, government polytechnic, where actually we are running a diploma course on tool and die technology. And there also, inside the same college, they are given a space, we are running it on our own. And then the students are available for the industry, not just for Maruti Suzuki. Yeah. Now, this is about the bottom of the pyramid. Now, the middle of the pyramid, where the skill is also equally important. How am I doing on time?
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes more. But thank you. So there, actually, the skill agenda has to be driven by the employees themselves, because they are engineers, they are MBAs. So there, what we are trying to do is we are doing something called a TIH, which is called Talent Intelligence Hub. So basically, every job that we have, earlier we were thinking of training people. Now we are thinking of roles. And every role has to be, there has to be skill mapping to the role. So role to skill mapping, once it happens, and we are taking the help, we are planning to take the help of AI in doing it, because I may think of 3-4 skills that comes to my mind, but then AI will give me a library of thousands of skills which are relevant for my job in future. And then once those skills are mapped, again there is a AI driven skill mapping that happens for the employee. And if it says that for the 6 skills that I should have to run my job, I am good at 2 and bad at 3 and mediocre at 1, it will actually, the AI again will do research and dive into our learning experience platform of the organization and tell me hence which are the programs, which are the certifications, you spoke about the global certifications, Dr. Singh, are needed for me to be ahead of the time in terms of skill, and it will also follow up with me and my manager so that I am continuing to do it. So that's how we are trying to use AI to drive skill agenda for the middle of the pyramid. The top of the pyramid, primarily they have to do 2 things in terms of skill in the new age. One is they have to do data driven decision making and business model related decisions, which business should be invested in and which let's say segment of the educational sector we should have tie up in. So there also they should use AI more and more often. So in a way we are using AI industry 4.0 in multiple layers of the pyramid and trying to do our bit which will help us and help the society and the nation as well. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Satish. That was a very, very excellent rendition of what Maruti has been doing and your thought process with respect to not only the lower strata or the bottom of the pyramid of the workforce, but of the higher level, because it's a continuum that is required to make India a developed country. Now we come to last but not the least, Hemant Balla from Google. Hemant, as you all are aware, Google is all over the place. I mean, in our lives, your organization is playing such a big role. In a lighter vein, the other day I went to my general practitioner, the doctor, because I was having some fever. And when I sat next to him, there was a poster he had put, "Please don't come here after consulting Dr. Google." So that's in the lighter vein. So thank you for coming. The question to you is, how can the physical-digital divide be bridged? While physical infrastructure, labs, classroom, etc. are being modernized, how can technology amplify the efforts and democratize the access to quality skilling content? Over to you, Eamon.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me properly? By the way, Dr. Google is getting great. Did you read about the news where with our AI models, with about 95% accuracy, there's a model which can look at your retina and diagnose heart disease, right? And then, of course, like you can just add a radiology report and it kind of like throws out the interpretation with a very high level of accuracy. So yeah, the doctor's assistant Google, maybe we can name it that, is getting great.
Good.
Yeah. So thanks for the opportunity. It's great to be here. And today what I'm sharing not just comes from my experience at Google leading the go-to-market for Workspace, Chrome and Gemini, but also from my time when I was a teacher. So as a 20-year-old, I started teaching in a Delhi government school. Right? So my experience kind of, my thought kind of comes from both of these sides of actually having taught in a classroom All those kids are in college, by the way, some even in ITIs, and also from Google. So the first question is, what kind of really causes the divide, right? Let's look at that. Typically, in my experience, I feel like whenever the answer to the question, how do we leverage an asset or an intervention is missing, the divide comes to it, right? And let me kind of give you an example of that. Typically, in all of the interventions that we see around us, the what is very clear. Let me take an example from the government interventions. You all would have heard about ICT labs, smart classes, smart labs. The what is very clear. We want to establish a physical space which has 10 plus 1 devices, or we want to establish a place which has a smart TV, or all of this connectivity and everything, right? So the what is very clear. What's missing a lot of times is the how and the why. Now, at times, the justification for that missing how is that education is a state subject matter. So we want to give flexibility to the states to kind of design the how. What that also means is you're leaving every what to interpretation of every single stakeholder that's there in the system, right? Plus, you don't account for the fact that most of the bureaucrats who are leading your projects are going to be moving from one project to the other in a few years, right? The process is designed that way for their learning. So the what is very clear, but the how and the why are missing. What that leads to is that typically our interventions are built on just the visible aspect. Oh, see, we're investing this much money, and this goes for both government and non-government, like whether it's non-profit, whether it's tech companies. Oh, look, we're setting something up that is visible to people. We've set up a lab with these systems, right? We've set up a TV, everybody can see it. But the hidden elements around how something is being used doesn't really get tracked effectively. And that is where the divide really comes in. What happens is if you go and talk to teachers in schools or even professors in colleges, they'll say that yes, we've got something, but most of our learning is happening still in a traditional classroom where technology is not being leveraged. So if we put in the thought of that at every single stage, whether it's school, whether it's ITIs, like any kind of higher ed segment, that really helps in kind of addressing the problem. One way of doing this is to understand, again, it's to go back to the very basics, right? If we think of what, how, and why, you've got to start with the why. Why are we thinking of a particular intervention? If the intervention is being put into place to develop some skills, to get to some outcomes, you have to really critically assess whether all those skills, whether all those final outcomes are going to be met with the pieces of technology that we want to integrate. For example, everybody wants children to learn AI. Just you buying GPUs is not going to help, right? You've got to understand how you're going to be using those GPUs. Whether the people who are actually going to be controlling the devices, the GPUs, any kind of tech that goes into a particular physical space, are the people who are going to use it actually trained to use it, right? On a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, how do you really track outcomes of the learners who are there in that setting? That part again becomes very, very important. And then it essentially ties into one more element of, along with the what, why, and how, you've got to see the usability and visibility of what is happening. And that is what builds that cycle of continuous learning. You put an intervention in place after evaluating the why. You have a very clear breakdown of the how. And then on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, like essentially periodically, what you're doing is tracking whether you are aligned with your what and your why. I mean, so the how is what you'll then critically evaluate. And that is what is going to give you a very clear answer to the question, do I need to repeat this intervention or do I need to change it? If I need to change it, to what degree is the change required? I'll give you a very, very nice example from a recent CBSE circular. It's on the CBSE's website. Do go ahead and read that. For the past few years, it's essentially like a circular on digital intervention, and what they do is like every year or 2 years, the secretary kind of like signs the document and sees whether there's some revision that is required. You look at the circulars from the past few years, and what you will see is they've just spoken about devices. okay, this is the kind of device that needs to go, this is the operating system, this is the RAM, all of these things need to go. What's changed this year is that they've very specifically called out the fact that the operating system must not be end of life or nearing end of life. The operating system must have security updates from the operating system provider. There need to be inbuilt virus protection, malware protection, ransomware protection. There has to be thought around the manageability of the device. Now, let's really think about why an organization like CBSE would say that to schools. This has to apply to every single K-12 school that's there in the country that's following that. The reason is, when CBSE kind of takes inputs from the schools, what they've realized is the place is set up, but it's not being used, right? When they ask the schools why something is not being used, the answer is that, right? One, sometimes they don't know how to use it. Other times there is something that, okay, the OS just expired and we don't have the money to put into the operating system. So you really have to critically evaluate every single piece of technology that you're putting in, right? Why are you doing that? How are you doing it? What is going to be your way of testing it and making it usable on a daily basis? And I feel like if these elements are really thought about, you have a very strong tech intervention that is going to get you to see success in every setting, whether it's K-12, whether it's higher ed. So that kind of broadly is what my experience has been. But I'd love to maybe just hear thoughts from my fellow panelists.
Thank you, Hemant, for not only sticking to the time allotted, but bringing a very relevant aspect of not using technology for technology's sake, but rather look at the why and how and ensure that it's not only used well, there are also tangible outcomes and it's a sustainable intervention. So thank you very much. We are actually close to the closing time, but if Rajesh permits me, we can have a couple of questions from the audience. We would like to limit it to 3 in the view of the time constraint. When you ask the question, you can also tell us which panel member you would like to respond.
Mr. Moderator, sir, can you just elaborate in just 2-3 minutes your ITI models? How many you are assisting?
No, we don't have any ITI. We don't run any ITI.
Your own training centers.
No, our training centers are very different. We have about 8 construction skill training institutes across the country that caters largely to the construction trade. The reason being that the ITI curriculum does not have many of the construction trades in them. So these 8 centers that we run it free of cost. It's residential, and we train youth who are 8th pass, 10th pass, etc. Currently, we are training about 16,000 people in a year.
Thank you. Sir, apart from traditional courses like electrical, mechanical, civil, electronics in ITIs, can the concept of SHE can also be introduced in the ITIs, safety, health and environment? But that is a very important aspect. Maybe Devanshu can...
we are already proposing it as part of since the scheme that we are going to introduce, it's aided by World Bank and ADB. So they also have a specific requirement of this aspect of including safety and assessment in the course curriculum. Although we have some existing prescriptions as part of the current syllabus also, but in the revised syllabus that we are going to introduce, we are also proposing a separate sections regarding the safety and environment and other aspects.
And that brings me like the electronic waste, the waste management should also be included in that, maybe.
Noted.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next question.
Yeah. Firstly, thank you so much for such an excellent organization by FICCI every year. I would like to bring to our notice, I understand I'm comparing this session with all the sharks sitting over there and all of us as the pool, which is available for the sharks to use for either upskilling or empowering our youth. We are all available here. The gap is definitely there where I keep hearing Vedanta, Madhu ma'am, you spoke so well, and all the elite.
Is it a question or you're giving a suggestion?
Yes, it is both actually. I do have
please,
a question.
Because of time, if
yes,
you can
I'll try to make it as brief as possible. What I'm trying to say here is all the big companies out there are requiring us to upskill. We are all available as resources to help upskill. However, there's something missing where either we do not have a database where we can have all these sharks and the pools that can match with each other. This is the need. Like Hemant sir said, what is there, but how and why is missing. If we can come up with a database where all of us can share what we are able to support, I think that will be really helpful. If any ways we can do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that offer. We can take only one more.
I have a
because
question.
time's up करके लाल board आ गया.
Just one question. So my name is Bilal Hassan and I represent Eurasia Staffing Solution, which is an international recruitment company. My quick question, because mostly these international mobility is dependent on the agent network. But I don't know, because the kind of ITI and the skilling centers would have loads of skills available. But we don't have a data that, okay, how many candidates are actually have the passports and all. So what she mentioned about that, we don't have a data readily available. And that's the reason that mostly these international agencies are dependent on the agent network. So if we can work on certain things, and I guess there's loads of people who are unemployed and these can be employable.
Sir, I have a question, please.
Ramakrishna, just one suggestion through you.
Please, can you excuse us because we are running short of time. Already she is given extra time. वो भी अभी चला गया. So what we can do is we will meet informally over lunch. You can talk to
sir,
one
I
of us.
have a small question, sir. I have a small question. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare.
Okay, sorry.
I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, general question, in the context of ongoing artificial intelligence revolution, how is the Indian skill different than global skill in terms of upskilling, cross-skilling and reskilling?
Okay, whom are you directing the question to?
Sir, the general question.
No, general question, specific answer should come, no? Okay, I'll take it. So I think your question is a 30,000 feet question. I think we have to be very clear that we are talking about creating a workforce that's going to create a developed nation. We also have to look at what is required by global standards. So the ecosystem is well equipped today. And in fact, if you are aware that there are these global skills competitions going on, and many ITI students take part, and they have won recognition, and some of them have been employed. Again, I know Maruti having employed one such person who has become a trainer today. So there is already a good, benchmarking happening. Okay. Last question.
I'll go ahead. Actually, there is a global certification available with all the giants like AI and other courses also. There are set standards of global certification. So it is equivalent to everyone. It is from India or any other country. It will be same for everyone.
In short, हम किसी से कम नहीं.
Sir,
okay, sir.
I'm sure not a question, but just.
No, it's only for a question now.
Suggest, sir.
Can you, if it's not a question, I'll go to somebody who has a question.
No, just I want to submit one thing. Basically, my submission is to focus on the cluster-centric education, either in IIT or in the school education.
Okay.
So whatever the cluster it is there, suppose in Moradabad there is a brass cluster, there should be a specific curriculum in the curriculum for the brass making. Similarly, Agra is a leather cluster, then the footwear should be the part of that. So this is my submission, and through you, since you are Ram and Krishna both, so through the Vyansuji. So if it can be incorporated, nothing like that.
Thank you for that. Sir, last question.
My question is to Mr. Divanshu. I'm Srikant from Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge, task. Now, if you look at the ITIs, 90% of the students from ITIs move into engineering and other further education. So how do you ensure that the industry who is putting in the money actually benefit from it at that time? Because ITIs are the people, polytechnics are the people who are hired by the manufacturing industry. We are losing out on them to start with. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the question. So we are not only proposing that the investment that we are going to make through the scheme is only aligned to a NSQF 3 or 4 or 5. We are also proposing to introduce higher NSQF level courses. We are also proposing that there should be a graduate level program for for equivalent to skills also. And also, we cannot expect that a 16 and 17-year pass outs from the ITIs cannot have a future aspirations for academic mobilization also. So that is also unfair for us to even think that if we are putting, so that comes where the social responsibilities of the industry we talk about. The CSR is there, and industry also has a broader responsibility for the overall development. So that is
sure. So can't we create a TVET kind of a model? Like in Telangana, we are doing one program with Alpla, which is the packaging industry, where polytechnic students actually do their degree course over there itself. So last 2 years they do it over there. So that kind of model will be really benefiting the entire industry as well as our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Srikant. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we will now finally conclude. Thank you for being such patient listeners and enlightened audience. I would also like to thank all the fellow panelists for adding their rich thoughts. I think it has been a very invigorating and thoughtful session, and I also really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot. Thanks to FICCI for giving us this platform. Wish you all a great day, and let's all be prepared to ensure that our country doesn't become developed by 2047, but maybe by 2037. Thank you. Great.
We'll have a group picture, sir. And thank you, esteemed panelists. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Dr. Bijay Singh, the Vice Chancellor for Scope Global Skills University, Mr. Satish Mahapatra, the Executive Vice President HR for Maruti Suzuki, Mr. Hemant Bhalla, the Regional Manager India for Google for Education, Ms. Charu Malhotra, Co-Founder and Managing Director, Primus Partners, Mr. Divyanshu from Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Mr. Ramakrishnan, K. Ramakrishnan from L&T. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
I have two major announcements to make. The first is that the Honorable Minister, Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji, is going to be with us tomorrow at 10:30. So I would request everybody to please be here on time because of the security protocols as well. The second is the lunch is served outside, and we shall start our next session at 2 p.m. Thank you. Please do visit our exhibition stalls, both Virasat and tech stalls, please.
Hello. नहीं तो ये 12 कौन से आया सवाल है ना यहाँ
Good afternoon, everyone. We hope you had a great lunch. We are now going to begin with our second half of the session. Just reiterating that the Honorable Minister for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is going to be with us tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please be here on time, before time, so that the security protocols are met and you don't have any issues while accessing the building. Ms. Sonia Pant is already here. She'll be joining us another 2-3 minutes. She is the Program Director for Education, Services, Skill Development, Labor and Employment at Niti Aayog. Her reflections are going to be around the great work that Niti Aayog is doing under the umbrella of international partnerships and global mobility. We will have a dedicated panel discussion on this theme on global mobility pathways, the new world of work. The panelists for that session are already here too. But between Ms. Sonia Pant's speech and the panel discussion, we will also have Dr. Sunil Lutra, who's the director at AICTE. You might like to look up for the AICTE's recent scheme called the Industry Fellowship Program, which encourages industry to partner with academia for a 1-year program on being fellows, the assistant professors and professors of university, on being fellows in the industry. So as you would see that the entire theme of the 16 Global Skills Summit is around empowering youth and energizing economy. And we see that the Industry Academia Connect is the strongest link or the strongest gap that exists today. So to address that, we will have Ms. Sonia Pant and also Dr. Lutra deliver their address. They'll be here shortly and we'll begin in another minute or so. We have with us Ms. Sonia Pant, Program Director, Education Services, Skill Development, Labor and Employment, Niti Aayog with us. May we please welcome her with a warm round of applause. Ma'am, we would request you to please be on the dais. As a token of appreciation, we would like to share a green certificate. It is FICCI's initiative to plant 10 trees in the name of Ms. Sonia Pant. May I request Mr. Bijay Sahu, the chair for FICCI Skills Committee and the Group President Strategic HR for Reliance Industries, to please welcome Ms. Sonia Pant. Thank you, Bijay sir. I now request Sonia ma'am to please deliver her address.
At the outset, I'd like to thank FICCI and all the honorable members present here and all the distinguished speakers that are going to speak in the panel discussion after this address, and all the participants in this workshop. I'm indeed, it's a great honor for me and a great privilege to be amongst you and share my thoughts on this topic of the future of world of work. In Niti Aayog also, in our division of skills and labor and employment, we are looking at this issue very closely, and we have a number of ongoing projects where we are talking about these issues and trying to understand from the stakeholders, which includes the industry, also the people who are actually migrating or going abroad for work, as well as the state governments, various agents and the recruiters who help them move abroad, and all other stakeholders. So recently we had a good roundtable discussion on international mobility in Niti Aayog on, I think it was in June, beginning of June, we had a meeting, and we had a very good participation in that conference, and we got to hear a lot of views, which has kind of helped us understand the ecosystem. And then at the moment, we are in the process of preparing a template. We are trying to prepare a framework under which our state governments can start working with a more active focus on trying to see how they can embed global mobility and international mobility into their ecosystems. So with these words, I think I'd like to say that migration is happening from millennia, and probably it is the most profound and the oldest and defining human emotion and experience. But what we are seeing today is that this entire system or this entire phenomenon is facing a lot of changes and a lot of upheavals, and probably the traditional theories, which the pull and push theory which explain migration, probably are not applicable in the context of today. So in economics, and if you look at the traditional theories, we see that, you know, once your per capita income reaches $7,000 to $8,000, probably then outward migration peaks, and then, you know, and that is how the existing or the extant developed countries saw migration unfold in their economies. But today, I think things are different, and it is much more layered and and there are several non-linearities in the contemporary world, and I think those need to be considered when we look at outbound movement of labor, mobility, and migration. And so this is not to say that structural factors don't play a role in migration. I think those are very important. But in addition to the structural inequalities and other structural factors, you have this geopolitical churn of events that is happening today in today's world, and we all are witnessing what is changing in the geopolitics of the world today. Then there are several other new factors that are coming up. We saw a global pandemic, which, you know, none of us in living history had experienced. Then there is this entire, this digital transformation, AI, and all of that change is happening. Then you have another big disruption that is facing us, which is climate change. And climate change will also change the world of work in future. And then you have other factors like, the agency or the drive or the expertise of the migrants. So all these factors together are changing the way we look at migration. And also probably in today's world, circular skill based migration probably, or circular mobility, is becoming also an important factor, and government is probably also considering circular mobility, because what the government is also doing on a large scale, whether it is the MEA or it is the Ministry of Skill Development, there is a lot of G2G partnership, migration mobility related partnership that the government is doing. There is a large scale skilling program investment that the government is doing. So what is probably the idea is that we are looking at India as becoming a global workplace. If India has to become a global workplace, then we need to make sure that our people go out, they kind of work there, then they come back, we upskill, we reskill them, they stay in the country for some time, and then probably they go back again. So this is like a circular repetitive process. So this would be circular mobility, and this is a changing dynamic of migration today. And the other thing which I feel is changing, and I was discussing this when we were coming to FICCI, was related to remote work. People who are working from India remotely, which is facilitated by technology, which is facilitated by the changing landscape of artificial intelligence and automation, etc. People who work remotely, these are highly skilled people. They are also migrants of some kind. And we have countries, we keep hearing of the white lotus effect, which is, there are countries like, Barbados and many Southeast Asian countries which are offering visa-free stay for people who are these highly skilled people. They can come and they can stay in their economy, experience the tourism economy, and then work remotely from these countries. So these are this privileged cohort of people who can live and work anywhere. So there are many new dimensions that are shaping the world of work, and we need to, I think, take into account all of this when we look at a future policy in terms of how it will unfold in the future. So while we were waiting for this session, we were having a very good discussion in the boardroom, and I was and we were discussing the impact of AI, and I think that is probably the most important factor which we have to consider. The first disruption. So I'll break my lecture into probably 2-3 disruptions. The first disruption, I think, which we all should consider in terms of future of world of work, would be the impact of AI, technology, digital transformation, automation, etc. And we all would agree that we are today living in the fourth industrial revolution. So this is gradually unfolding. I used to say that we are at the cusp of fourth industrial revolution till a few years ago, but probably now I cannot say that. I think we are in it already. So that is one important thing. And what has happened is AI, when we used to think of AI, we used to think of automation. But now we are experiencing Gen AI. So Gen AI is not just automation, we all know. It is something which is designing content, which is creating content, and which is also capable of taking decisions. So that is the transformative effect that is happening today. And there are several reports, and I like to quote from some of them, which speak of job creation and job losses that will happen because of this Gen AI phenomenon. And it is the Future of Jobs Report 2025 by World Economic Forum, which says that AI will impact 60% of jobs in advanced countries, 40% in emerging economies, and 25 to 30% even in low middle income countries. So the impact of AI will be transformative, and probably in India it will be more complicated. Why will it be more complicated in case of India? Because of the structure in which we are. In case of India, we have a huge amount of young people who are about to enter the workforce, and these people are probably not formally certified or formally skilled. Then these people who are entering the workforce will probably be engaged in repetitive tasks which would be subject to automation in the future. How are you going to address the problems that will come for these people in terms of AI and automation? Secondly, if you were to look at India's labor landscape as such, you will see that 80% of our workers are in the informal or in the unorganized sector. which means that suppose if you were to deliver an upskill this 80% of your workforce who are in the informal or the unorganized sector, how are you going to provide upskilling or reskilling programs at scale? Because these are in the unorganized or informal sector. So this is a unique situation for India, and we need to plan and think of that. The other, I think, big challenge which is coming up with AI is the skill revolution that we will have to get into, because you will have to bridge the gap between what skills people have today and what they need to have in times to come. So which will involve upskilling, reskilling, right skilling, so on and so forth. So there is a huge divide in India. You also have the digital elite who get billions and millions of dollars in their salary because we have the sharpest engineering brains in the country who are fast at all sorts of new age AI. At the same time, we have people at the complete opposite end of the spectrum also. So the digital divide in terms of the skilling ecosystem is very deep in India. So how are we going to address this skilling challenge? That's the second question. Then we come to the second big transformation or the second big disruption that is going to impact the future and the world of work, which is your demographic transition. India is experiencing a youth bulge. And what does that mean? It means that the median age of India is around what? 29, 28 years, which means our population is very young. So, and then we speak of demographic dividend. Everybody speaks of demographic dividend. What is demographic dividend? It is nothing but a, if you were to put a formula to it, then it would be if the number of working people are more than the number of dependent people. So number of people in the working age, when they exceed your number of people, which is, children less than 15, over 60, if that section is much more than your dependent people, then you are experiencing a demographic dividend. It's only a statistical term. How will that generate growth? How will it lead to Viksit Bharat? How will it lead to progress? Demographic dividend itself is not enough. I think that's the point which I'm trying to make. It's only a statistical term which we all keep repeating again and again. However, the other point that we need to remember is that this demographic dividend will also peak. It's going to peak in less than 2 decades, which means if the window of this opportunity is very short, so whatever we have to do is the next 20 years, 20 to 25 years. If we miss this window, then it is closed for us. And I don't know what this demographic dividend probably will become a curse. So I don't know. So we cannot miss this window. So so skilling and right education skilling interface, all of this I think remains very important and at all levels. And FICCI especially being a premier industry body, I think they already have a very defined and a very detailed skill vertical, and they look at this entire problem in a very in-depth manner. But I think we need to have a focused attention on this problem. The third important disruption that we are facing is climate change. So India, we all know, is increasing investments in solar, in renewable, in wind, in green hydrogen to meet our 2070 pledge of net zero, which means that there will be millions and millions of jobs that are going to be created in this new renewable sector. How are we preparing our population for green skilling? What is the initiative that is happening in green skilling? I think that is something which needs to be taken into account, and we all need to take that perspective when we design our skill courses, when we see how are we going to look at skilling in future. The other important factor about climate change is, I think, it'll be the climate risk, because you have a number of, the heat index is rising. Farmers are going to face a problem. There are so many weather related disruptions, and all these people are working in the informal sector. How are you going to upskill and reskill and change them? So that is another problem, I think that we'll have to address. And I have read a number of reports, and I'm going to quote from that report, which says that nearly 25% of the new entrants into the global workforce till 2020-2023 are going to come from India, which means 1/4 of the global workforce is coming from India. So that means this particular problem has to be a major determinant, a major pillar in our growth strategy in the way we look at it in the next 20 years. So this will represent a significant economic opportunity for us. And even today, I think what we earn in the form of remittances from our 35 million diaspora that lives abroad is a significant amount. So as per RBI's latest remittance survey, what we find is that about $130 billion is coming from our population who's staying abroad, which is close to 3% of our GDP. And so today also it's a huge contribution, and tomorrow, in the world of tomorrow, it becomes even more important because 25% of the people are going to come from India. So that is that is how important this will become. And while we were going through the RBI's remittance survey for a report that we are doing at Niti Aayog, we found that that the structure of migration, the structure of migration is changing, because if you look at which states are becoming important in terms of labor migration, as well as in terms of and which countries are becoming important in terms of the destination countries. So when we used to look at the remittance survey earlier, we used to see that states like Kerala, Karnataka, etc. are very important. But what we see today is that there are other states such as UP, Rajasthan, northeastern India is gradually becoming a very important source of migrant workforce that is going from India. As far as destination countries are concerned, GCC, Gulf continues to be very important. But we are seeing a substantial rise that is happening in terms of people migrating to US, UK, Canada, Australia. So this is the highly skilled migration that is happening. So the entire structure is changing. And as I mentioned in the beginning itself, what is the government doing? Government is like the MEA is getting into migration mobility partnership, which is looking at both circular mobility and migration, as the name itself suggests. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is also entering, as I understand, into several, you will hear from people in MSD, and they are entering into several G2G kind of agreements, which is helping in skills, in alignment of skill standard, curriculum development, etc. At the state level also, in our workshop, we found that several states have taken tremendous efforts, and there are several best practices which all of us can look at and other states can learn from. This includes Karnataka and Germany. I think GIZ Germany, they have kind of got together for a dual training model. Odisha's World Skill Center and Singapore Finishing School, they have a collaboration. Then Kerala's Norca Routes Pipeline, I think, is something which is not only offering language training, it is also offering verified overseas placements. Similarly, you have the Global Skills Park in Madhya Pradesh, and several other such initiatives are there in the states. And I think FICCI should also study state level initiatives, because there are deep learnings that can come from state level initiatives. So what's the way forward? I think I've already gone through the entire panorama from my side. So one is strengthen the partnerships, international mobility partnerships, because you want ethical, socially responsive migration, which is also looking at reintegration of people when they come back into your ecosystem. So then we also, the second thing I think which is important, second way forward would be to look at states as global mobility hub. So kind of taking this problem at the state level, because the actual movement is happening from the state level. The third important thing I think we all of us know is the strengthening of the pre-migration training and pre-departure training type of ecosystem. Then is leveraging technology, because technology is something which can help us skilling at scale, and it can also help us in end-to-end recruitment, verification, as well as seeing how a person moved from one country to the other, what are the changes required in terms of safe transport, accommodation, etc. So using technology not only for skilling, but also for this end-to-end kind of a framework. And global skill alignment, enhancing worker protection and welfare, boosting this kind of employer, industry, and state level diaspora linkages. So I like to conclude by saying that we need to work on both demand and supply side factors. And hopefully we will be learning from this session, and we would be taking this back into our work at Niti Aayog in terms of the work that we are doing on international mobility. And thank you so much. I think I went on for quite a long time. Probably 10 minutes was allotted to me, and I see the time now. So I've gone, I think, 10 minutes extended. So I've taken double the time. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable thoughts and inputs on and setting the context for the important session that we are now going to start. Dr. Lutra is running a bit late, so we will have his address after the panel discussion. So huge round of applause, please, for Ms. Sonia Pant. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. We'll now set the table for the next panel discussion. We will have on the theme International Partnerships and Global Mobility Pathways, the New World of Work. May I now request Ms. Madhu Srivastava, the co-chair for FICCI HR and Skills Committee, Mr. Neeraj Sahai, Director Global Skills Park, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Debabrata Ghosh, the partner at KPMG, Mr. Arunachalam TK, the Regional Director for English, South Asia, Cambridge University Press and Assessments, Mr. Ashish Labru, Business Head in India at Border Plus. A huge round of applause. Please welcome all our eminent speakers on the panel. The moderator of the session is Mr. Ashish from Border Plus. May I now request you to please begin the proceedings.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank Sonia ma'am for the broad brief that she has given to all of us on international migration, upskilling, and what are the different things which need to be done in order to ensure. And one of the statements that she also made, and that's something that all of us will also speak about, is while we have something that we call demographic dividend, and this is something which I also wanted to discuss, how we upskill these people with the right kind of skill sets, and also the kind of partnerships that we develop will also define whether this demographic dividend remains a dividend or becomes a burden. The topic of today's discussion that we are going to discuss will be on international migration and skilling, and what are the new ways of working that will happen, right? So India currently is at the cusp of what we can call another revolution, like ma'am also mentioned. We see that the median age of India today is 28, and we have a huge demographic dividend, and the number of people who are in the age group which is employable is extremely high. And this also gives enough power and enough fuel to India to basically not just ensure that our people service various migrations internally, but also externally our people can go and work and provide workforce to the world. However, if this is something which is understood, what is stopping our people from going abroad, right? Because people have aspirations, people are going for different kind of skill upgrades. Why is it that still a lot of people have not been able to move, and where is it stuck, right? So when we discuss this topic, we'll discuss it on 2-3 different metrics. One is what is the current state of what is happening, and I would like to get views from all of you on this. So if we look at India's context today, sirs and ma'ams, whatever is happening in India's context in terms of whatever is happening globally in terms of employability opportunities, how do you think that India is currently placed in terms of, if we look at status quo, how is India placed? How do you see what is happening, which is working, which is not? And then maybe we'll pick it up from there and see what all can be done, more or less. So I'll start with, how do you think India is placed today in terms of what is happening in the global workspace? And are we ready to basically go there or not? Yeah, and we can start with you, sir.
Okay. So I think, thank you, FICCI and organizers for bringing us here together. I think Sonia ma'am's speech covered many of the aspects, very interesting aspects, but I'd just like to put in some data points in terms of how things are looking. So if you look at the global workforce demand, so the 2025 World Economic Forum report suggests that there is a 85 million shortage as of now that's prevailed. On the contrary, if we look at what is the changes that is happening in terms of geopolitical situation, India's position as a supplier of labor and other things, so there are multiple aspects that is coming into the picture. Now, First is AI and automation part of it. There is a big shift happening for because of the technology transformation, digital transformation, and other things. And I think globally, not only just India, countries like US, UK, Australia, Turkey, European Union, everyone is facing skill shortage part of it. So there is a big opportunity in terms of sending people there. So that is one part of it. Second is the focus on the green economy and sustainability part of it. So that is rising demand in terms of people who are aware about the ESG compliance, people who are environmental economists, people who can focus on the environmental aspects part of it. Third part is the growth of GCC, Global Capability Hub. Third largest host of the GCC is part of it. And the fourth part is global mobility. So we sometimes back we did a report with FICCI and we tried to understand how the global mobility is happening currently. So if you look at GCCs continues to be the largest part where primarily blue collar focus jobs are happening, but the focus areas are healthcare, engineering part of it. But apart from that, we are seeing a steady migration of skilled workforce in other countries also. For example, entire European Union and UK, although the numbers are small, but we are seeing a rise in the areas like IT, healthcare, renewable energy, construction, oil and gas. Similarly, in Australia also there is a big demand for renewable energy and healthcare part of it. Now, what has Government of India done so far? There are three major steps that has been taken. Some of has already been highlighted by ma'am. First is the bilateral trade. Today, we have 18 FTAs with 18 different countries, including European Union, GCCs and other parts, which covers the labor mobility part of it. The second part of it is that many of you know there was a NSDC International that was created. And before that, there is a India International Skill Center concept was started. So the entire idea was that how can you create or train people who will meet the requirement of international job providers. And the third part is the e-migration platform that is MEA has launched for a systematic migration of the people. Now, few other interesting facts that as ma'am has also pointed out, I think 18% of our remittances is currently coming from UAE, the highest one after US. And there are coming from UK, Australia, Germany also. And from a shift, if we look at from India's perspective, not only Kerala is well known for the Gulf part of it, but beyond that we are seeing the eastern parts of the country, particularly Bihar and UP part of it. One more interesting thing, some of the state governments, particularly at least I am aware of, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, they have dedicated government-run overseas placement center, which kind of act as a filter between the people from those states who want to go into those territories. They offer them pre-departure training and other things. But another interesting fact that many studies suggest that 1% increase in migration in the long run will increase 2% GDP from our perspective. So that's where we stand. Of course, there are challenges like regulatory barriers, acceptance of our own skill sets and program as per their country standards, and there are other things. But I think we are slowly moving into that direction, but there are still some steps to be taken.
Thank you. Thank you for the inputs on this. So while whatever you said, from government perspective, I could understand that there's a lot which is happening, be it on governments doing partnerships which are happening internationally, making skill-based platforms. However, I believe that in this entire sector, and I would like Neeraj, either you or Arunacham, you also to come in, is I see typically three different parties who will play a very important role in whatever is happening on the international migration scale. While Debrata mentioned about government, but we also believe that private sector per se will have a great role to play, and it can be from a pure play skilling perspective, but it can also be from other perspectives, and I would like to understand. And third is how can our academia also get involved in all of this, because there's a lot of stuff. Because in AI's world, what you learn today might be irrelevant in 6 months' time or 12 months' time. right? So how does other agencies which are non-government also have an important role to play, and what can those roles be, especially from industry perspective and from the perspective of academia?
Thanks. I think this. Thanks. I'm really thankful to FICCI for this to be part of this elite the panel. The question which is I will give from my own experience. I am director at the Global Skills Park Bhopal, which is not on the forefront of the mobilization when compared to the other states, but it is ramping up. It is going up. So what I'll give the one example where the private industry is trying to do the placement internationally, not the government. So we are running a program. We take the students from ITI degree and diploma students. We train them. So one the industry from Germany who is coming and training our students in the German language, and they are getting the complete offer job offer to them in the Germany. So how they are doing it? They are selecting the students there, running their profile through the some of their own filter mechanism, which is AI based, and they know that these profiles have the chance of selecting in their private industry because they have been private industry in the Germany, and then they subject to these students, these kids clear the B1 or B2 or A1 or A2 certification in the language. So what I'm saying is it's not the government only has to support the international mobilization, and this is a perfectly financial viable business model for that particular company. So I am seeing a lot of opportunities where the tier 2 or the states which are not traditionally exporting the skills outside the thing, they are coming up. So I see the two way which we can do. I will give the example at least from the Madhya Pradesh here. There is a threshold. If the students or that state like the Kerala and other states which have traditionally sending their youth going outside, there is ecosystem already built in the host country. So what happens if the more people go, they attract more people from their village, their community, their known friends. I think Madhya Pradesh is not having, but slowly I am seeing the active interest in at least in the global skills path. I am seeing the people who are leaving the job, they are taking this course at the GST, and they are ready to keen to go abroad. So I am seeing this is the very positive sign in the at least in the this kind of a smaller city. Second thing, I am sensing the advantage which India has. That was the question being asked to all of us. India has one unique advantage. I think I know everybody. The jobs are getting disturbed. The technology is changing. There is a shortage of the skills or the human power in the Western countries or Eastern Japan and other countries. So that's the fact. India has unique advantage of that. Key two things. India can have the size. So the kind of requirement that country happens, India can fulfill. None of the I think very small country, even they have the skill set, they may not be able to fulfill the size scale they can do. Second thing, traditionally India being the what you say the culturally diverse country, that's I have seen when my youth goes there. Some of our students are studying abroad, and when I talk to them, they find it very easy to adopt in their work culture. They are able to mix in their environment because traditionally we have been the people who have the people from the multilingual, multicultural kind of people. So these two things give the India a very unique advantage. Coming back to the point, so India has certainly the advantage. The fact is there is a requirement, there is a shortage of the people, and we should be. Why you can't be the exporter of the skills hub of the India? Important thing comes here is the how we train our students with the academia and industry integration. So some of the what you say the maybe the foreign language courses during the academic when in the engineering or polytechnic, maybe cultural sensitivity can be introduced there. So the some of the part which we assume it will be done after the person has completed their education and then they will learn the skill. I mean some of those skills can we make the part of during their academics. So there can be the two kind of companies. I see the two kind of the migration. One, some companies were completely maybe German companies trying to come and source from India. I'm seeing second kind of companies who have the Indian companies who have the offices outside. So some of our students have gone to the join an Indian company and they have placed been their foreign assignments. So they may go for 3 year, 5 year, 2 year on the term like Infosys, Wipro, Saints. That's become the low hanging fruit kind of thing. So there is no behavioral changes. The parents are quite comfortable that because the kids have joined the Indian company. When the kids join some unknown name, XYZ company, maybe in the Ethiopia, maybe in the UAE, there is always risk. At least I'm talking from the state where it's not that traditionally they are sending abroad. So there is a bit of risk, a bit of the skepticism before sending the thing. So I'm sensing that if the private companies which have the offices outside, they can become the nodal, they can help us either in the term of academically integrating their experience, trying to teach into the academia. That will become the good way to increase our workforce penetration into the external force.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Arunachal.
Thank you very much, FICCI, for giving us this opportunity. Slightly a different take on this because while I like models where you can learn few foreign languages, show some models, 10 students, 20 students, 50 students, 100 students going, I'm not sure all of us understand the reality of the situation, as Ms. Pant says. Sending few 100, 200,000 students is not going to solve a problem. We need to solve this problem at scale. And that's my worry, because from Cambridge, we handle variety of countries and we plot the demography of various countries. So now with South Asia's time for the next 25 years, then maybe it's Indonesia, then it's Sub-Saharan Africa. Everybody is looking at India for a solution here, because maybe somewhere traditionally, I think if you take a step back, migration has been there. Most of it 100 years back would have been on, say, low skill, unskilled, maybe a bit of semi-skilled work. India really cracked that thing with IT. I don't think anyone planned for it, but it really cracked. I think the secret sauce is on getting into the highly skilled migration. And that's where I think the real opportunity is to solve this problem at scale, where you are desirable. Some of it, I think the current politics of the situation, even with all of that, if you're still a fantastic AI researcher, there is a red carpet rolled out for you anyway. So my challenge that I see from where I am here is that most of the solutions that we have, we are not realizing this is a very narrow window. After South Asia, it goes off to a few other countries. We may not have the youth. And at 40, I think many of us in this room are closer to that. If suddenly today you're asked to run a program, learn quantum physics and AI, it's not going to be easy. So we have to do something at mission mode. And what I see happening is that some of it is we are happy with some of the low skill migration. It's still important. I think in a pyramid model, there would be a low skill migration, a semi-skill migration, but we need to take certain priorities in terms of where we want to do. And I'm not saying you should only do highly skilled migration. AI and all of that will disturb, but India can provide the talent. All of us know that. I think I can see every university I visit, they are doing some AI programs. So I think that problem would get resolved. But when you take opportunities in healthcare, where you still need a human touch, where you need certain clinical skills, where you need certain language skills, these are problems, opportunities available. I think recently in Nepal, I see all the boards in Japanese and German. Yeah. Earlier it used to be all English. Now everyone is learning, and don't think that opportunity is only for India. Other countries are also watching, and they are kind of taking steps to make sure that these students can be skill provided that opportunity. So while earlier there used to be this healthy competition between states in India, now I think our states need to compete with Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, other countries as well. So that's when you can put in your talent. Some government initiatives, Norca is a good example like that. There are multiple examples. Madhya Pradesh is a great example. But somewhere where the private industry is there is where it can happen at scale. Yeah. Government can showcase a model. What we did for trained, highly skilled migration, I think there is also a slight overlap of education migration. I think most of our students who think we are going for higher education are actually not higher education students. They're actually going for acquiring a skill to migrate. I think if we kind of look at it as a proper lens to kind of make sure the right students get to go to the right countries, build those skills, agriculture's got so many opportunities. But I'm not sure if you speak to your target audiences, the youth in India, do you want to be an agriculturalist in some other country? It's not a desirable one. Maybe the money is better. So while we have influencers looking at some of the AI, digital, in the morning we had Google and all of those, that part of the highly skilled migration to me is very, very small. I see there is a much larger opportunity for semi-skilled opportunities, lots of where India can really trump any other country. And we have a youth who are motivated to acquire those skills. Yeah. Maybe we should be having influencers who can kind of show that my boss in Cambridge tells me that his plumber in Cambridge earns much more than a PhD in Cambridge. He says maybe at that time there was a choice, I would have been a plumber if money was the issue. We don't do that in India. So maybe our influencing community, we probably need to have someone to kind of make some of these careers desirable. High skilled, I get it. I think we can solve it. The semi-skilled is one where I see a real problem. Low skill, I think we need to be very, very careful because we have a problem of getting into the blacklist for many countries. Even now you see visas for many states in India are kind of put on blacklist because obviously there is a criminal syndicate at work. So private is where I see at scale needs to be regulated, needs to be doing ethical business. I think there is so much for us to solve.
Yeah. Anything from your perspective, ma'am, from a private sector partnership where you see something can happen? Yeah.
Yeah, it's working now. No, I really like first what Arunachalam said, making skills aspirational. Yeah. Mr. Sahu said that in a couple of our internal discussions, and I was reading somewhere that how do we make these, plumbing, welding, all these jobs very glamorous also, where students really aspire. Just to add, maybe I've not exactly adding to what they've said. Something new that I want to touch upon is how there are, as I look at it, there are I think 4 or 5 things, and these are mostly softer aspects in which we can make the international mobility much more stronger and much more, I would say, easier. So the first is I think, and this is between countries, I would say. Mutual respect of the culture of the country. So, for example, I mean, there is a cultural difference. So, when our students are also trained here, it is more than just the technical skills. How are we training them on the softer skills, on the behavioral skills? Language will be part of it. Of course, language fluency is one part, but what is the cultural expectation? How are people, expected to behave there? So I think that little bit of orientation or pre-orientation before the students actually land up for a job or for this thing in another country is very important. The second piece I would say is the clear expectation setting. That is again the role of the institute, I would say, or the place where they are taking the training, and again the placement coordinators also, or even industry, I would say, plays a very important role in terms of expectation setting. In terms of the skills, when we are hiring for the skills, or when a country is hiring for the skills from India, exactly what are they getting? When you're hiring a plumber, for example, when you're hiring a nurse, for example, or you're hiring a hospitality staff, what is the skill and what are you hiring for? Similarly, the expectation setting from the job point of view for the person who's going there to work. What are you getting in terms of the job? What are you getting in terms of your everything? I mean, your visa, your taxes, your legal compliances, everything comes there. So expectation setting is another pillar, I would say. Then another third piece which is quite important is the mutual acceptance or recognition of the accreditation or certifications. So you spoke about it. Sometimes, I mean, there is no acknowledgement or there is no mutual recognition of the certification programs that are done in India versus what would be required in a foreign country. So I think some level of that recognition is important, where again government can also play a role. And the fourth point is, I think we spoke about it, but even Sonia ji spoke about it, the escalation matrix. Where does the employer come into place? At some point, I think the government also would come into place, embassies come into place. So all these pillars need to work together, including, of course, the industry has a role to play. But I thought just putting it across in 3-4 buckets would make more sense.
Understood. So basically, one, obviously, you talked about government, and ideally I'll see government's role majorly in partnerships, bilateral partnerships, whether it's central government role or roles of state governments, and Norca you mentioned. There are several other agencies. We have seen governments of Maharashtra, governments of Karnataka doing direct tie-ups, sister state kind of tie-ups with states in Germany. So there's a lot which is happening on the government side also. On the private sector, I understand that you are saying that if private sector comes into it, obviously they can do it much faster. And since the window or the timeline is very small, it's about 20-25 years that we have got, and obviously this entire set of demographic dividend looks to move towards the African side by that point of time. So we have this much time to cover for all of it. And then thirdly, academia, like you mentioned, typically if whatever we want, whatever skills are needed for various different roles internationally, if they can become a part of the normal curriculum. Now, whether the government role will be there, it will be academia role purely, or private partnerships or private companies can tell people that if you teach this kind of skill set to people, these are the kind of people that will be interested in, and then there are opportunities for those people, is my understanding till now from what we have got. Having said that, while all of this is discussed, one very important parameter, and you briefly touched upon that, is there is no common skill. For example, there is no body. If I say that a person is skilled in ABC in India, right, there is no recognition for a lot of these skills, right? How do we ensure that there is a cross-border recognition of skills, of certifications and all of that? And any one of you can answer around that. And whose role would it be? Is there an association? For example, we have seen in places like Germany, a lot of recruiters came together. They said that we'll have something called as a fair hiring policy, right? And it was started by a few companies together. Now there are about 90, 100 recruiter companies in Germany. All of them follow fair recruitment. It has become a policy, right? That's how they judge sourcing channels from the perspective of. Can India do something like this? Because I believe till the time our certifications are also at par with whatever is needed in the other countries, it will be very difficult for our people to migrate. And whose role should it be?
I can take it a short. So, see, basically, we are talking about equivalence of our degrees or equivalence of our certificate program. So in higher education, it's already exists to a large extent. Even in school education, boards like IB and other things are globally recognized. But where the problem comes in when we are talking about small scale certificate programs or 6 months program or a 1 year program, where there is no norms of equivalence is already established. Now every country have their own kind of equivalence rule. One way to handle is the accreditation of the courses that we are providing here by that particular country. That can happen in two models. One we call as an accredited center. Let's say UAE trucking company needs drivers. So there are examples that they have accredited centers in India in partnership with a training provider who offers exactly the course norms meeting the standards as per the requirement of the UAE. So that's we called a accredited center. And the second is the accredited course, where your entire center need not to follow the exact model followed in that country. But while you are offering that kind of course, the background of the faculty, the eligibility criteria for the student, the content you teach, everything will follow the kind of nomenclature and the requirement of equivalence for that particular country. Now, this process is little expensive. It's not very easy to have a accredited center or a running an accredited course in India. So everybody cannot do it. So I think what can be done is that this a targeted approach where we already have some data that what kind of job roles are or what kind of profession is more common in which countries. Correct. Now, by going by that long list kind of thing, we can see that in order to get the equivalence in that particular country, what additional need to be done. And from the respective UGC or AICT or government can mandatorily include that, particularly for those courses where there is a component of high international employability perspective. Please.
I can add to that as well. I can share a brief anecdote of what exactly is the question that Ashish has asked is what happened in Europe. When European Union was formed, I think they standardized all qualifications, but they wanted the Council of Europe was tasked to say why migration was not happening. I think the key reason was that along with your domain skills, you also needed the language skills.
Correct.
That was the first time when someone started to standardize, say, for these jobs, say, if you're working in aerospace industry or an auto industry, along with the engineering skills, you should have a particular level of either German or French. So Cambridge played a role there to kind of create those standards. So currently what you call the Common European Framework was essentially, I think Cambridge was involved in building those standards. And now there is acceptance for those standards across all languages. It's not just for English. So even in German, they would say you need a B1 or a B2 level German. So those standards are accepted. Every country can be signatory to that. So it is it's while I take Debrata's thing saying that you need to get a lot of work done to get it accredited, but it is possible. But if you do it, what I don't see right now is that why aren't Indian universities certifying students at these levels? So that should be the logical progression, so that our certification, if we certify someone at this level, it should be internationally accepted. So there are models, tools available, but currently, I think the question is, I think the understanding of why should we do that is not there, because we are meeting a particular requirement. Why should our courses be globally benchmarked is the question as well. So
I think the opportunity which exists in the global markets, maybe that is not that much clear to the people, because obviously at the end of it, if private partnerships need to get into it, there needs to be a monetary aspect to it. But having said that, for example, I was just going through a few studies. If you look at the kind of healthcare workers that are needed, and in smaller countries, for example, Germany as a single country needs about 10 lakh nurses by 2030. And if you look at that many number of nurses to be moving to a single country, I don't see any other country apart from India playing a role. Having said that, India ourselves has a problem of nurses in the country within states, but if anyone can do it, we can do it. So the volume is also high, and like you mentioned, while in the top tier skills there is not a problem, accreditation is not a problem, degrees are recognized, it's that media tier kind of skills where you can call blue collared workers, so to say, not even gray collared workers, is where the problem will be. But we'll need some level of accreditation. I think there are agencies, there's skill ministry which is working on it. NSDC has tried to do a lot of stuff in India around it. But I think with more partnerships from the private side, I think that should also work out. Yeah.
I'd like to add one point here. Maybe the accreditation part. See, many times when you see the products, I'll say the car which is certified in the US or something in India, there is just passing certain minimum tests. So ARI does, and this car is equally considered to be safe, the roadworthy, crashworthy in India. So or how we do the engineering side. So there can be education side, it's very easy to give the dual recognition or dual certification kind of things. The many industries are doing it. There or NSDC or government, somebody can do certain kind of tests on how we do the now with the TOEFL and GRE. We don't teach English, but we do the certain kind of tests. So if we are teaching such a job role, which is a very high demand in some of the European countries or Japan or somewhere else, where is a high chance of getting employable in the western side of the universe, the government can decide a quick test kind of thing. So instead of teaching the whole course, it become some kind of proficiency certification like that.
So you are saying basically government has a Bharat standard or something of that sort, where we say that this is Bharat standard for nursing, Bharat standard for something else, and anyone who has that kind of standard is someone who
that's
can
correct. But I think the Bharat standard should not build by the Bharat decided. It should be what is accepted by the host or the accepting country.
Fair. And now, having said that, one of the pointers that I would like to pick, so we have some time still left, was training, accreditation, all of this becomes costly when you do it at scale and when you do it offline. Especially language, I would like to learn your perspective also. People always say language is very difficult to learn online, easier to learn offline. I want to understand now in this entire piece that we are talking about, what should be the role of technology? Should technology only be an enabler, where we give technological tools to our people and tell them this is a tool that I have given to you, you can use this tool to basically upskill yourself and do stuff like that? Or do you all see that technology has a much bigger role to play in this entire cycle to make basically everything from sourcing to upskilling to job creation to job finding to final placement and everything, so the entire chain sorted? And do you believe someone is working around that? Do you have any examples? Or if no one is working, what kind of a model can work?
If I can give this a shot. I think 10 years back, if you'd asked this question, the Cambridge answer would be communication skills need to be taught by a teacher, offline only works. Online, we have done so much research. Self-directed learning was not working 10 years back.
Okay.
But what's changed last 4-5 years is the rapid adoption of AI, because what was missing in the pedagogy when you say self-directed learning was that language is a social skill. You need to practice, you need to get feedback. All of us have learned language through a model called error correction. We make a mistake, either our friends corrected, our teachers corrected, we then do not repeat those mistakes. This was not happening with technology, but last 4-5 years, we have seen, I think Cambridge, I think if at all someone says 10 years back we published saying it will not work, we have now recently published saying that yes, we take that back. Technology can really help accelerated learning. So we have models in India. We work with very large governments, ITIs at scale in Tamil Nadu and few other states, where we have said that if there is a AI-enabled digital training, but with a little bit of hybrid support, where you get the student to practice, get someone to do activities, even at scale, you can build levels at the lower level. So technology is a real game changer. There are a lot of Indian companies working on AI for language learning at least. The challenge is that for English, there are quite a few people. I know Germans have working quite a bit. Lingoda and few others are doing some good work over there. But for other languages like say Korean, Japanese, we will need a bit more help to do that. But if we can do it for some languages, there is no reason we cannot do it for others. So I'm very, very positive that you still need a bit of hybrid learning. You need to give that experience just by watching a video. I don't think people just watching Instagram reels will learn all of that. So they need to practice some of it. If you can create the right pedagogy with the technology and some support, I think this is where private enterprise can really do well. I think they can accelerate this process. And there's no reason why if Nepal can teach their kids Japanese, I don't see any reason why we cannot teach them. Yeah.
And just I wanted to add that learning is just one part of it, but like you said, end to end, right from the application process to recruitment to the interview process. In fact, now we have a lot of companies which are doing their recruitments through AI.
Yeah.
By the way, the first level of interviews or first 2-3 levels of interviews happen by AI. So the technology, I think, can take a large part of it, including in the end to end, right from the time the participant actually applies to the job, gets selected, even the documents are checked, everything is in order, goes. But I think the learning can still be hybrid, is what I think. But technology playing a big role.
So I'll just add a few points. So I think it's early days, but it's happening. If you see, again, I'm taking government of India example. We have 4 focus sectors where we have established AI Center of Excellence: Agri and Agri-Tech, Healthcare, Sustainable Cities, and now we are covering education also in this bucket. Okay. And some of the great institutions like IIT Kanpur and other things they are running this Center of Excellence. They are running this Center of Excellence. So there is already an understanding that some steps need to be taken in this regard, and I think investments are already happening. But if you see, the trend is completely different. While in US, majority of the investment is driven by private sector, almost 100 billion investment. Compared to that, if you look at China and India, our investments are at a much smaller scale, but happening more from a government investment perspective. Now, what we need, particularly from the topic of today, I think we need more sector-specific technology strategies, because the maturity of technology is different in different sectors. One is that. Second, I think ITIs. I think Arunachalam ji spoken about the ITI part of it. I think in some of the instances, like he was mentioning about Tamil Nadu ITIs, Karnataka, for example, Tata Technologies have partnered with them and created courses which are heavy on AR, VR, that simulation, that kind of thing. And there are specialized companies like Skillvary. They operate in this domain to introduce the technology part in the content of skill development courses in ITI and short-term part of it. And finally, I think 2 more points. One is the concept of stackable credits. You are running a traditional course, no problem, but to introduce the technology component part of it, you have a short module. And I think universities are more and more adaptive with this idea now from the stackable credit perspective. And India's largest focus in AI is the ethical AI part of it. I think that brings that makes it even more complicated, because we know how it can be misused and other things. So I think if we can focus on these 4 sectors, I think we can use technology
more efficiently to benefit us rather than taking us to a different direction.
So what I understood from here is language you are quite confident technology can play a big role because now it can be two-sided rather than just going one way. We also believe that it can help in clearing the end-to-end journey. That is where a big role because it also brings in a lot of transparency and then puts everyone at that fair and square thing where there is because the biggest problem with the entire international migration from India, especially in the lower tier or the mid-tier segment, is also there is no clarity of information or transparency in the entire process of what's happening and that has created a lot of problems. So if we want to ethically do that, maybe this system will do it better. And the third thing you are saying that in some skills it might happen much faster and in some skills it might not happen that faster. I think we still have about 8-10 minutes to finish. One last pointer which I wanted to touch upon and then we can go through whatever we discussed was more around now we are talking about education, we are talking about upskilling, international jobs, accreditation throughout. What we also believe that if you look at the trends of international migration and leave the healthcare sector aside, right? It usually international migration has been from a gender perspective more towards the male gender. Healthcare still because of nursing sees a lot of women also participating. So is there any way in which we can see more participation from women also in other sectors or why do you believe it's not happening if women from Kerala and other places especially in the nursing side can move? How do we enable it from that perspective? And the last is if we need to capture the entire segment of that mid-level jobs or skills worldwide, dignity of labor is also something that we all need to think about, right? For example, if you say someone is going for an IT kind of a job abroad, all of us believe that it's a great thing to do, but you cannot create millions of jobs in that sector or hundreds of millions of jobs in that sector. There are other sectors which are as brilliant, pay as well, right? But that labor dignity, labor equality, how do we tell that so that it also becomes something which is aspirational for the people? Because we can create everything. Government can do tie-ups, we can do upskilling, everything can be created. But if the people do not feel that what they are going to do is aspirational enough, it will never work out. So these two topics, if we can just cover in the last 10 minutes. Yes.
Just on the women part, I think little bit more work can be done. First, the whole piece that you said, I mean, making the job aspirational, and more than the women, I would say for the families as well. I mean, it is for the parents, that their daughters will be safe if they go outside to work. They are doing jobs which will, make them economically, financially independent. So I think a little bit more effort has to be put there. And another thing I was reading is maybe like we've increased women participation in the workforce in India, maybe also thinking about things like could we offer hybrid working, remote working, those kind of things which are possible in many industries. So apart from nursing of course, like you said, there's a fair representation, but how do we increase the representation in the other areas? That is there at the top of my mind, but I think the experts can answer.
No, I think it's not a challenge in the higher end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
That is already happening. It's more of a challenge in the lower end of the spectrum. And the reason is that, in my feeling, is that the nature of the job roles are like that it's perceived, for example, construction or oil and gas and other things. Traditionally, we have seen much less participation of women because of the nature of the job and other things. And primarily, migration happened from the male counterpart perspective of it. But I think days are changing. I think it's more about the personal safety, feeling welcome in that particular country, the colleagues of the Indian colleagues that we have in those countries, how supportive they can be. Overall ambience need to change, and it has a connection with the other point that you have mentioned, the dignity of the labor part of it, equal pay part of it, then similar kind of social protections. I think if that perception as well as the overall model or the ambience changes, we can definitely see more and more women coming and participating in this job. But currently, that mindset, perception, the ambience probably is a strong deterrent, and also the nature of jobs that we are talking about.
Yeah.
I think everybody knows that there's a room for more for women participation in the migrate, even inside India, but outside India is there. I think the post-migration support kind of thing, the developing the ecosystem in the host country, that will there to keep them safe. And so our duty doesn't changes, or the employer or who is hiring doesn't change the giving them the visa and then the sending them. So there can be the dedicated sales for the women centric, how to be in touch with them. Second thing, instead of seeing the woman doesn't want to go, that's a hard fact, maybe unfortunate, but there is a lot of family pressure comes from their parents, their spouse, their the other stakeholder in the family. So maybe there can be the dedicated kind of the giving them how we give the, see, we can give the confidence to the person who is migrating. Her friends are there, maybe she is earning, but how can we give the confidence to the parents or the family or extended family, the kids will be there safe and support and other thing. So we can think of the certain way of whether engaging them in the certain way of the counseling and other things. So that will certainly increase the what you say, the number of participation. I don't think the women or girls doesn't want to go. Some point of time, many times they can't go due to the different other social and the family pressure. So I think instead of addressing their participation, we have to address the much larger issue at the societal level. How can we address them?
Okay. Just a brief point. I think I completely agree. There is a mind shift issue as well. We recently commissioned a study on what kind of internships. This is for all these students who go for higher education. Yeah. What sort of internships do they take up? And there was a data on Indian students, both male and female. What kind of internships do they take up? And there you see in US, UK, Australia, there are some jobs that require physical labor. We don't see a lot of Indian students. You might say it is safe, dignity of labor, all of that is taken care of, but we still do not see enough Indian female students who are doing their higher education, all of that, do not even want to take up some of those jobs. So this is not an issue where we can kind of wish away. I think it's a bit of an
mindset change.
There is a significant mind shift change, but one way to resolve it is, I think, while we can try and change that, I think eventually they see some role models, potentially they will change. I hope and wish they do. But there are also other opportunities where women can really dominate. I think we should also look at areas like, say, teaching is emerging as a big powerhouse. Yes, it could be disrupted by AI, but still human-led teaching could be a great opportunity. STEM teaching, we kind of see that could be a big bet for opportunities for Indian teachers. So maybe there are other opportunities as well to explore.
Understood. Thank you. I think we have about 4 to 5 minutes more. The panel here is also okay to take questions in case there are any questions around international migrations, anything that you want a clarity on. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sir, what is meant by global skill gap? And by 2030, what type of skills will be the most required for global leadership and cross-cultural management?
It's not a one-word answer I can give it to you. So the global skill gap is basically, it's a combination of skill gaps that is prevalent in various countries. So when I told that 85 million number, it's a combined skill shortages in the countries, across major countries in the world, and World Economic Forum did a study and published that data. Now, while you are asking that what could be some of the leadership things, so basically it's not more about the domain knowledge, but how your behavioral competencies and other things improve, like cognitive thinking, critical thinking, your digital exposure, your leadership skills, emotional intelligence. Those kinds of things will be more critical going forward. There are more like conflict resolution, how you are managing your team, your empathy. These things are becoming more important. These are soft skills, more behavioral focused skills. But if you want to be in that position, maybe lead 1,000 people, 2,000 people team, these are the skills. Some of them are required more from a strategic perspective. But at that level, your primary role is to deal with people and deal with different kind of negotiation, conversations and other things. So for that, these are the skill sets are more emerging going forward.
I think cultural fitment, in my view, a lot of people do not take these things seriously, especially from an international migration perspective. And when I say cultural, it does not mean just language. Language will be just 20-30% of it, right? A large part of it is when you go to those countries, not everyone thinks the same way like you do. So you need to understand how that is going to work. So there's a lot of work happening on pre-departure training, cultural integrations. You speak to people who have already gone there, understand what they have gone through so that the people who next go there, and you need to constantly keep evolving. Secondly, technology is a friend, right? AI is a friend, is something which all of us, as soon as we understand, it's going to be beneficial for all sectors, right? And the more we are into it, I think it is going to increase productivity only. I think if we try and stay away from it, it is not going to be beneficial at all. And these things are evolving at the pace of like rockets, right? We have a GPT model 5 coming up at 10:30 today, right? So they are saying it will be the biggest launch ever. So it just keeps changing like that.
Yeah. Hello. Uh,
Yeah.
Just to connect what you told, this is Dr. Hari Krishna Maram. I'm a founder chairman of an organization called Vision Digital India. We are into the skill space from last 1 decade. As you rightly told, today AI is going to play a very important role in the job creation and wealth creation, as rightly told by NVIDIA founder. So whatever last 25 years the millionaires and billionaires are created through internet, in the next 5 years the AI will create kind of trillionaires maybe. So we are created a product which is mainly used in the training and kind of a mobile lab which looks like a suitcase, which can be used in the classroom, in the school, college, universities, anywhere, even in industries where, in fact, Infosys yesterday they taken this, they started in Hubli, a new facility center for only AI training. So we are looking to collaborate with any organizations. This product comes from Intel and it is assembled in Karnataka, in Bangalore.
Ideally, what we meant was if you have specific questions for
Yeah,
the
that
chair,
only.
if you
So
can ask that.
what I am trying to say, AI definitely focus
that
should
we
be
agree.
there.
Correct.
So that definitely.
Anyone
create a
else?
moat.
Oh, anyone. Time is up, but if there is any single question.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this is Neil Chauhan, and we are into skilling. My relevant question is, when we speak about overseas education, particularly, or the overseas placement, we all talk in bits and pieces.
Okay.
Why can't industry and the government, a PPP model or something, create a complete infrastructure wherever a person from a rural area, semi skilled, semi smaller towns can come and get placed, and you have a portal where you place the agencies, these many vacancies are available in this country. You democratize the training part of it to the smaller institutions where they can train into the language, like aptech came up, NIT came up. Now AI can take over, drone technology can take over, cyber security can take over, anything. Why don't we do holistic thing? So is there any platform or anything you are planning to do something like this?
I can answer some bits of it because we ourselves do some parts of it. But whatever you have mentioned is ideally what we wanted to get out of this conversation, that this is what we want to do, right? This is the best situation. If this can happen, that's great, right? The thing is, while thinking about this, it looks like it's easier to do, but it's not that easy to do because there are people coming from different sections. Some of them are technologically savvy, some of them are not. Some of them even don't know about opportunities which exist in India itself, right? Leave aside abroad, right? Then there are private sectors. Private sector won't always want to directly work with government. Government will have its own pace. Some private sector will want to move much faster. Ideally, the best thing will be government basically does tie-ups, puts standards in terms of, or puts an organization which sets standards in terms of what all needs to be done. And now if you see in India, there are several companies which have come up which just focus on this. They'll do sourcing, they'll provide a transparent platform for everyone, where you basically, if you are a nurse, if you are a doctor, if you are anyone who wants to go for overseas employment, you put your profile there. On the other side, there are recruiters on the other side. You can communicate with each other. There are platforms which are coming up. As this industry becomes much and much bigger, you will see a lot more of that. However, the entire democratization of language and all of that, that will still take some time because there is no one who has cracked the model. For example, they are saying language can be taught online. Some people believe it can be taught offline. Lot of people have started teaching language for free. Some people want to charge for language, right? So there is a business model which needs to be created and needs to be sustainable. That business model till now has not come in. So I believe what you are saying is the ideal situation. We are about a year away from that, but that's it from my side.
Small thing here. I don't think it is very much difficult. I'll just take 1 minute. Okay. See, we are into AI domain. Okay. You open a small center here. You have a master trainer here. You have a smaller trainer there in the rural areas or the semi smaller towns. You have a 2 room setup. You can hire from a school or college. You can collaborate with them. Only mindset shift and a systemization is required. It is not difficult to implement at all.
No, no.
Not at all.
No, no, no. It's not that easy. See, there are two sides to it. Dipti, I will take 30 more seconds. First of all, we are talking about the demand. There is a cost attached to it to going to all industries in the abroad and collecting what kind of job roles they have in mind, what kind of vacancies they have in mind. There is a cost attached to it. Please understand that. And the second part is that once we know the demand part of it, then there is a sourcing also. You need to go to different places, mobilize people, see whether their background checks, their credentials and qualifications are matching to those requirements or not, train them. Again, there is a cost attached to it. Okay. So I don't think there is a single kind of a solution that you are asking is possible, but there are solutions that they're mentioning. I mentioned to you about this 4 state governments already have some overseas placement centers. They do exactly that job only. But if you are talking about a single platform managing that, we don't even have an LMIS at this point of time. How can that happen? It will take time. It will happen, but it will take some time.
It's working. We are working on that direction. These 4 statements can be made model and promoted to the other states also. You are at a place where you can influence the government. You can
Luckily,
influence the
Chauhan
machinery.
sir,
Thank you.
we have both Tata Technologies and Karnataka government sitting in this room. So with that, I would request the closure of the session, and maybe have a group picture, please. We will now have a special address by Dr. Sunil Lutra, who's the Director for AICTE. As I had shared earlier in the day about the AICTE's Industry Fellowship Program, we have Dr. Lutra who's going to talk in detail about the AICTE initiatives in skilling, not just industry fellowship programs. So may I please welcome Dr. Lutra on the dais, please. May I please request Madhu ma'am to please welcome Dr. Lutra with a green certificate. It's our appreciation, sir, FICCI side, to where we plant 10 trees in your name. Come. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your valuable time today. Thank you, Madhu ma'am. Sir, may I please request you for your address?
Am I audible? Yeah. So, respected dignitaries, leader from the industry, policymaker, distinguished colleagues from academia and friends. It's my privilege to join you at the 16th edition of FICCI Global Summit, and this year theme is empowering youth, energizing economy is not merely agenda. It's call for action. You know, our honorable Prime Minister always says that our our population is our strength. Our population is our youth is growth engine for the nation, because we have younger nation with over of 65% of our population below age of 35. So it reminds us that our demographic dividend will not automatically translate into economic dividend unless we equip our youth with right skills, right mindset, and right opportunities. If we empower them, definitely India will not just participate in global economy, we will lead it. So, I must start with, we are living in the VUCA world, that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Volatility means market condition, technology trends, job requirements are shifting faster than ever. In last decades, entire industries during COVID time and in last 1 decade, the industry disturbed. Think how smartphones changed, transformed photography, our calculators, and many clock and many other. So, how this ride-sharing platforms disturbed our transportation system, how fintech is reshaping our banking system. Some of us maybe not visited our bank for last 7-8 years maybe. Initially, it was not possible. Every month we have to visit for our salary and other requirement. So, we are living in an uncertain world. We can't accurately predict which jobs will dominate years from now. A study shows that 65% of today's our school student will work in job that does not exist today. Maybe we are in uncertain world, then complexity is increasing. Global supply chains are geopolitical dynamics, recent environmental challenges, technological integrations, and so many interlinked challenges. Disruption in one corner may disturb the whole world, or one corner of the world disturb ripples instantly across other countries. Then ambiguous, we are also living in ambiguous world. Traditional career paths have been replaced by multi-evolving possibilities, where skills are more important than job titles. So in this world, static knowledge have very short shelf life. We need to empower our students with skills. Continuous learning, unlearning, and relearning is not a optional. It is basically meant for survival. This, my friends, a panel was discussing about our this transformation is going on, and technologies are playing great role. So many technologies, AI, already being largely used in medical, personalized learning, optimized manufacturing, and even composing music. Then some new areas, green energy, sustainable technologies, EVs, hydrogen fuel cells, carbon capturing, are redefining our industries, our industry models also. Blockchain redefining trust, transparency, efficiency in finance. Similarly, quantum computing, offering possibilities in lot of cryptography, high speed problem solving, which is unimaginable with today's world. So 5G IoT systems also enabling that real time data exchange, then blockchain technology accelerating innovation. So these technologies are converging, and skill required are no longer domain specific, but it should be interdisciplinary. So maybe a mechanical engineer today might need to understand AI algorithms. Maybe a biologist might need to understand this coding skills, and professional might finance professional maybe need to understand blockchain and related. So in prepare such our skill set in our students. So infrastructure, I focus on infrastructure. four kind of infrastructure: physical, digital, industry link, and inclusive. We at AICT working, physical infrastructure we created in idea labs, which are in different colleges. Presently 300 plus colleges we have idea labs which we sponsoring lot of funding, where student, whatever they have idea, they can create prototyping, they can create model. And this idea lab, let me give one example. One of the rural engineering college in Tamil Nadu student designed AI enabled crop monitoring system. That means that reduced pesticides used by 40%. That was happened because they have tools, fabrication equipment, and culture of problem solving. They have not taught in their curricula. So digital infrastructure, we have various platforms like swam, neat, and many other platforms which student can learn their courses without leaving their home, or less deserved students can use this, and remotely they can learn. Then third most important, which I want to focus, industry linked infrastructure. In country like us, we always blame that whenever we are going for placement, no, students are not employable. Why? Somebody thought of why this happening, how? Because as per my understanding, industry and academia are working in silos. So they are, whatever we are adopting culture in industry, or whatever practices we are adopting, that are not transferred into academia. So this is one of the problem we thought, and we came up with one very good scheme called AICT Industry Fellowship Program. Means, simple principle is to create industry or future ready students, we must have first industry exposed faculty members. So let me give with some example. Let's say a civil faculty member, civil engineering faculty member, civil engineering professor from Jharkhand spent 1 year in industry, something like smart city infrastructure firm, working on IoT water management system. Then he returned, he designed his syllabus, incorporated live case studies, live industry examples, then led students projects that saved lakhs of liter of water in their own campus as well as. Similarly, another example, let's say a female professor in mechanical engineering at government polytechnic, something in some state like Gujarat, worked in manufacturing unit that was transitioning to electrical vehicle, right? That she returned with first-hand knowledge of EV techs and learned manufacturing as well as lean manufacturing and other latest tools techniques. So her students doing internship, similar kind of product, that culture shifted and getting hired in maybe same company. So we are trying that. So this one faculty, let's say one faculty can influence 100 of students every year, and multiply across thousands of faculty members every year. So thousands of students, and this is chain reaction. So that we are thinking of national wide transformation. We always talk about industry academia collaboration on every platform, but really it is happening. It is limited to one day industrial visits or lectures or something. We say some of big group attached with one or two universities or colleges, something. So we developed a scheme called AICT Industry Fellowship Program, which we are enabling our faculty member to work in industry for 1 year. During this 1 year, the concerned institute will pay salary. AICT will give additional 1 lakh rupee per month to the faculty member. out of 1,75,000 will be given by the AICT only every month, and remaining 1/4 part, only 1/4 part, 25,000 will be given by the industry. So on the behalf of AICT, I invite all the industry leaders here to join us in this journey, because when you open your doors for our faculty, you open new pipelines for talent, this young talent, as well as for your own growth. Because many of faculties, because you have, just like till date you have job openings for students. We are not saying job, we are saying that it's fellowship, right? Similar kind of job opening you are opening for faculty member. Many of faculty members, AICT is one of the largest regulatory framework in India, as well as one of the largest in world. We have at any time 7.5 lakh of faculty members, 90 lakh students at any point of time. Even out of 7.5 lakh members, let's assume minimum number 1% are aligned to your industry need. That 1% is huge number also, and this 1% can change the whole scenario in academic institution, which is missing. So AICT, we are trying to work as a holistic skilling ecosystem, which we've developed various schemes for students, faculty, for institutions. We also coming with various new initiatives, AICT QIP PG certificate program, which we are developing faculty. We are giving 6 months special training course in emerging areas, in emerging domains. Then we are trying our best. Our skill base, our schemes aligned with NEP 2020, flexible, multidisciplinary, and future focus. So in this, I would say our vision should be skill India to skilled India. To make India skill capital of world, we must institution wise, and in every institution, and at least few faculty members went for this industry fellowship program. Build center of excellence. I request industries, think of this at least in every state or something, some center of excellence, let's say center of excellence of AI or quantum or something, with government and industry and academia partnership. Integrate. So we are trying to integrate AI, this quantum technologies, cyber physical, and other emerging areas into our degree as well as diploma programs. So then most importantly, shift focus from employability to entrepreneurship. Whenever we are also focusing our students, we are coming with curriculums, special training programs. Then we have separate innovation wing, which is focusing. We are sponsoring ideas up to 50 lakh rupees. So we want this shift of employability to entrepreneurship. So Swami Vivekananda ji said that we want education in which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, and intellect is expanded. So which can be stand one's own feet. So if we want to say that a student, we want to skill students, first we need to skilling our faculty member. If we skill our faculty members, definitely that will transform and our students will be changed. Because most of the faculty members, in many colleges, you see, when we talk about this person teaching industrial engineering or something course related to industry, but he or she never visited industry. So this gap we want to remove. So at AICT we want, just 1 to 2 minutes. We want to our focus is every classroom connect to industry. Let's say every teacher equipped with latest industry skills and every student with confidence, competences and creativities. This is not only, I would say, AICT mission, this is our government vision. So we policymakers, industry, academia and society can work together and we can assure that India's youth not only ready for future but also creating the future. So let's empower our youth, let's energize our economy, and together let's find a future ready, globally competitive, and inclusive India. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lutra. We have two options. The one is to continue with our next session or break for tea. So we take a quick 10 minutes break, please. This is 3:42. Can we please meet at 3:52? Because we will have Dr. Biswajit Saha and Mr. Pawan Bageria for their addresses here. Please send everybody outside, from outside to inside. Everybody outside to please come inside the hall. We will now begin with our special address. Dr. Saha is delayed, so we'll begin with Pawan sir's presentation. We'll have a quick changeover. May I please request everybody outside the hall to please come inside the hall. The tea break is over. Powering India's workforce transformation through industry-led skilling. This is a session that is going to talk about various issues that are currently being faced by our government, our academia, and our industry in bridging the skill and the skill demand and supply gap. The session will highlight how various government interventions such as PM Internship Scheme, PM E2E Lounges, AICT Fellowship Program, National Apprenticeship Program, the National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, and many others have shifted from supply-driven to demand-driven models of skilling. We will begin our session with a special address from Mr. Pawan Bagheria, the President for Global HR and Education at Tata Technologies. May we please have you on the dais, sir? Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Pawan Bagheria. Thank you for being a part of the session today, sir. You may please start your address.
Hello, can you hear me, everyone? Thank you, Dipti and FICCI, for inviting me to the 16th Global Skill Summit. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here among this August gathering. And good afternoon, everybody. So basically, since morning, I think there has been a lot of excellent input which came in the field of skilling,
We know that there is technology disruptions which are happening. We also know that there is a big gap and we have got a very large youth population which is there, which is raring to go and help us in building our economy and also help us build Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. So all this is we heard. We also heard that industry has to play a big role in bridging this gap also. And so I think lot of context setting in this regard has happened. And so I thought that it will be good to present a case study in terms of how we have attempted to bridge this gap from the industry side, and that might give some ideas to people to pick it up, and we also learn from the process, but others also can go ahead and pick it up and take things forward. So what we think that today in the whole world, the technology disruption, especially led by software, especially led by data, especially led by connectivity and digital and AI, of course, is disrupting most of the industries. And if we look at in particular the manufacturing industry, then there again the disruption is being led by I think starting with digital, then we have got software, we have got connectivity there again, and then data consolidation analysis, and now AI is coming very fast into manufacturing. Now, looking at this disruption, and we at Tata Technology, we are a manufacturing specialist company. We focus on 3 industry verticals, automotive, aerospace, and industrial and heavy machinery. And we have been in manufacturing for the last 30-35 years. So we understand the trends in terms of what's going on in the industry and what will kind of help us. What we found is that if we are able to, if we have to have Indian economy reach its potential and grow, we need to have the manpower skill at the grassroots level. And so we did a study to understand the whole issue. And what we realized was that there is gap existing in higher education, in engineering also. The curriculum has not come at the same pace at which it is required. There is problem with in the areas of industrial cases also. And there are issues which are there in ITI. In ITI especially, we find that the curriculums have not been revamped almost for 30-35 years. And as a result of that, the education which is happening in these places is also having a big gap. And so realizing this, what we did was working with government and partners. We created a value proposition where we thought that if we focus on Industry 4 and EVs training in ITIs through a separate COE in each of the ITI, then we will be able to bring lot of gap which is there to some extent bridging the gap. So that's what we thought, and we could build that proposition. And just to share with you the scale at which we are working right now. So every ITI today has a separate COE of about 12,000 square feet of space that contains industry grade software, industry grade hardware, industry grade machines, and industry grade curriculum, which is approved by NCVT and various other agencies which are required to do. And what we are also focusing on, and so if you look at the scale, we are currently working on about 800 ITIs in the country with 10 state governments, and out of that 500 ITIs have been completed where this kind of a COE exists today with all the machinery, software, curriculum, trainers and everything. So that is what we have been able to do, and we are kind of seeing the results which are excellent on this count. Now what we are doing there, so in the COEs, what we are doing is for Industry 4, we are providing training on automation, we are providing training on CNC, robotics, IoT, all the latest technology which are going to be used. Those trainings are happening with the proper curriculum, equipment, teachers and everything which is there. So that's something which we have been able to achieve.
Alongside, we are also providing EV training because both manufacturing and automotive industry in particular are great job creators. And so as the automotive industry moves to EVs, we have created curriculum, one for normal automotive and then for EVs, to train people in the area of EV so that they are able to become EV mechanic and other kind of things. Now, if you look at, we have focused on job roles like, say, robot programmer and operator, CNC machinist, and those kind of things in ITI. So today I'm just talking about ITI, what we are doing, IoT technician and things of that kind. We are also, focusing on people. So basically, what we are focusing on these job roles, and then technology-wise, there are 8 trades which are 1 year or 2 year old, which we are giving them, which are approved, and 23 short courses. And what we are finding is these short courses are really being liked by students because those who are getting trained in traditional technologies, they are taking a layer of these 23 short courses and they are upskilling themselves so that they become a lot more employable. So that is also currently being done. And as a result of that, and this model is working, state governments are quite happy. We have done for 10 state governments, 900 plus centers. We are also started working on polytechnics now. We are also working with industry departments to create what we call it CIIIT, which are centers for innovation, incubation, and invention, for allowing MSMEs to get involved and get trained and take care of themselves. So those are the kind of things. So with this now, what we are seeing is that we started this whole thing about 5 years back. And so today, number of students have started to pass out from these courses and this thing. And I heard in the morning multiple times people talking about how to make the jobs aspirational. And what we are seeing is that the kind of job roles and the training we are providing, this is changing the perception of what comes out from ITI. We are seeing that students which are coming out, the employability has increased substantially. Their salary levels have doubled or in many cases tripled also. So that is also happening. And there is now, there is lot of hunger that we should go and get into these kind of centers. So that is something which is happening. Now, some of the lessons learned, if you say, so what we felt during this journey so far, and we have aspirations to do a lot more, is that one, we found the state skill departments and the ITI people as well as the students very, very enthusiastic about having these centers. There is enthusiasm and this thing that I want to get into it. We get lot of support from them. We also saw there was a point talked about female, registration into ITIs. In Karnataka, we have seen that only female ITIs are there, and we are finding that they are no less. They are able to pick up all the courses which we have provided as much as they can kind of absorb, and they are no less. They are getting jobs. They are moving forward, migrating from states where there are no kind of jobs which are there. So that is happening. But there are some difficulties which I want to bring up, and that was brought up by in the morning sessions also. So one is that initially when we started, we didn't realize, but then later on we understood that getting this kind of technology in ITI is a very, very big change. And the enormity of this change is not easily understood. And someone said that the ITI leaders are critical for taking this change forward. And so we really need to look at the quality of leaders in ITIs from the point of view leading these kind of new technology skills, which is something very, very critical for our progress. Otherwise, we will create infrastructure, but the infrastructure will not get maintained. It will not be taken care of. And after some time, the infrastructure will be of no use. And so there is a huge amount of investment happening both from industry side and state government side. but we are finding that there are some pockets where very, very capable principals are there, and the difficulty is not at all there in owning up the courses, making sure that the students are going ahead and they're getting passed out. But at the same time, there are areas where there is absolutely no interest. There are leaders who have only 1 year to retire. They feel that why should I take responsibility of this kind of infrastructure? What should I do? And those kind of things. I think if we have to really move to the skilling journey, the leadership of the ITIs have to be looked at from the point of view of with incentives to make sure that these programs are successful. That's very, very critical. And the so I think there are many other things like infrastructure and support and all those kind of things, but I will say biggest thing is the leadership at the ITI level from a change perspective. In conclusion, I would like to say that and through this initiative, so far we have impacted about 100,000 students a year, and we expect to finally go to about 400,000 students per year from this initiative. In conclusion, I will say that based on our experience, industry-led at scale skilling is possible. Important is that the industry identifies which area they want to play and then build a model through which they can deliver that kind of a thing. So I think with these words, I really want to thank for this opportunity and thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. We have with us Dr. Bijay Sahu, the director with the CBSE. May we please have you, sir, on the dais. Very warm welcome to you. Please give a huge round of applause. To welcome Dr. Sahu, may I please request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to please present the green certificate to Dr. Sahu. So this is our green initiative where we plant a thicket of 5 trees in your name. May I please request Dr. Sahu to deliver his address.
After Pavanji's thought-provoking address, and that too also in post-lunch sessions, कितना ज्ञान लिया जाएगा? It's very difficult. Rather, he has shared the practical experience, and that's why every people are carefully listening, and really it enriches us. All the senior dignitaries present here, representative of FICCI, and of course some young minds, especially some student representative are also very much here. It's a great occasion to be here with you and share CBSE experience on skilling towards workforce. So school is always being seen as a predecessor or early step towards education. But by now, largely, maybe in our times, only pure academic journey was that way crystallized, so that in school, beyond academics, very less number of students used to thought that okay, some kind of activity-based learning may happen, and that too also in some state, and in some state, in some districts, or in some cities. So that boundary was defined. But now, by virtue of nation's progress and by virtue of that global ecosystems and that information flows, and whatever the new developments are happening in any part of the world, through social media or its strength, we can definitely witness that peoples are going to sensitize towards that.
sometimes positively, sometimes negatively. And that's why Government of India has rightly came up with new education policy wherein there is a special emphasis on skilling and how in school that disruptions we can really think and shape in a manner that was being told. Particularly if we look into the present systems of education without new education policy or without national curriculum framework for school education. So the skilling journey in school starts right from grade 9, that too also as a additional optional subject. So those who are pass out from the CBSE systems, इस रूम में हम स्किल चर्चा कर रहे हैं, कितने लोग स्किल सब्जेक्ट ऑप्ट किया है? इफ एनीवन, प्लीज. So this is एक जना, only one hand. Don't feel shy. किसी ने अगर कोई भी स्किल कोर्स स्कूल में किया है हाथ उठा सकते हैं, किसी ने नहीं किया है. और हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं स्किल टू वर्कफोर्स में हम किस तरह से शुद्धिकरण करेंगे. So here comes.
Yeah, we've done Python at school level. So
Python in school level.
Yes.
Not in your school time. आपका स्कूल में आप जब स्कूल में थे
स्टूडेंट्स के लिए नहीं, नॉट इन आवर.
हाँ, मैं वो बोल रहा हूँ बिकॉज बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट यहाँ पे मौजूद है, टीचर है और इंडस्ट्री पर्सनालिटी है. तो किसने अपने स्कूल लाइफ में एक स्किल सब्जेक्ट और सो कॉल्ड उस टाइम में स्किल नहीं बोला जाता था, वोकेशनल बोला जाता था, कुछ जगह पे टीवेट वेट, तो 2-4 हाथ है.
SUPW.
तो now this is the situation of we are discussing about the education policy and other things, but इस रूम में मिला नहीं except some front runner. Now question is, that means our education systems, despite of the recommendations of multiple commission including Kothari commission, वहाँ पे categorically बोला गया है, but very few taker, whatever may be the reasons, वो discussions के लिए हम यहाँ पे नहीं हैं. अभी क्या करके, जैसे ITI सिस्टम्स को सुधारने के लिए इंडस्ट्री केम फॉरवर्ड. नाउ स्कूल इकोसिस्टम्स में व्हाट वी कैन डू एंड व्हाट पॉलिसी परमिट्स. सो टिल डेट ग्रेड 9 से एज ए ऑप्शनल इलेक्टिव, ऑप्शनल एडिशनल सब्जेक्ट 1 वोकेशनल सब्जेक्ट्स को आप ले सकते हैं. So if we talk about the CBSE systems, we are offering, and that too also not a single subject, we are offering approximately 21 subject at secondary level, but all are additional optional. एक स्कूल का ऊपर जो दायित्ववान स्कूल है वो ऑफर कर रहे हैं, जैसे मैडम ने बोला है पाइथन प्रोग्रामिंग स्कूल में हो रहा है, बहुत सारे यूनिवर्सिटी डिग्री प्रोग्राम में भी नहीं है. तो some progressive teachers, some progressive principal and some progressive parents thinks that school में जरूरत है, इसलिए they push, and that's why some school are offering. From the CBSE sides, the green signal is already there. Second point, at grade 11 and 12, largely the academic subject selection is dominated by what entrance exams you are going to write. If it is law, if it is engineering, medicine, so that dictates your subject combination. And schools are happy to offer only academic subjects. And this nation is witnessing these things for last several decades. We have an option, and CBSE could be one international board wherein enormous flexibilities are given. Student can opt one language and any 4 elective subjects. So whatever we are talking about multidisciplinary form of education, board give that flexibility. But बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स को मालूम नहीं और टीचर्स को स्कूल को मालूम होने का बाद भी व्हाट दे डू, दे फील्स द टीचर्स अवेलेबिलिटी। न्यू रिक्रूटमेंट करना है तो प्राइवेट स्कूल में मैनेजमेंट का परमिशन लेना पड़ेगा। सो प्रिंसिपल समटाइम्स फील शाय अबाउट टेकिंग दिस काइंड ऑफ एक्शन। नाउ कम्स द पॉलिसी डायरेक्शंस। हाउ मच टाइम दीप्ति आई हैव? 3 minutes. So I will conclude in 3 minutes. So policy direction is that from grade 6 onwards, each and every student in school ecosystems are supposed to take one vocational subject. That is compulsory. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 years? Huh? I am weak in math. So 5 years, 110 hours per year. That means 550 hours of compulsory skilling would be carried out in school. That's the policy recommendation. And what action CBSE has taken? CBSE has given a directions to the school. Skilling theory पर के होगा नहीं, हाथ गंदा करना पड़ेगा in certain sector where manufacturing and other issues are coming. But unlike as many speakers has already discussed on AI and other, I am not touching this. वहाँ पे दिमागी skill जहाँ पे programming और computational thinking जैसा चीज are also very much necessary. So board has come up with multiple modules right from the grade 6. Now through Kaushal board, where the multidisciplinary approach of compulsory skilling would be offered from through every school for every student. So 6, 7, 8, this kind of. For 9, 10, we are offering again 110 hours skill subjects. Whatever we are offering, we'll modify it according to the policy directives. And at 11 and 12, once they would be matured, then a specific skill like AI, hospitality or tourism, or even financial market management, or automotive technology, retail. So whatever professional courses are available at UG level, including logistics, which is an upcoming sector which is energized the country in different manner. So all such courses we are offering. Now again, mindset को सुधारने के लिए इंडस्ट्री रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को, जैसे अपने बच्चों इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट स्पेशली अपने बच्चों को स्किलिंग के लिए इंडिया में भी नहीं विदेश में छोटा मोटा कोर्स के लिए भी भेजता है, बट स्कूल में वो हाथ गंदा करने से स्टेटस इश्यूज होता है. दैट काइंड ऑफ माइंडसेट थ्रू दिस काइंड ऑफ फोरम we can propagate to mitigate all such issues. Then the policy directives can be implemented in true spirit, and hope the other flagship initiative of the government like apprenticeship programs and other maybe the virtual internships or physical internship, because many pockets are really missing that kind of flexibility or infra availability. But I am happy as industries are coming forward for ITI systems, polytechnic upgradation and engineering college upgradations in different manners. Different MNCs are also opening the lab, NHDC's PMKVY center. So largely India is having a huge number of idle infrastructure. एक जाति को सुधारने के लिए इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काफी है. Even without any new infra requirement, if we are properly utilizing this infra, I think our school, because nation goes to school, not to the university, because GR का ऊपर कल चर्चा करेंगे all the eminent vice chancellor. Let me stop. I think I have crossed 1 minute more. Thank you very much.
Panel discussion. on the theme Powering India's Workforce Transformation Through Industry-Led Skilling. To moderate the session, may I please welcome on the dais Dr. Prashant Deshpande, Senior Vice President, HR Strategy and Planning at Reliance Retail Limited. Please give him a warm welcome. Mr. Amit Kumar, the Head of Inclusive Growth at UNDP. Mr. Bhuvnesh Singh Chauhan, the Vice President, HR for Havels India Limited. Mr. Mahendra Singh Payal, Chief Program Officer for National Skill Development Corporation. Ms. Shipra Bhalla Chaudhary, Senior Director, Government Affairs at SAP India Private Limited. And Mr. D.P. Singh, Head of Skills to Job, India and South Asia at AWS India. May I now please request the moderator, Dr. Prashant Deshpande, to please take on the proceedings.
Very warm good afternoon to all of you. In the 16th Global Skills Summit by FICCI, where the theme is around empowering youth and transforming the workforce, Indian workforce, we are here to discuss what role particularly industry has to play in India's workforce transformation. And we have a very august panel to discuss this topic. Let's see it in the context. What role industry has in the overall skilling. First of all, industry is the consumer of the skills, the user of the skills which created by the skilling ecosystem. So it has the greatest stake in skilling. And second is that it is closer to any changes which happen due to the shifts in technology, shifts in industry dynamics. So it has a good vantage point to see where the skills are going, so it can proactively modify the what part of the skilling. So basically demand alignment is something industry can bring in better. So if we see worldwide, the countries which are seen as paragons of skilling, like Germany, industry plays a very proactive role in the overall skilling system. The second, even in India, if we see our success stories like IT, BPO, industry played a very critical role in shaping these industries and making them globally competitive, even when academia was not ready when these industries came up. And another key reason why industry is considered as important is a more pragmatic reason, that industry has resources, infrastructure to provide the opportunities for skilling, because skilling comes from contextual work, doing work in particular context. So that context, through apprenticeship, through giving labs for practicing the neophyte learners, that only industry can provide at a scale in a country like India. So this is the overall context. As I understand it, we will like to hear from our panel what is each expert's take on what is the core role of industry. We will be brief in a minute, I would just like to capture the top of the mind thought. What is the core role of industry in skilling? We will start from Bhuvanesh ji.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Prashant ji. Thank you, FICCI and Deepthi. So, core role of industry to actually the skill has to be embedded into the business. So, our side, I'm working with Havels. So, our from workforce planning to the real skill linked business is there. So, we do have approx 35,000 manpower in place on road and off road. And if they are skilled, then only we can serve the purpose of people and it linked with the business and profit. So skill is not only that we are skilling the people. In return, the ROI of this skill actually comes to the organization and the companies. So because if you, as we know that India is the one of the youngest workforce in the world. Yet only 7% people are formally skilled. That too 30 to 40% into the organized industry, and in unorganized is 2 to 3%. So total together come to 7%. If you go or comparison as Prashant says about Germany, Japan. So Japan the skill level is up to 80%. Employable person 80%. So the way to go for India, because our average age is less than 29 years, and the kind of Make in India concept from our government and the industry also wanted to grow, and then so skilling, if we skill people through the at the level of institution, at the level of ITI, at the level of diploma colleges or our in-house training center, then only we can run the business fruitfully, and business the skill will support the business only. That is what my view primarily.
Thanks. Thank you, FICCI. Thank you, moderator and my colleagues here. Good afternoon to all of you. The way I look at it is that the velocity of change, of course, has become very high. We've been talking about it for quite some time. And the velocity is going to still become higher. And the machines are going to become smarter. And therefore, if the humans have to work with the machines, and humans are irreplaceable, the value that they bring onto the table as they grow up in their education and their careers is going to go up many-fold. So the human being is going to become more important and is going to be more invaluable in the world of tomorrow. So that's the way I look at it, because machines are becoming very, very smart. The other thing, just to share with you, as an organization, as AWS, we have seen technology is having a huge impact when it comes down to skilling, and the World Economic Forum data is all available onto how many jobs will get displaced, even though the overall number of jobs are increasing by 178 million between 25 to 30, almost 96 or 92 million jobs are going to get displaced, and the others are not traditional kinds of jobs that are going to come back. We set up about 2 years ago. We have a lot of our training and certification team has a lot of learning resources for all the technology that is there. But what we thought the best way to do it is to create skill maps. And the way we do it is we work backwards from our employers. We go to the employers across the globe and ask them how are they deploying how are they leveraging technology for innovation and to serve their end consumer. And the moment you start looking at that, what they need, what comes back is a kind of skill maps that are required. And it's a massive exercise. For one skill map, it could take anything from 3 to 4 months across various countries. So that's what we have been doing, and we floated something which is called Technology Alliance in across about 15 countries now, where we invite the industry, the higher educational institutions, and we invite the collaborating organizations like Task and others, so that we can work together on those skill maps.
and we believe that the learning must be democratized, and as much as at the school level and that level, we should make available a lot of stuff which is free of cost. We do that through AWS Academy, through Educate. Now we have made Skill Builder, which is available to this to the higher education children free. So those are the kind of things that we are doing because we know the changes that are happening.
After listening to these industry voices, I request Mr. Payal from NSDC to share his top of the mind, just brief take on what is industry's role in skilling according to him.
Thank you, Prashant, and thank you, co-panelists Vicky and the audience today. See, I look after apprenticeship in National Skill Development Corporations, and we are running National Apprenticeship Scheme for Government of India. And apprenticeship, I think, is not today. I finished reading the book by Romila Thapar some time back, and when the society started coming into being, how people were learning was through apprenticeship also, only. Any craftsman, any carpenter, he would keep his child as an apprentice and work with him. Same, if you see a plumber coming to you today, you will find there are two people along with him who are learning on the job. And apprenticeship is formalized in our country through an act of 1961, which says that industry should have 2.5% of their manpower as apprentices. It can go up till 15%. So apprenticeship is training by the industry and for the industry. What we find is that through our informal surveys, they are not scientifically designed, but I have been asking people who do apprenticeship, and I find 45% of them get absorbed. And mind you, last year the highest pay for the person who got absorbed was in Power Grid for 16 lakh. That even my son is not getting after doing computer education in Delhi College of Engineering. So that is the kind of returns and gains you can get from apprenticeship. And we did about 10 lakh last year, and that is pittance, because developed country like Germany, 3 to 4% of their labor force is in apprenticeship. We have 60 crore of workforce, so you can imagine actually where we can go. Apprenticeship, I like said, is driven by the act. It is very easy to do. You just have to train people. You don't even have to employ them. There are a lot of courses which have been developed. You can develop your own courses. The sector skill councils have developed courses. You can take them and train the people on them. No obligation to hire them. Some part of your stipend is given by the government. Other part you can pay them. I find generally the stipend is in the range of 15 to 20,000. More than industry, we have about 50,000 odd industry which is doing apprenticeship right now. I think about 8 to 10,000 have come afresh. But still the potential is huge. What I find is that more than the industry, we do not have the awareness with our children. They don't realize that you simply just can't go into a job. You need to be a trainee for some time, and then only you can get into a job. That is what message we have to give to the schools, colleges, children, that you have to train for some time in the industry, through the industry, before you get into a job. That is all I want to say about my introductory remarks on this.
Thank you, Mr. Payal. Now we will hear the voice from the development institution sector from Mr. Amit Kumar, how he sees the role of industry in skilling of workforce in India.
Thank you, Prashantji, and thanks a lot to FICCI for giving UNDP the opportunity. So in one sentence, sorry, first of all, I agree with the panelists what they have already spoken about. But if I have to answer your question in one sentence, I would put it, industry is an equal partner into the whole skilling ecosystem. It involves from skill planning to post-placement, and everywhere industry has a very important role to play. That's A short, quick answer. Now, looking into this whole and today's theme, what we are discussing, industry-led skill ecosystem, and this is something it's not a recent phenomena. If India's journey, if you look at in a more systematic way, I think we have now almost 17, 18 years with the constitution of NSDC, which is basically a kind of private sector, government kind of coming together to create institutional architecture, followed by constitution of sector skill councils, and then all the programs which are increasingly being designed by the government, which allows industry's participations. But yes, we have made headway in terms of industry's participation, but still it's not a quantum jump where we should have been in the last 17, 18 years of journey, and specifically if we strictly see 10, 11 years of Skill India's focused increased investment from the government side, flexibility, willingness to work with the industry. And my take on this whole thing is that somewhere what requires really to make this happen is that industry-led skilling ecosystem is just not going to be driven by the large corporates. They are contributing a lot. We heard the great example from Tata, and there are so many other examples. People sitting on the dais, they are doing their bit. And why I say so? Because ultimately, our small and medium businesses are one of the largest employers. And if they are not actively and participating in this, which to my view, they are not, right? It's not going to happen. So I think we need to work along with what we are already doing to look into that. How do we work towards shifting the change in the mindset? When we talk about changing the mindset, we talk a lot about making skills aspirational. I would also say that we need to work with the small and medium businesses basically to kind of change the mindset that skilling is government's job. I'm sorry. Nowhere in the world, we heard some example, whether it is Germany, Japan, Australia, you take the example of advanced countries, you see that industries are investing, not only participating, investing a great deal of money in skilling what a country spends overall. And same, we need to kind of bring that awareness, bring that ownership, that ultimately it's basically for their benefit. Because when we interact with the industry, and Chambers, I'm going to take 30 seconds more. No, I have 30 seconds. Okay, great. So when we look into all of this, is that normally we hear from industry when we talk, specifically going to the industry association and cluster, that's okay. Why should we invest in training? Because we train, people move. That's an excuse that's normally you hear from many of the smaller and medium businesses. But ultimately, if everybody starts investing, then the ecosystem would get developed. So that's very much, in my view, required. Second thing, on the supply side, that's yes, schemes are being designed which allows industry's participations. But at times, when we start designing the scheme, कि इस चक्कर में कि schemes का misutilization नहीं हो, हम उसमें इतनी complexity डाल देते हैं. Sometimes we create so much of administrative complexities into this thing, which kind of makes industry, even those who are willing to, who is going to take so much of botheration, write so many forms, give this much of report to take an advantage of a particular, whether it is, I don't want to name a scheme A, B or C, right? Because it's kind of creates a adverse incentive for industry even to billing one, right? Third thing, I think, sir, you were talking about skill map. I think we still into this while we talk about that we are moving towards a demand-driven skilling, but all the data, whether it is employability data, whether it is the employment data of all the schemes, still we are into the low, less than 50%, even at around 40 or 30%. That tells us that there is still a huge gap between what we are churning out and what is the need of the industry. So we need to work on kind of using the technology, and more so with AI and other things coming. I strongly believe that it is possible for us to work towards a localized predictive labor market force information system, which tells us that in a particular district, what is the requirement today, where it is likely to move. Because ultimately we are living in a world where, which is not only technology, it's normally I see that in today's time, 3 T's or 4 T's, which is defining technology, trade, tariff, and Trump, right? So in this thing, I think the whole point of that human capitals are going to be not only for companies' point of view, but even from the nation's own, the whole, I think the trade and economic growth is very important. I'll stop here.
I request Ms. Shipra to comment. What industry can uniquely do in skilling?
Good evening. I'm Shipra. I handle a role called Government Affairs for a German company, SAP. And the reason why I brought it up is because my esteemed panelists have already, reiterated that Germany has been at the forefront of, automation, skilling, making sure that the workforce is continuously, that there's capacity building. And while we are very proudly an Indian company for the last maybe 27, 28 years, I was just mentioning to one of the panelists when we were talking was that just two days ago, SAP Labs India made a multi-billion-dollar investment. We opened up a 41-acre new campus in Bangalore. It just happened 2 days ago, and with the idea of putting in more skilled infrastructure. SAP India is the second largest R&D center for SAP worldwide, and the only one outside of Germany, which is that. Which the reason why I'm bringing up the fact is because it's testament to the kind of cutting edge technology, innovation, and skills that our young population has, and we're looking to ramp up the center to 15,000 as the center becomes operational. The case in point is that industry's contribution to skilling, and I completely agree that it is not just the government's job. In fact, it's not the government's job. It is a sum total of so many players in the ecosystem, right from school, as sir pointed out, to colleges, to training colleges, to industry, and then government. What government can provide is the first and the last end, which is the policy directive and the scale, which together you need to build a foundation which the government can scale for the country, right? I love the point that Mr. Singh said that we are going to have machines as co-workers. I mean, that reality is right here, right? And we are now building the younger population to be the workforce of tomorrow. The reason why companies like ours want to invest is because the hard truth is, and I'm saying this, that in specialized sectors like ours, and I've been in IT all my career, so I have a sort of a tunnel vision. With respect to the needs of the IT industry, and I'm putting it out there. But another thing that we've seen from the IT sector is that we realize that when we need specifically skilled people, they're not available, right? There is a generic amount of training, a basic amount of skilling that's happening, and that talks to everything that all of you have said, that when you want people for digital transformation, you find that pool is only very limited if you depend on the traditional methods. So what industry needs to do is to step in, and create cohorts, make sure that they're passing on the knowledge in whatever format is acceptable to the country's laws and to labor laws, passing on that knowledge, creating cohorts of people who can be specialized for that job, and immediately take them into the employment pool. You miss a whole let's put the only education, degree, diploma kind of a context there, and you make people ready from get go, and you put them into motion. I think that really helps the nation at large if everyone starts to think how they can gainfully and quickly ramp up people to bring into their fold. That's where I'll stop. And the advantage of going last is that most of it is already spoken.
So thank you. We have heard from all the experts their views on the topic. Now let's look into some specific issues. Government is doing a lot by way of various schemes. Some of them are the schemes which have been running for decades, like apprenticeship scheme, which have been transformed recently, or some new schemes like PM internship scheme, like AICTE fellow program, which AICTE director was describing to all of us. So, what motivates or deters industry from participating in these government-led initiatives? And I'll request Mr. Payal to comment on this.
Thank you. So, what deters industry for working from these schemes? I think there's a good joke on that. I am from the government and I am here to help you. So that is the first reason why what deters industry from working with the government. But just 2-3 points I'd put up. What motivates them to work for this, and I'll take the context again, apprenticeship. Firstly, that if you are having a lot of attrition in your industry, like yours, I think retail and others, and if you have found a system of integrating apprentices into your workforce, then they are very good takers. So everywhere I go, like especially for the automobile industry, I had gone to Bhiwadi, and one employer asking for 4,000 apprentices. Or I had gone to Faridabad MSME cluster, and he said that we are 25,000 of us here, and we are desperately short of people and apprentices, and nobody comes. And if we were to hire only one in each factory, we would actually require 25,000 apprentices. So where people are struggling for manpower and where people are struggling for have a lot of attrition, there is a lot of motivation to hire apprentices. A lot of people who, it's not a motivation per se, but they do it because they have to adhere to the act. So that is another motivation, and a lot of people are actually passionate about skill development and they look at training people. So these are 2-3 motivations, but a lot of deterrence, yes. Obviously it is an act, so act has some clauses and norms which one has to adhere to, and particularly in the MSME, then that kind of investment to adhere to norms is difficult to make, and they would not like to. Bigger industry has HR, L&D department, so they are able to adhere to the training part and other norms of apprenticeship or industrial training. Other deterrence is that eventually apprenticeship is training. And then you need to organize training in your premises. So you need to have some trainer or a mentor for him or her. You need to have a training space, and you have to have a daily training schedule or a weekly training schedule. And at the end of the training, you can have an assessment and give him, in fact, an NSQ of certificate which gives him credit or her credit, and she can go into further education. So these kind of things, but then adhering and implementing these things are difficult. So that also deters people from taking on industrial training or training on their workplace. Most important, which I found, is that capacity to mobilize people. You see, the industry is in the west and south, but people who actually migrate and work in them are largely in our east and north. So you require an agency in between who will get these children, tell their parents that we require people, this is what they will get, they will be apprentice for some time or they will get into jobs right away. And this is largely being now done by the staffing organization, and in apprenticeship we call them TPAs, also third party aggregators. But you require an agency in between to get people to you. So that is the biggest challenge which I find that which deters people from industrial training or apprenticeship or hiring per se. And lastly is obviously lack of awareness that it is their responsibility. If they have more than 30 people or even if more than 4 people, they have an obligation by the law and otherwise also towards this country to train the youth of this country. Thank you.
One interesting point that you mentioned is the additional cost, especially in the context of MSMEs. skilling is not free for industry. So how beyond uh, the an additional cost thinking, the skilling can be integrated into the business model itself, so that it doesn't appear as an extra cost that business cannot afford. I request Bijay to
Thank you. So in India, actually, we often says जुगाड़ से काम चल जाएगा. But in manufacturing, sales, service, or any industry, so जुगाड़ will not build branch. It will only complaints. So in Havels or any other companies, we believe in skilling, not patching. So skilling, if we compare cost to skill versus cost to hire, then answer lies in that. If we skilled people, fresh pool of talent, because talent is available in India everywhere and anywhere. If you see, as sir has said, our the population which is workable is working around 50 crore. But out of that 50 crore, only 10 to 12% working in the organized sector. So only 5 crore or nearby 50 millions. So these large organizations can have these kind of skilled people or build into that business scenario with 5 crore people. So then also we need to create that kind of ecosystem, that kind of model where MSME or organized sector like agricultural or construction, they will also have that kind of skill embedded business system. So if I talk about Havels, yes, definitely yes. From our workforce planning to skill mapping to the cost to skill versus cost to hire, we did it every year and then time to time, monthly, quarterly basis. As the product category is different and vary from one to other, and many product categories are there. As in the industry, if we see, everybody in industry we worship Vishwakarma. So Vishwakarma Puja celebrated. So why we know the name of Vishwakarma ji? Because he not only built that golden Lanka, but actually he trained the goldsmiths, the carpenters, the engineers and everyone. So that is why now also we are worshipping in all the organizations. Some organizations having holiday also, some, but each and every manufacturing company celebrate Vishwakarma Puja, and if Vishwakarma was here nowadays happens, so he definitely will be the kind of the honor of most multi-skilled academy or company. So in the same way, if we talk about Havels, from our old segment like from switches to switchgear to industrial product, then from cable to buyer, then from lighting, and then in Lloyd consumer durables, and fans to motor. So everywhere skill category is different. So we do tie up, we have the nets in place, we have FTC concept also, some of the contractuals also have on the roll people. So like Vishwakarma only, we try to have that collaborative skills from manufacturing to quality to sales to supply chain everywhere, because if that ecosystem is there, then only it will be linked with the business system. So and everything comes into the ROI. So we see on quarterly basis, monthly basis, yearly basis, how if new manpower come without skill, so the tech time increases for our assembly lines of fan or AC or refrigerator. But if it is skilled internally or through agency or through ITI's center of excellence, then from next day or after 3 days after induction, they can do the job in the given time. So that is how it linked with the really linked with the business system.
Thank you.
Second, one minute.
We have a lot to cover.
Achha, so one
minute.
minute.
On the
So
scope
okay, so give me one more minute. So we see there are two kind of electricians. So one electrician comes to your home, fixed your problem, and then your fan will run for next 10 years. And second kind of electrician come to your home, he also fix your problem and then give his number to you. कोई problem आए तो मुझे दोबारा से call कर लेना. It means he knows कि problem आएगा. So what we do at Havels, and we try to link this purpose with the company's values. Second category को के electrician को हम first category में लाना चाहते हैं. So that is how he is trying to help people. Thank you so much.
Interesting. So, on one hand, the technologies like AI and other emerging technologies are disrupting the skills. They're also creating opportunities for creating scalable platforms for skill development within the organization. So, I request Ms. Shipra to comment on how technology can be used, leveraged to build such platforms in large organizations like SAP.
Sorry, I think I was on mute. I'd probably like to address this from a point of view of a large employer. You know, when you're having 15,000 employees, I mean, in IT, that's fairly large. You know, we are constantly redefining our talent strategies, rather, right? Because even we have to keep pace with the technological changes that are happening in the industry. There's global competition. There is an issue of retention, dissatisfaction among employees, and different kind of workforce expectations. Right. Some of the things that have worked with us from a strategy point of view is to be able to upskill and reskill our own workforce constantly, because that's the demand of the business per se, right? And I think most of our peer organizations across the board are also invested heavily into reskilling their own workforce constantly. This ensures that your employees are equipped with not only the latest skills, but there's excitement in the job. It fosters a culture of learning, growth, collaboration, support. One will bring the other. So, your job is to first reach the first 10%, and then eventually people will fall in place. There's a lot of investment that goes into building internal learning platforms also, right? So that your own employees get access to certifications, through learning journeys, so on and so forth. What you're doing outside you have to replicate that mini ecosystem within the companies itself when you're having a very, very large workflow. The second issue is of probably building a culture of diversity and equity and inclusion, DEI as it's commonly called in organizations. Emphasizing and investing in your DEI initiatives itself is becoming a cornerstone of building an ecosystem of employees which is happy, which is well trained, well nourished intellectually, right? A lot of organizations are implementing diversity targets. There are multiple unconscious bias trainings that are happening, constant manager employee interaction that is happening, all using technology. I mean, there's a structured softwares, structured training tools that we use to be able to achieve that. And it's regardless of whether it's senior leadership, middle management, or even kids who join the company literally as of yesterday. Everybody is part of that evaluation and training and learning tool. And this aligns, I think, generally also this aligns with regulatory frameworks and societal expectations of constantly reinventing yourself. The third thing that I've seen with our organizations using technology is this whole culture of gig economy integration. Many employers feel that, or are rather turning to freelancers, part-time jobs, consultants to fill out very specific skill positions, and they're changing their policies to adjust to the new demands. And this allows for greater agility, also better delivery, and especially in industries where project work, or collaboration within large projects is important. And of course, you brought the topic of AI. Analytics and AI itself are being utilized to heavily predict talent needs, identify shortcomings, identify potential skill gaps within your workforce, and continuously feed into the recruitment strategies that organizations are making. companies are using these data driven strategies, insights, to make more informed decisions about hiring new talent and also retaining the current talent pool. I think, in interest of time, I'll pass off to another person.
Thank you. So we will go to one very important issue in the skilling ecosystem, particularly in the context of India, where we have very low women workforce participation. That what industry can do to focus on skilling of women and ensuring a better career outcomes, retention and better career outcomes for them. I address this to any of the panelists who would like to comment, but this is an important issue and industry has a responsibility towards it.
So let me pick this up with your permission onto this one. And I think I strongly believe what you are saying. And we have a big challenge that I was reading one of the reports which said that while we have approximately 43% of women in the STEM graduates, right? Only 27% of the workforce actually is working in the STEM area. And this is a 2023 report by All India Survey of higher education by APSHE. So I think what each company does for itself on DEI, I'm not going to talk about it. What a company can do for building the ecosystem outside. So let me share what we are doing. Again, as I said, we work backwards. We work in collaborative way with our partners. We have something which is called Women in Cloud, an initiative which is called Women in Cloud. And what we do is we take women technical leaders, women tech people out into the higher educational space, and they go and talk about two things. It's a 3-step process which a student or a learner in the higher education goes through, and they talk about 3 things. First is how to be successful at workplace and how they have overcome the challenges. Number 2, demystifying technology by talking about use cases and how they have learned and what they have deployed. And third is the whole art of navigating and mentoring, which is there. So we call this Women in Cloud Mentoring Program. And we have large number of companies which are part of our tech alliance, which is through invitation that we do with our customers. We go with Schneider is one of them, for example, or Kyndryl is there, IBM is there, Accenture is there. So we go with these tech people out into that day. So that's one thing that we do. The second thing, we do have a program which is also fairly women focused, is a program which is called Restart. So this is about women who would have taken a break, now want to come back. Technologies have changed quite a bit. It's a 12-week program. It's again free for the women, but we do this in partnership with our clients who tap into their CSR fund, or there's a funding from the government, and we participate in that investment as well, and we try to bring them up after 12 weeks, and we work to get them placed. Right. So I think that's the kind of piece that we are doing as far as women is concerned. And we have realized that mentoring is a big thing. Peer-to-peer learning is another thing. And these are the models that need to be really deployed at the scale.
Thank you. One issue that we often talk about in the skilling is making skilling aspirational, and industry being the source of demand can actually play a pivotal role in signaling the premium for skills, which will go in a long way in making skilling aspirational. So any comments on what industry can do from demand side, not from supply side, but from demand side, to boost India's skilling ecosystem?
So can I take the initiative again? I'll take 2-3 minutes to talk about it. We did a survey with Gallup, and most of you know that Gallup is a very large, respected research organization. We did this and we launched it in February of 23. We surveyed 30,000 workers, 19 companies, 9,000 employees, and Gallup studied 33 open positions in 33 countries. When you talk about aspiration, very interesting information that came out. One was that what is called advanced skills help improve productivity and increase income of the employees, and they contribute to India. In India, it is contributing uh, $507.9 billion to the GDP. They have raised the GDP, and at a global level, it is 6.3 trillion that these skilled people are able to raise the GDP. More important is the survey told us that those who had taken skills 1 year before that, some kind of skilling, got at least one promotion. And that is very, very interesting data that came up. The other piece that came up was that people who have done cloud architecture, software development, those people are earning approximately 1,44,939 rupees more than their peers. So that's a very, very positive part of aspiration for somebody to do that. And the best is that 91% of these people who have taken advanced skilling, there is basic skilling, there is intermediate skilling, and advanced skilling. 91% of them have a satisfaction rate. It is 74% for intermediate skilling and 70% for other skilling. But so there are three other pieces to it which help in making skilling aspirational. One, the biggest thing is that you have to impart skilling in an innovative way. And that is where you come, your digital learning, your virtual labs, your personalized AI learning, all these come into it.
Thank you. We are running out of time. So one last just question I would put it to Mr. Mahendra or Mr. Amit Kumar is, there was a lot of talk about compliances being the deterrent. What can be done to ease, and we don't have much time to deliberate, any top of the mind idea that from a forum like FICCI it can be part of the future policy recommendation, something that can reduce the compliance burden and improve the outcomes in skilling.
Yeah, in short, what I think, what I said in my opening remark, ultimately the policy schemes need to be designed with a trust focus, right? I think currently when we start designing programs and more from which involves the public spending, we start with a mistrust. That's the fund would get misutilized. So let's create all the checks and balances which it could be. So I think if we take an approach of trust based and then build in the whole element of the robust monitoring and impact management system, that could really take the whole things away. Because it's not to say that, okay, you make it so flexible that the public funds get misused. That is not the purpose. But leveraging the trust, and there are examples of such model across the world. I think where you are not checking each and everything, you are making things more flexible, which allows industry to come in, join. But you also have your strong rigorous system where you on a random basis check, and then you have the inbuilt mechanism of penalizing if anyone. So you bring in that element automatically that no one is really taking things. But this current obsession, if I use the term, not to be quoted, but is basically we try to get so many layers, so many things that it becomes too. That's what I'll say.
So thank you. We are running out of time. Do we have time for any question or couple of questions we can take?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please, sir, introduce yourself and
Yes.
And please keep the question brief and
Yeah.
direct it to specific speaker if you want to address the question.
Sir, I am Dr. Jagdish Shivhari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, I have a general question. What specific innovation practices are being incorporated into the industry-led skilling ecosystem to connect the learners, educators, and employees for skill development opportunities?
Okay, I'll just quickly answer you this thing. Innovative, I will not stretch myself so far, but obviously now you all know that UGC has given guidelines. You can have now apprenticeship as part of the degree program. So that is one innovation which has been brought in. And within my own ecosystem of apprenticeship, what we are also permitting now is apprenticeship being done online also, remotely. And we find that especially in NATS, more and more AI based courses and all these future courses are being taken up as part of apprenticeship. So that is what is happening. We are also constantly evolving, so we are allowing apprenticeship to be done at a client premises. So that helps for security sector or that helps for retail sector. So those kind of things we are bringing in. That's what.
So maybe use AI, leverage AI for personalized learning is the biggest shift that is taking place globally and even in India.
Sir, I have a question about your aspirational thing. You said, excuse me, this side. I'm NS Chauhan, here only. I have a question. We constantly talk about ki why people are not getting skilled, why students are not taking interest. Both parties are available, government and industries both are available. Can we do a simple thing like somebody with an apprenticeship or somebody with a skill certificate can start above the skilled, say there are three categories: unskilled, semi-skilled and skilled. You can create a category in between somewhere. Suppose unskilled person with a certificate in skilled or in apprenticeship can start 500 rupees, 300, 200 rupees extra with a category in between. Can we do this with the labor ministry? That will give a permanent incentive for somebody to do a course. Same in the industry. Somebody with such a certificate can start. Suppose you are taking a person as a technician, he can start with a senior technician.
So
or somebody is taking an executive.
question?
Just a second.
Ask the question.
Somebody is taking an executive. You can start a senior executive. I'll give you an example of the
please,
forces.
Please keep the question brief because we are running out of time.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. There are organizations in India which are taking technical people.
As I understand, if I paraphrase correctly, you want to add one more category in addition to the three categories which currently exist. And
Yeah, that is
a
just
good
because
idea?
there should be
Is that a
some
good idea?
incentive for
Let's
somebody to
hear
do a
Mr.
course.
Amit Kumar. Yeah.
Otherwise, it becomes a paper.
So, see, I think what you are saying, not getting into the merit and demerit, but see, if the three is not helping, the fourth is not going to help. Let's accept that one. I think the whole issue of making skills aspirational is goes beyond, much beyond just the income aspect, right? Income is not, and if you look at the survey and other things, it is not the many people leave the jobs, even well-paying jobs, because of various reasons. So I think when we are talking of making skills aspirational, it is as a society, how do we value skills? As an employer, are we creating the right workplace, inclusive workplace? For example, it's not just only from the youth perspective. If we are talking about women employment, if we are talking about employment for persons with disabilities, right? So there are so many intersectional elements, right? That's it. There are multi-layer dimensions, and that is not the only solutions. I think all of us need to work collectively more on the mindset and then start investing as an employer, as what I was saying earlier. As we put money aside for technology, that's okay. This year I am going to put in this much percentage on technology, this much percentage on business process innovations. I think as an employer we need to, whether it is a small firm, large firm, X percentage of my budget is going to be into skilling, reskilling, upskilling, whatever, because that's where the pathways lies. You need to create your hiring system better. You need to create infrastructure for women, and all those kind of things are. If we are looking at making workplaces for persons with disabilities, you need to make your workplace accessible. So there are different dimensions and different elements, and rather than start looking at the people as a cost center, I think once we start looking at the people as a profit center, then these investments are not going to be. And we as a society need to say that it's not always what I think Vijay was talking in his previous talk. That's how we encourage our kids to kind of experiment with their skills. I'll stop here because Deepti is staring at me.
So to sum up, industry is an equal partner in the skilling, and we have come a long way. since the journey of India's skilling with momentum started 16, 17 years ago. But there are many issues which are still grappling with skilling ecosystem, and with innovative adoption of technology and greater industry participation, we can overcome those challenges, and really industry-led skilling will become the source of India's workforce transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists. We'll have a quick group picture. While we are changing over, we will have the dinner, an early dinner served outside at around 6:30. So I would request everybody to please do have their early dinners with us. As we move on to the next session, which is on igniting entrepreneurship. We have the panelists with us already. Let's give a huge round of applause to the panelists here. Thank you, thank you. To moderate the session on igniting entrepreneurship, may I please invite on stage the Ms. Veena Swaroop, former Director HR for Engineers India Limited. Please welcome her. Professor Ashok Kumar Nagawat, the Vice Chancellor for Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Ms. Bharti Birla, Enterprise Development Specialist at ILO, Decent Work Technical Team for South Asia. Welcome, Ms. Bharti. Mr. Ankit Agrawal, who's the founder and CEO of Unstop. Welcome, Ankit. Dr. Saurabh Chandrasekharan, the Senior Consultant at NISBUD. Very warm welcome, Dr. Saurabh. We will now begin our session on igniting entrepreneurship, and may I now request our moderator, Ms. Veena Swaroop ma'am, to please begin the proceedings.
So good evening, everyone. About a fortnight back, I was in this very hall moderating a session in a global industrial relations summit, and my session was immediately after lunch. So I thought it was very challenging moderating a session after lunch to keep people awake, but it went off very well. But today I find a bigger challenge because it's the last session, almost nearing 5:30. People are tired, and to keep them in the hall is not going to be easy. But for all those of you who are here, let me promise you that we are going to do a hard stop at 6:15. In 45 minutes, we'll try to convey what we were to convey in 75 minutes. But I'm sure with my panel members in this panel, we'll be able to do that. But the topic on which we are going to have a discussion just now is rather very important, and in fact very well placed in today's discussions, where we've been talking about skilling, talking about industry, talking about jobs, but where are the jobs today? So in that scenario, igniting entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is crucial for economic growth and societal progress, driving innovation, job creation, and wealth generation. It brings about community development, revitalizing communities by creating jobs, improving living standards, and fostering social well being. Peter Drucker said that the entrepreneur always searches for change, responds to it, and exploits it as an opportunity. Successful entrepreneurship exhibits the capacity and willingness to develop, organize, and manage a business venture along with its risks, and in order to make it profitable. There is a paradigm shift today. In the present environment in our country, we are rich in demographic dividend. Almost 68% of our youth are in working age group. And this and the changing nature of diminishing jobs is a major challenge. And in this scenario, the best solution is stepping into entrepreneurship. In fact, the ecosystem has seen a very revolutionary change where we have the government's thrust on Make in India, Startup India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Government has encouraged facilitation of startups, incubation centers, accelerators in various universities, in various institutions. They have promoted early starts and funding schemes, have encouraged entrepreneurial ventures. In fact, we have also witnessed large number of women in this journey. A major thrust has been given to skilling, upskilling and reskilling, and we have all witnessed the skilling ecosystem evolving over time, wherein organizations, policies and regulations have been shaped. Skilling through clusters further facilitates a push towards entrepreneurship. And here I like to share with you that on ground in FICCI itself, under the FICCI Skill Development Committee, I happen to be chairing a task force where we've been skilling in clusters in the Northeast. It's a 6-day program and it's been done along in collaboration with sector skill councils such as the food processing, the beauty and wellness, the handicraft sector skill council. And by and large, it's been women who have been trained in this venture. Don Bosco has been the implementing partner with us for mobilizing. And in this 6-day program, we've tried to give them end-to-end financial literacy, digital literacy, domain knowledge about supply chain, about e-marketing, and in the last one that we did, we tried to do hand holding and take them to the end where they could sell their products. So it's that kind of support that is being looked at today. So entrepreneurship today is a very important area, and for the youth in this hall, sitting here in this hall, it's going to be a learning for you through the discussions that we are going to have in this session. We have a diverse panel where we have Dr. Nagawat, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Delhi Skilling University. So he comes from academia. We have Dr. Saurabh, who comes from Nisbad, a government institution. We have Bharti Birla, who is an ILO specialist and who will be talking to us about the ILO perspective. And we have Ankit Agarwal, who is himself a founder of a startup. And so he's going to tell us where the shoe actually pinches. So with that, I like to start with all the panelists. So what I've done is I'm going to pose some questions to them, but before that, I'll request you all for 4 to 5 minutes each, if you can share your perspective on entrepreneurship. We all know that it's happening today, but why is it that it's not being scaled up, especially in rural India? So what is it that is deterring it there, so that we are able to have more of entrepreneurs within our country? Starting with Professor Nagawat, your perspective on it.
So, as we all know that entrepreneurship and honing entrepreneurship skills is a serious business, and there are a lot of dimensions to it. And in a small panel discussion, we cannot deliberate upon all the aspects. But I would like to focus and present my views only specific to the kind of entrepreneurship which is in technology and research innovation driven entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, in my understanding, is all about ushering in or bringing in change in the society, change in the way we live, or making available the new kinds of product and services this society can avail. And the change is driven by definitely the new developments, research, and if we wish to focus and change the scenario in India, then we have to realize that we are now living in a much different time than we were living earlier. The present time, it is the technology which is deciding in which direction the world will move. So I call it technological determinism. Technology is driving the change.
Now, when you believe in this concept that the technology would be shaping our future, then you have to also explore the areas in which the technological development, the research and development activities is going on and at the most rapid rate. So I believe that there are certain technologies which we classify as emerging technologies, primarily big technologies, nanotechnology, biotechnology, the information communication technology, which includes the scenario like artificial intelligence already spoken, as well as the new coming form of the computing called quantum computing and quantum technologies, and cognitive and neuroscience. So within few years, most of the things, kind of the products which we use would be changing. So a budding entrepreneur should be provided a wider exposure of all technologies which are evolving at faster rate, so that he can shape his dream. What kind of solution, what kind of problem he wishes to address with the available prospective potential breakthrough in these technologies. So that kind of training program should be there. The entrepreneurship cannot be planned, it can be explored only. So it's just like a science business. In science, you do not have a well-defined chart in which direction the scientific ideas or scientific theories will progress. We have to try various things and then we come up with some solutions which works well and which explains the natural phenomenon. So similarly, in the modern scenario, unless we pay attention to the emerging technologies, we would not be able to change the world in the manner which we want to, and we will not be having this significance also, and more so because I believe that in coming times, say by 2030 and later on time, the shelf life of everything which we do would be very limited. So in one profession you cannot continue for long period of time. In one kind of entrepreneurship, so an entrepreneur has to try something different and learn something different. So that kind of approach would be required, because anybody, even if he is trained in certain set of skills, would constantly require upskilling. Now that ease is not available, that where you learn for certain number of years and then you can contribute to the society. Constant upskilling as per the present scenario, present knowledge, present developments would be required. So I hope that various organizations working in this, including the universities, would play an important role in future in shaping our future through entrepreneurship. I think that's.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nagavat. So can I request Bharti to share her perspective?
Thank you, Venaji. I think this is a very important question because we have a lot of young people in the rural areas. We also heard about migration in the previous panel, and one of the challenges that we're facing is how many people will have jobs. Even after skilling, not everyone will have jobs. So how do we create that entrepreneurial culture in the rural areas is very important. And why that doesn't really happen is also because of the exposure and whether our entrepreneurial programs are reaching the rural youth and in what form they are reaching. For example, a large number of entrepreneurship programs do not look into the gender aspects of things. So, in the previous panel was also talking about gender inclusion and diversity, how these entrepreneurial programs need to be really designed around the target population. So when we are designing entrepreneurial programs for rural youth, ILO has a program called Get Ahead, which is gender and entrepreneurship together, which looks at the context, the rural context, and sometimes the children are not the youth are not very well educated. So how to leverage their strengths, how to leverage the local area networks and leadership, and understanding the power structures that exist because of different challenges we have in villages, dealing with their own families, decision making about entrepreneurship, because parents also like the children to go and work somewhere as an employee, but thinking of entrepreneurship is something, I mean, it is out of compulsion but not something that they would like to promote. So how do we look at the mindset change? And I think some specific tools are required to include youth from the rural areas into such entrepreneurship programs. So that's one. The second part is that Entrepreneurship also requires a lot of business development services, coaching, and mentoring. Most of the time, entrepreneurship programs sometimes are parachuted and then the trainers leave the local area. And when the youth require coaching or support, when they need mentoring, there's no one to answer those questions. And I think when we plan rural entrepreneurship, we have to keep in mind that the business development services which are available in urban areas like incubation centers or different facilities, those are not there in the rural area. So how do we create a peer network and a network of coaches and mentors who can stay with these young budding entrepreneurs and help them to set up their businesses and later on move to scale up. The third part is also the entrepreneurial ecosystem. When ILO does a lot of studies on entrepreneurial ecosystem, and maybe I can describe that later, but just for this rural part, the entrepreneurial ecosystem which exists for the country or at a state level, it may not look into the nuances of the rural ecosystem and what is available there. And I think that's where we also need to focus on. The fourth point is in rural areas, because informality is very high. So we need to look at two-pronged approach. One is to look at individual entrepreneurship, but the other area that we can also look at is collective entrepreneurship. And I think that's where a lot of self-help groups, collectives, cooperatives can come in, and they can create a lot of jobs and employment. So we need a little bit of perspective change when we are looking at rural entrepreneurship, and I think more and more is being done in India, but we need a little bit more to give that policy thrust as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So both you and Professor Nagawat have made one important point, and that's the outreach has to be there, especially in the case of rural India. Can I come to you, Ankit, now? If you can share your perspective on entrepreneurship.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lovely to be here. Let me explain in terms of how a person decides to get into entrepreneurship, right? Because that's the key. How can we inculcate entrepreneurial mindset to maybe students in schools or colleges, and then possibly we may come to a point where everybody may want to become an entrepreneur or at least understand what that is, right? There is a concept called as entrepreneurs as well as intrapreneurs, right? So I am a firm believer that we need to sort of push people to think in terms of entrepreneurial mindsets, whether if even if they are working in any bigger organizations. I genuinely believe that if they have entrepreneurial mindsets, they will move towards making that company much bigger, indirectly working towards job creation, right? Now let me also touch upon that when the entrepreneurship comes into the picture, right? We should be talking about it as passionately as maybe something else. What, and there are very small aspects, right? Now many people, let's say when I go and sort of talk to my driver, my people who are helpers, and otherwise my employees, and otherwise all of them have started talking about entrepreneurship, and the only commonality between all of them that, hey, I have an idea, how should I implement? The only trigger is Shark Tank India. There is no other trigger, right? Maybe we need those programs and those aspects so that we basically talk about them maybe on our dinner tables. Many people earlier, I'll tell you, there have been many cases where when the students go and talk to their parents that, hey, I want to start something of my own, the parents will shut them up, right, and discourage. Now is the time where at least on dinner tables those discussions are happening. Have you seen that they have raised 2 crores, they have raised 3 crores, they have raised 1 crore? I think that's the positive sign, and that basically will lead to everybody getting out that, hey, you just need an idea, you may find a good capital maybe from a bank or from somebody else, to be an entrepreneur, it's not that you need to be an entrepreneur because of and create a very, very big company. The other misconception of the word entrepreneur is that you have to create a bigger organization, very, very big organization. And I think we also need to dive and correct that notion. An entrepreneur is anybody who can actually shoulder ownership and get things done. A shopkeeper is an entrepreneur. Mr. Dhirubhai Mani is also an entrepreneur, right? There are many entrepreneurs in uh, you go to Chandni Chowk, but the perspectives and the scales are very, very different. And I think that also needs to be spoken about, that hey, you can still do very, very small aspects and you can still be an entrepreneur. But it's not just being an entrepreneur. Can you make living for yourself, and can you at least make living for maybe at least two other people? And if you're able to do that, that's on the entrepreneurship at the core.
Thank you, Ankit. You made a very relevant point, important point, and that's mindset. And not only of the individual who needs to become an entrepreneur, but the whole family. The entire surrounding, the environment, the mindset change needs to come in. Yeah, Saurabh, over to you.
Thank you, Veena ma'am. I would like to thank FICCI for inviting us to this panel discussion. And coming to the question, why we have not been able to scale up our entrepreneurial development activities in rural areas. So it is very much evident that today India is at the forefront of global entrepreneurial movement, and we have emerged as world's third largest startup ecosystem. We have around 1.60 lakhs startups which have been recognized by DPIIT. These startups are spread across over 670 districts, which shows that today the startups are not only confined to the metropolitan cities, but they are emerging more and more in numbers from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I represent the entrepreneurship division of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and the ministry through its apex institutions, NISBED, which is National Institute for Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development, and the Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship has been implementing various entrepreneurship development programs across the country to promote entrepreneurship. Now, coming to the question that why we have not been able to scale up in the rural areas, the reason which I see from my perspective that we are working in silos. There is need for convergence. The approach has been very much fragmented. There are various organizations which are working towards development of entrepreneurship, but they all are working in their own capacities. There is need for bringing in more convergence so that synergies may be created and efforts may be integrated. So our Honorable Prime Minister has also stressed upon the whole of government approach. Here I would like to share one example of a project, PM Janman project, which I think most of you must have heard about. It's Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Adivasi Nyay Mahabhiyan, which is being implemented by 9 of the line ministries. This program is about the socio-economic development of the particularly vulnerable tribal groups. There are 75 PBTGs which are spread across 18 states and 1 union territory. So 9 of the line ministries have collaborated for implementing this project, and our ministry, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, is one of the integral part of this project, where we are implementing the capacity building component for the PVTGs. We have organized structured capacity building programs, and also we have worked upon the value addition in the products of the PVTGs. We have worked upon their packaging, branding, and also we have worked upon their linkages with the digital marketplaces, and also we have worked upon increasing their market access. So this one example I just wanted to share to show to you that how convergence has yielded better results. So in my opinion, the collaboration between the enabling organizations, the enabling departments, the organizations which are working towards development of entrepreneurship, their collaboration will yield positive result and it will yield to better outcomes. That is my per se.
Thank you, Saurabh. A lot of things are happening all over the country, and we are all aware of the importance of it. But some structure needs to be put into place. Can I request Professor Nagawat to share what kind of a thrust is being given from academia? And not only your own university, but academia at large, and what more can be done to augment this entire and scale up entrepreneurship in the country?
So now in India we have many skilled universities, and in general under national education policy also the entrepreneurship skill and honing entrepreneurship skills and integrating it into academic programs has been advocated. A lot of things are happening. The first thing which is the realization which I have earlier emphasized, that skilling, reskilling and upskilling is required, or in other words for academic purpose also that de-learning and relearning is also required for everything. So many attempts are being made. And so now we realize that, for example, my university, which has regular academic programs which focus to certain chosen areas only, like emerging technologies to hospitality and tourism or even allied health care sector. At the same time, we have concurrent programs where we allow the students from other universities and other colleges to take part or get an exposure of only one component or one course, 4 credit course or 8 credit course. So entrepreneurship can be promoted if we allow our students to learn two basic things. One thing is that what I wish to learn should be decided by me. That's the student-centric approach. And therefore, there should be an available bouquet or a larger choice of the courses and curriculum at the universities level, which many universities are now offering. And second thing which a student should learn, that I should have a culture of questioning, and questioning each and everything, questioning each and every product which is available in the society, each and every service which is being rendered in a particular manner, and questioning even the cultural aspects. Because the entrepreneurship, the beginning, when it comes from the university, then the beginning takes place that when you don't like something and you wish to change, and whether you like it or dislike it, it depends upon the art of questioning. So we are trying to inculcate that culture. And so the universities should now be turned up into what we call flipped classroom approach, that where most of the learning can be done at home also by using online resources. There are presentations available from Stanford University or MIT or premier institutes of learning. At the university level, there should be more focus on the discussion, questioning. You can get your queries addressed. You can pose your even foolish ideas and get that why those ideas could not be converted into a project or an entrepreneurship activity. So that kind of environment we will have to generate. We are working on it. At the same time, I wish to share one story here, which because rural India was specified. My university is involved in a particular project which was funded by Government of NCT of Delhi, which is called Women Works Program. And in that program, to get the women involved in small and micro business, or even you can call nano business, what we done that we should now have proactive approach. So we approached 21,000 women in last 2 years in different parts of Delhi, especially those living in slum areas and underprivileged areas of Delhi. And by establishing proactively contact with them, we could understand what they want to do. And we could convince, however, out of 21,000, we could convince only 1,500 women, and they took the training, and this training was based on recognition of prior learning. They were not having any formal education, and now we have 57 successful self-help group established through this program. So in all rural India, everybody, the different kinds of entrepreneurship should be addressed in different manner. So if you wish to expand it in the rural area, a proactive approach is required, and would be driven by the players in the proactive approach. And if you wish to focus the entrepreneurship skill in a university or a big research organization, then a different kind of approach is required. I hope that the direction in which most of the institutions are moving is positive, and we have understood the importance.
It's interesting to note that 1,500 did join the program and 57 such self-help groups have been formed. But in this large country, a lot of more such groups need to be, mobilized to be able to achieve the results. So, Saurabh, will you like to share with us what activities are being held at Nisbad, and not only at at Delhi, but at other places also, and how can you promote entrepreneurship?
Right. So at Nisbad, we are designing and organizing national as well as international training programs for different target groups. We are headquartered at Noida and we are spread across 20 states throughout the country. We are organizing programs here in Noida and also we are reaching out to population in areas like Gadchiroli and Latehar in Jharkhand and also in Chhattisgarh. So we are catering to diverse stakeholders. We are also catering to target groups from the startup category and also catering to target groups in the nano and micro entrepreneurs category. We have collaborated with institutions of repute like the IITs and IIMs to foster entrepreneurship among various target groups and in order to promote entrepreneurship. So there are different types of projects which are implemented by our institute. I would like to share some of the projects which right now we are implementing for fostering and promoting entrepreneurship among the different target groups. We are implementing the Swavlambani project in collaboration with Niti Aayog, which is being implemented in the higher educational institutes in order to promote entrepreneurship among the female students of the HEI. So this project is being implemented in a pilot mode in the states of Telangana and Uttar Pradesh. This project gives special focus on capacity building and also on mentoring and handholding support, which has been found very much important for the entrepreneurs because after capacity building phase, they find themselves lost. They need support for the teething issues which they face while they are going to start their enterprises. So we are providing them comprehensive mentoring and handholding support through physical medium as well as through virtual incubation through the SID platform, the Skill India Digital Hub, which has been implemented by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So there the focus is more on providing them the comprehensive mentoring and handholding support so that they may start their enterprises. Apart from it, we are also organizing programs for people from bottom of pyramid through our livelihood business incubation approach. We have our livelihood business incubation center established where we are providing the target groups from the bottom of pyramid capacity building as well as initial mentoring and handholding support during the initial phase of starting of their enterprise. So apart from it also there are various projects. We are catering for tribals, we are catering to dropouts, unemployed youth, and also we are organizing international training programs for participants from the ITech countries to promote entrepreneurship among those countries. The participants are basically officers and trainers and promoters from the respective ITech countries who come to our campus. They undergo the intensive program, go back to their respective countries, and they implement the entrepreneurship development projects in their country. So through these programs, we are trying to promote entrepreneurship in India and also in various other countries. Our focus is on capacity building as well as on providing mentoring and handholding support to the participants. So the need which we seek, which we feel right now is that the academia, the industry, and the government all will have to work together, come together so that entrepreneurship may be promoted at a larger scale. And in this direction, we also want FICCI to partner with us so that without industry, we have been listening throughout the day that how much industry participation is important for creating skilled manpower for the future. So through these activities, we are trying to promote entrepreneurship in our country.
Very true. You pointed it out that all the three agencies and all stakeholders are required for it. I also happen to be interacting with a number of entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, and do mentor a number of programs. And what I notice is that they have a little hesitation. Government is giving so much of support, but they don't have access to information. What kind of funds are there? Where can they get it from? How can they be risk taking? How should they start a business? So, Ankit, you yourself being a promoter of a startup, a very flourishing startup, how can we give this push not only to women? I feel even to men to start entrepreneurship. What do you think is required for that?
No, I think, as I think ma'am mentioned about mentorships. So I'll tell you how it's happening. So on Unstop, there are sessions in the tune of thousands happening daily where users on our platform can actually book a session with any industry expert or an entrepreneur. It's like an Uber, right? How do you call an Uber? You basically select the person that you want to interact with, do a 15-minute or a 30-minute session, and many a times you have those questions that are not answered, and many people are comfortable getting into those mentorship one-on-one to basically get those answers. So that's the first step in terms of, can we enable them to be mentored by anybody and everybody whom they want to be mentored from, not a group of people that we give. I think that's one
Do
critical.
you have a panel there? Or you have
Yes, so
people in
we
panel
have
for it?
we have about 2000 plus industry experts that are curated, and they give their time slots, that hey, during the week they are free on these 2 days from this hour to this hour, and those are broken up into 15-minute slots or 30-minute slots. Anybody can go and book those slots. 60% are free, 40% will be paid. They pay, and the money goes to the mentor, and the session happens like just on a Zoom call, right? So that it's moderated. That's the first aspect. I think the second aspect, more importantly, is again, how do we create, to my first point again, entrepreneurial mindset and give them a push in terms of, if they need money, do we have access to money? The answer is yes, but they don't know how to and from where. So that's awareness problem and nothing else. And that's where I think the institutions like FICCI, government should play a role to make them aware that hey, you need to think through an idea. If you have what it takes, at least the resources should not stop you, right? That's the second. And I think the third is the whole ecosystem. The whole ecosystem we need to create, and it may start with maybe one or two people. So I'll tell you how we see that it, and there you mentioned in your speech incubators and accelerators, right? The idea for them is to actually create that ecosystem, and IIT Madras is wonderfully done, right? And they basically took a windfall as well. So they invested, they have, and I was reading it yesterday in Economic Times, they have invested in close to about 1,000 startups, right? uh, and they have incubated 1,000 starters, but invested in few of them. One of them was Ather, in which they invested 29 lakhs, and once it go public, they got about 50 crores. Now, that 50 crore is actually going back to many other startups to create that ecosystem and to ensure that can startups help each other, right? If that ecosystem can be implemented at a village, city, or maybe a state level, where can one woman entrepreneur, can they create a indirect impact to maybe 10 women entrepreneurs within that 50-kilometer radius, right? I think that's the thought, and that's where we need to dive into and figure out if that's possible, if, how it should be made possible.
Thank you, Ankit. So it all boils down to whether it's apprenticeship, whether it's entrepreneurship, it's advocacy, and spreading the word around and reaching out to people, which will make a difference somewhere. So Bharti, will you please share with us something special that is being done by ILO, and if you can share some best practices, international best practices in this field. Thank you.
ILO looks at it at three levels. At the national level, for example, we are working with Sri Lanka to map out the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And there is a traditional entrepreneurial ecosystem which we are familiar with, and then we have the startup entrepreneurial ecosystem. So we are trying to work with them to see how the startup ecosystem is being supported in Sri Lanka. What is so we look around 6 pillars. What is the policy environment? Is it supporting, not supporting? What kind of policies are supporting such a startup ecosystem? Where is the finance available? So in traditional entrepreneurial ecosystem, mostly it's debt financing, but in case of startup ecosystem, you need angel funding, crowdfunding, and investing is very different from a traditional entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are also looking at the culture, which also includes the mindset question. People, families, they understand traditional business, they understand that it is low risk, there is an organic growth, but when we look at startup ecosystem, we need to be risk taking, and then how risk taking can be actually awarded, and also can the government have regulatory sandboxes where startups can actually try and test.
Can I request you all, if you want to move out, please move out quietly without disturbing the session.
Then we're also looking at the support system, and that's the fourth pillar. What kind of support system exists? We spoke about business development services, mentorship supports, long-term support, incubation support. And in startups, one of the biggest challenges is the IP, intellectual property, and that's where a lot of people need support because I'm also a patent agent. I've worked on IP for a long time before my ILO had came in. I've seen how micro entrepreneurs are, sometimes when they make a product or offer a service, how they are, by big companies, they are told that you have actually infringed our patent. And then whatever business is built up is taken away by someone else. So how does that support system comes in? How does human resource, which is needed for startups, come in? And what is the market? It's the traditional market for an entrepreneur is very different. It is local, it's regional, but when we are talking about startup ecosystem, you need to look at the market from a different lens. The whole world is your market. So if you are looking at disruptive technologies or disruptive services, how do you reach that, and what kind of policies will enhance and enable that? So this is the kind of things we are doing in Sri Lanka. Another example, which Ankit said about mindset, is what we are trying to do in Sri Lanka with a program called Spark. In Sri Lanka and Nepal, where we are working with young students, college students, school students to, spark up the mind. So it's about how do you think of not just entrepreneurship but also innovation and how they go together, and that helps not just in your starting your own business, but actually wherever you will work, you carry that thought process of innovation and starting something new. So that's what we are doing. We are also doing, just like Nisbat, there is a National Entrepreneurship Development Authority in Sri Lanka. We are working with them to develop, build capacities of their existing trainers on different ILO tools. We are doing that in Nepal also. So we have Get Ahead, we have SIYB, Start and Improve Your Business, and Formalize Your Business, Digitalize Your Business. This is one of the largest entrepreneurship program in the world, which has touched around, more than 24 million entrepreneurs or would-be entrepreneurs, and it has created around 5.4 million businesses so far, and creating jobs, as you were saying, Ankit. The whole idea of entrepreneurs is to also promote jobs. So with this SIYB program, we've been able to create around 10.4 million jobs worldwide. And the idea is that how we can use this SIYB or Get Ahead or Know Your Business kind of programs and build capacities of our existing entrepreneur trainers to spread it out and roll it out in different areas. So these are kind of things that we are doing at the ILO level.
So you were mentioning about Spark in Sri Lanka. So in these neighboring countries also, do they have the same hesitation, same lack of knowledge, or is it a bit better than where we stand today?
It's very similar, but for example, in Nepal, we are also looking at collective entrepreneurship. So we are working with the National Cooperative Federation and the Federation of Women Chamber of Commerce, and the FNCCI, which is the ILO constituent. So we're working with them how their teams and their people can be equipped in these ILO tools to actually expand their reach. And I think there's a lot of uptake. In Nepal, we actually trained around 20 trainers who trained another 400 women. And within 1 year, almost 150 had their own businesses. And F1, which is the Women Chamber of Commerce in Nepal, with the help of them, we actually formalized 150.
And what kind of business do they have?
So it was, very small micro business to, beads, to handicrafts, to something which is a little larger where they're employing around 20 women, 30 women. And many of these entrepreneurial businesses, when they start, they start as informal. So we worked with the Federation of Women Chamber of Commerce to formalize 150 businesses. In India, we worked with the Tirupur Exporters Association to actually help these small businesses to become export compliant. So different kinds of initiatives are needed at different level depending on whether it's just a start or do you want to scale up. I think we need different agencies to come in. As Saurav was saying, we need to bring everyone together, bring the strengths together, and I think that's what is needed, and that's what ILO is trying to do.
Very true. Thank you. So we don't have much time left, and I think everyone's impatient to get up. So can I request each of the panelists to take just 2 minutes to give your suggestions how you can improve the system and any specific skill which you feel would be really helpful in enhancing entrepreneurship, starting from Saurabh. Be very brief.
Yes, ma'am, I would be very much brief. So, in order to promote entrepreneurship, what I think we need to bring convergence among the various stakeholders and create synergies so that entrepreneurship may be scaled at large by uniting the government, academia, as well as the industry. So that's from my side.
So your closing remarks.
We have this plan which I propose here, share it with you. That is called One Student, One Idea, which is a compulsory component of all our graduate level programs, and at the end of the sixth semester 3-year program, he has to he has to submit the plan, and it would be ready. The next thing which I should suggest, that we are trying to convince our students that every day they should try to explore something new which they have not explored in that month related to. So new discipline, new area, new thought, new type of area. Because a broader exposure is required in my understanding for the entrepreneurship.
And do they get some extra credits for all this?
Yeah. So for the submissions, they would be given credit because now we are very flexible policy and
so that will promote them thinking and trying to give them an exposure.
They will have to give a presentation. So say I have explored 30 different ideas in a month, then I can give a presentation to my class, and that can be evaluated and counted as credit.
And how much do they use ChatGPT for this?
So ChatGPT is not bad thing, means you
not
can
bad,
learn from
but then the minds are not being used at all.
No, it can be. It can motivate you because most of the time, as 70% time, can give you right answer. 30% it would lead you to misinformation.
That's true.
Because it is driven on a pre-trained programs. So we have to learn, and so we have made prompt engineering a skill as a compulsory component for all students and faculty. How to use it effectively, because unless you write the prompt correctly, you will not get the desired information.
So you are encouraging
and prompting is an essential skill, which you have pointed out.
Yes.
Essential skill for everyone to survive in modern time. Prompting skills must be there.
Thank you. What about you?
I think there was a ILO report called Small Matters, and I think which basically talks about how much employment generation entrepreneurship can also create and bring wealth to the nations. So it is a very important thing. What I personally feel is that today we also need to look at entrepreneurship from a different perspective. We have issues of greening, just transition, AI, digital. I think that's where we need to also encourage more and more people to shift from the traditional entrepreneurship to also look at these newer areas, because you don't need that much resources in terms of infrastructure here, but you can actually create more wealth and also engage high skilled people to work with you. And I think that's where we need a little bit more boost now.
You're closing the mouth.
No, I think I just want to build on to Ashok sir's remarks. One thing that was on my mind, and I've only seen one college across India doing that, is how can we enable them to maybe take up entrepreneurship while they are studying? Can we? So we always talk about internships. There are not many internships that the people can actually take up, right? But they always have in any of the courses 2 times summer breaks, winter breaks, and all. Can in one of those summer breaks for 3 months, can they try out their idea and basically figure out whether one, entrepreneurship is for them or not? They should learn from that exercise. And second is, if it happens they are getting more returns than what the money is spent, it can be any small idea, they will be much more eager to go in and do that entrepreneurship and maybe opt out of placements.
So
And
you're
I think
suggesting the government should come out with a scheme
I think
to
I
promote
think
that, like internship?
possibly see,
Some kind of
see
stipend?
my point is that the government can do that for the government colleges, but for the private colleges as well, they're taking in some like 2 lakhs 3 lakhs per year, right? Out of that, even if they give
Carve out some amount, yeah.
5,000 and they say that can you make this 5,000 10,000, maybe, right? It's not a huge sum, but the people will think through how to do that, and that's what people will talk about it, right? And I think that's well spent, and we can give credits.
So we've had some wonderful suggestions coming out from all the panelists. For the FICCI team standing here, if you are getting it documented somewhere, maybe you could really make it into a small document and send it to the government and to academia and industry. And with that, thank you so much. I'd like to close the session. And if there is any question from anyone, I must appreciate the energy at this time. So yes, so if Rajesh permits,
Yes.
I'm going to take these 2 questions. Definitely.
Yes, please.
So
Actually,
Yeah, let him do it next to you.
So,
If you can introduce yourself.
yes, sure. My name is Shrikant. I'm from Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge. One of our pillars is creating an entrepreneurial mindset, definitely. But my question is something as a representative of the academia, Professor Nagawat, why is it that there's a hesitance for all educational institutions to talk about the startups that have emerged from that organization? Still, you people talk about first day during my campus, what was the highest salary that was given?
Yes.
If we have to get people thinking on entrepreneurship, academicians should change and they should start talking about 10 startups, 4 unicorns, or micropreneurs, solopreneurs, whatever it might
Deepti,
be.
you must note this point.
Ashok sir, along with this, I would say you should have some studentpreneur awards also. You should get Ashok sir, I am saying you should have some studentpreneur awards also to promote. And IIT Chennai is one example. I think you are especially focused on entrepreneurship. It will be do very good thing for this DSU.
Would you like to say something?
Definitely, we have taken note of your suggestion, and we will do something. But at the time of our induction of our students, we do tell them about our success stories, our entrepreneur, and I have been advocating it that every institute at the time of induction of the new students should apprise about what the students have done, who have attended, alumni have achieved, and as an entrepreneur also. So.
But even IITs don't talk about it.
No, I think what he
that
means
is
is
what
they
it
should
is.
give it a little more publicity,
Publicity.
rather than only orientation.
IITs also don't talk about how many startups have emerged from them.
So your point
So
is
maybe-
well noted, and I'm sure they will start in their college.
Pass
and
to every
FICCI will take it
institution.
up,
I will
yeah.
pass it. Your suggestion is very good, and we will definitely. and
Maybe
we are
higher
doing it.
education conference which is coming, Rajesh could have something like this added to it,
So one more point.
question.
One more point I just want to add here is like we are running an accelerator for startup.
Can you introduce yourself, because we don't have much time now.
Yes,
You and that gentleman, that will be the last.
Yes, my name is Chandra Malhotra and our accelerator name is Minicorn Accelerator. Right, so we are supporting different startup as well as ventures that are good, that are generating good revenues. So we are helping them out of India market. Right, so now the thing is like the main issue is related to funding. right? Like the UP government is assisting with 5 lakhs rupees. So I think similar kind of scheme should be like developed for different states also, and it should be implemented at a school or college level so that entrepreneurship could be promoted. Yeah, thank you.
So that's your suggestion. You have a question?
Just as a especially for women leaders, as a women leader, how do you ensure that your team continued to work following the organization's values, vision, and mission?
Before I request Bharti to reply,
Yes.
I'd like to ask you why you specific about women leaders.
This is.
I think this is the discipline to be followed by all.
Yeah, I have two questions. If you permit another one, but I
No, but
prefer
first of
to
all, I
ask.
need an answer from you that why are you being specific about women? This is a discipline to follow the values, I think, should be with all, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it
Bharti,
doesn't
like to say
gender.
something different?
No, I mean this for me that's not a question. It's
Yeah,
same for
yes.
everyone.
So
I don't
what's your
see
second
that as a-
question?
Yeah. What specific types of intrapersonal skills and interpersonal skills do ignite entrepreneurs to lead and innovate sustainable development and social justice?
So, Ankit, I think you take this.
Very simple. It's not just about entrepreneurship. Every company is looking at, which is common sense. And I basically break common sense into three parts. One, can you understand what the other person is speaking, absorb it? The second is analyze that statement itself or that problem and think through a solution. And the third is, can you communicate your solution back or what's on your mind to the other person? If you're able to do these three, I think irrespective of whether you can become an entrepreneur, but definitely every company will be after you. This is common sense, and unfortunately, this is not taught anywhere.
And I like to add to this passion. Yes. Someone has to have real passion for what you're heading for. I think Ankit will agree with me on that. And the three D's, and that is discipline, dedication, and devotion. If someone has this, I'm sure they'll succeed in their venture. Anyone would like to add any last to it?
I have a question. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. This is RF Majumdar from Sri Venkateswara College, University of Delhi. So we are building Ninja Junction, a centralized platform that connects students and professionals with live tech projects, research opportunities, and startup initiatives, bridging the gap between academic learning and real-world experience. What are the best funding options or investor networks for early-stage platforms like ours, especially within FICCI or government-linked programs are there?
See, this is a vast area. It needs a full session on funding. But quickly, if anyone wants to take a try at it, there are a lot of angel funds and all that you can tap. But anyone wants to say something?
No, so not specific to government funding. My answer back to you is that if the idea is good, I don't think there is less funding in the market. There is much more funding in the market than it was before. I know for a fact that many entrepreneurs are clubbing up to basically invest as angels. The only thing is they bank on two things: your idea and you. And that's it. If you are not able to convince them about the idea and you're not genuine about it and you only want to be an entrepreneur because being CEO or a founder is cool, I'm sorry, nobody will fund you. But if you have passion, if you know the idea, money won't be a problem, I can guarantee you.
Clarity of thought should be there.
And how can we attract them, like the investors?
How can you?
Like we are actually like students. It's a student-led initiative.
So let's do one thing.
Yeah.
We close the session here because a lot of people want to move out.
Yeah.
Maybe you can.
Can I just
yeah,
answer?
Bharti,
As
please.
part of the Spark program that I was talking about in Sri Lanka, we have partnered with academic institutions. And in the academic institutions, we call investors, where the students actually are first trained on pitching their business idea, and then the industry and investors actually listen to their ideas and pitch in for their whatever is the business idea. And there is a lot of mentoring that also happens, and there is hackathons happen. So students come together and
come up with a business idea, present it to the people who can invest in, and the academic institution from where they're coming is an equal partner, the government is an equal partner. So we can think of those kind of, I can share with you the spark detail, and if your university is willing to look at that
Those
model,
are
that
called
could be-
business plan competition. I can guarantee you on Unstop, unstop.com, you will find at least 50 such business plan competition currently live. So you participate in that. That's the starting point.
And I suggest after this session, catch hold of Ankit
Sure.
and try to get all the information, because he's a very successful founder of a successful startup.
which actually works on building
Yeah,
more
so
startups.
I think he's the right person to meet after this session. So with that, I close this session. Thank you, FICCI, for giving us this opportunity, and thank you for those in this hall for keeping us alive here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists. Please give them a warm, very warm round of applause. Thank you. As you're all aware, tomorrow I would request everyone to please be here by between 9 and 9:30, as the Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, is going to be here sharp at 10:30 a.m. So I would request everybody to please be seated in the hall by 10 a.m. in the morning. We have two sessions lined up tomorrow. The first one is on reimagining TVET through technology and innovation and learning. We will have a special address by Dr. Neena Pahuja, who is the executive member of National Council for Vocational Education, tomorrow. And also on the session during the Future of Skills sharing of best practices, we will have esteemed panelists from Niti Aayog, NAPCONs, and other associations. We will also have Shri Bala Murugan D, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, tomorrow with us at 3 p.m. So great day is lined up for tomorrow. We all hope to see you tomorrow in the morning at between 9 and 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much. The dinner is served outside.